Hello, everyone. How's it going? Thanks for joining me. Still waiting on Abby a little bit. I'm not sure what's going on with her. Texted her a little while ago, didn't get an answer, so I texted Tosh, and I guess she might be helping out her mom with some kind of game or something. 'Cause for those of you who don't know, Abby's kind of like her mom's caretaker. She's got a group card game or something like that. Um, so hopefully Abby is able to join us at some point at least, or sooner rather than later anyway. In the meantime, I'm going to have to hold down the fort. It's just a little bit tricky for me, not sure what to talk about here today, because our Tuesday show is supposed to be more of a open forum discussion here. So kind of need some people to join me if you have anything particular that you'd like to discuss, something pressing on your mind. Um, Feel free to join me. I'd have to actually uh, add a link for you guys. So let me figure out how to do that, because usually Abby's the one who drops the link in the description. I'm sure it's not all that hard. I just gotta figure out. Here we go. Well, I can put the link in the chat at least here to start, but I need to figure out how to pin it to the. I need to pin it to the chat or whatever. So I guess I'll kind of find a topic to share with you guys to start. As soon as I get this link pinned, so pardon me if I'm struggling to make good content, give you something to listen to, because I'm a little bit distracted to begin with. So it'd be nice if there was some kind of button that was really easy and simple. Well, I'll figure that out. Click on the three dots to the right. Not sure which three dots you're referring to here exactly. I'll figure it out. Just bear with me. The tech issues are not my forte. Hover over your last message. Oh, I see. Well, of the comment. Because it says delete comment. When I click the three buttons, then the three options are delete comment, put user in timeout, and ban user and delete their comments. That's the comment I'm supposed to be clicking the dots on. Thanks for being here, Lance and Extra Bola, by the way. Good to see you guys. And Steve, what's up? If anyone wants to click on the link, and then you could walk me through it when you join, that might be easier. But this should be a simple ways to figure it out. Oh, if I can't figure it out, we'll just move on until Abby manages to join me. I would hate to have to cut this stream early because we're trying to be reliably here more like all day kind of thing if anybody wants to hop on. So yeah, just kind of needing to find something to move on to anyway, because this is just kind of not good content for people to be watching me struggling with the computer. So let me try and see what I got. I got some tabs open and stuff. Just I typically got some research going on any given day. Abby's asked me to do some research into Vietnam, so I got a bunch of stuff about that, but I'm gonna want to save that for Thursday. So I've been noticing there's some interesting things going on with Bitcoin and stuff, so I've been doing a little research into that. I find it, as far as Bitcoin, whatever solution people are trying to offer, it's massively energy intensive. And so one thing that I found out, because we were talking with, what's his name? Is NPM Lucky? Yeah, Lucky who was joining us last week. Mentioned this, how stable coins are maybe better than like Bitcoin or crypto, or what do you call them, central digital bank currencies. So I found an interesting little thing talking to the DeepSeek AI about the difference between proof of stake and proof of work. And interestingly enough, proof of stake is not nearly, like, it's 99.9% less energy intensive than Bitcoin. So it sounds like a dream come true. Almost sounds like what Lucky was saying, that the stable coins actually could be a more viable economic option. But I'm saying not so fast. You got to look into the structure of this proof of stake. And I found it to be eerily similar to mid-level marketing schemes as far as how it works. So maybe I'll just share this little article, kind of show you guys what I'm talking about. Because one of the things that makes our critiques of crypto a little bit weak is we're not really following closely enough details, the technical details of how this stuff actually works. And so then people are left with the opinion that maybe we're not tech savvy enough to really, for our opinion to be valid, our criticisms. But it's too much of a Ponzi scheme, really, at the end of the day, for it to, that's the way that it functions. That's the problem that we've always been saying. So yeah, is a mid-level marketing scheme similar to a Ponzi scheme? Yeah, it's technically they're not the same, but they are basically like a Ponzi scheme. I would say is a mid-level marketing scheme, but a mid-level marketing scheme isn't necessarily a Ponzi scheme, if that makes sense. The thing is that, like, the AI was disagreeing with me when I'm trying to compare it and saying this looks like a mid-level marketing scheme to me. And because at first I was saying, does this proof of stake function like a Ponzi scheme? And it says no, right? And it gives me a explanation I can get into if you guys want me to read off what the AI says. But when I asked it the next question, so does the proof of stake resemble more of the mid-level marketing scheme? Then it said, yes, that's a better comparison. But then it still tried to argue that what makes it different from a mid-level marketing scheme is if it can, like, it's in the early stage, it is basically a mid-level marketing scheme until it can achieve a kind of critical mass of becoming external utility for people. So essentially, it is a mid-level marketing scheme unless it becomes widely adopted for people using it for something useful. And at that point, it kind of, regardless of it being a scam to begin with, it can kind of graduate into something authentic. But my problem with that is the criticism that I've had about cryptocurrency just being fiat, like adding gasoline to the fire of the fiat currency problem. It's just fiat, like digital fiat currency. but people want to kind of treat it like it's something different. Excuse me. Let me just read this a little bit. Proof of stake versus proof of work. A consensus algorithm is a method of synchronizing the data across a distributed system. A consensus algorithm is a method of synchronizing the data across a distributed system. In the case of a distributed ledger, the consensus algorithm ensures that all copies of the ledger are identical. Consensus is essential for maintaining the integrity and security of blockchains and other networks. Different types of consensus mechanisms have been developed to address various challenges and improve efficiency, security, and scalability. Each has its own strengths and weaknesses, making them suitable for different applications and use cases. Proof of work and proof of stake are the most commonly used ones. Each is used to validate cryptocurrency transactions on different blockchain networks. At their core, they serve the same purpose, ensuring that transactions are verified and recorded securely without a central authority. However, they do it in very different ways. The main differences are that proof of work relies on mining and heavy computational power, while proof of stake, I find it ironic. In my mind, I think this is a piece of shit. Because prisoner of war relies on mining and heavy computational power. Pardon me. My heaters are firing up. I'm just going to have to pause my reading. I don't know if you can hear that, but it'll quiet down in a minute or two. So we'll just see what you guys are. If it's not, yeah, what is that noise? Sorry. Good to see you, Secret Dance Move. That's my water radiators. My heat is turning on. Thankfully, finally, I've been waiting it all morning. It's actually was shut off all night. So it's been like 69 degrees in my apartment here. I had to run. I got my space heater there in the corner. I don't know if you can see it. The little space heater. See, so I'll be able to turn that off in a few minutes. Finally, I'm pissed off my landlords. They got this heating system that doesn't really work half the time, so I have to supplement my heating by using up even more electricity. So my heating bill goes up, or my electricity bill goes up, whatever. So that they don't have to fix nothing. So it doesn't sound normal. Yeah, it's really old. Unfortunately, that is the normal sound that it makes. So as far as I can tell, that's a normal sound, but no, it's bullshit. It's at that point where they need to like tear out the whole system and install a modern one. But then, of course, what kind of landlord's ever going to do that? They're actually they've gotten really carried away with their unaccountability. So I don't know how many of you guys have been following me for a while, but if you remember, I've been they tried to evict me by claiming that they needed to move. They're trying to move their parents into this, like they need the space for their parents. That's one of the legal loopholes. They're allowed to evict somebody for no reason, allegedly. So they served that with my neighbor across the hall, and then they served that with me. And then a couple months later now, they're serving that same bullshit excuse to another neighbor down the hall and then my other neighbor right next door. So that's 4 of us that they try to claim that they need our spaces for their parents. I don't even think that any of their parents would be alive at this point, considering how old the boomers are now, that are most of the time, the landlord's like a fucking boomer, right? So, yeah, we really got to fight these landlords, like actually, not like legally speaking, we don't have a way to fight back. So we're going to need to up our game against this shit. But we need to actually work together, and that's kind of my problem with the people in this building so far. As bad as things get, the working class likes to be retarded sometimes, you know? They like to not fight back when everything is pointing to that's the only thing you have like option left, right? But yeah, they're frothing at this mouth these days, eh, Lance? Almost like our the consequence of not letting our housing bubble pop has led to all these extremely like overbid, whatever. They're like they clearly have speculated way too much with this housing market. And then now that there's been a minor correction, like if you look at our housing market, there's been, I'm trying to remember the exact things they're saying. It's like housing prices are lower than they've been in like 45 years or something, right? Like there's an actual correction taking place according to them. But then if you look at the average housing price projected for the whole year of 2026, like the fourth quarter 2026, they're expecting the average housing price in Canada still be $800,000 around there. That's way more than anyone can afford. And so, but that's gone down. Now houses are less than $1 million, the average cost, only 800,000. So because these landlords are so like frenzied in their speculation, buying up all these properties for assets, they literally can't, I'm thinking, swallow the loss of having whatever 30% of the value of the inflated value of the housing cut from them. So they're forced to, protect, try and regain their gambling losses in the housing market. They're trying to kick people out so they can rent-evict people and raise the rents, whatever. How long left on my contract? I think I'm like month to month right now. But I won a thing at the tenant board where they owe me some money now and they're supposed to do some repairs and stuff. And unless they do that, my rent is like, I get to take 12% off my rent. So I get like to save $100 or whatever. So I couldn't afford to move out anyway because rent is too high everywhere else. But I'm kind of incentivized to stay here for now. So yeah, the condo market is the thing that's crashing the most that they haven't been talking about. Unless you're in the real estate industry, then they talk about all that stuff. So there are over 2 million mortgages due for renewal in 2026. Most of them will go from 1% to 4%, meaning hundreds per month in increased mortgage payments. Yeah, our situation, especially with the trade war with the U.S., Carney's acting all tough. We're going to pivot to the Chinese and the Russians. Our old arrangement with the Americans is over. But the reprisal that Trump is going to have in response to that willingness to, that boldness, uncharacteristic boldness, you might call it, from the Canadian government, he's going to punish them for not being the trusted vassal they've always been, right? Like, Canada's not allowed to uncuck itself, according to Donald Trump, right? So pretty sure our housing market is going to, like, the Americans are fully aware that our housing market is one of the biggest vulnerabilities. Of, like, that's the nuts that they can grab on to squeeze, and they're going to do that. So Canadians, prepare for a painful year. But that's all. Okay, now my heating thing seems to have quieted down now. So let me get back to my little article here. Yes, I'm in Canada. I'm in Windsor, Ontario. Could be worse. Oh wait. Oh, they are. Oh yeah. I haven't looked in. Like, haven't exactly taken the time to go actually look up every little thing in the Epstein files. There's plenty of media, journalists and whatnot that are covering what they feel is the most relevant. So I don't really feel the need to go sifting through all those salacious details. My main thing that I don't want people to forget, they're letting us have all that information. They're letting us talk about all of this stuff and get all outraged about it. But who is being arrested? Is Trump being arrested for this? I guess not. And probably because as long as he was allowed to become president, now he's got that fucking immunity so that they don't really, even if they have legal reasons to arrest him, they're not going to be able to until he's no longer president. This is why they should have impeached him over the fucking, they probably still could, over what the Maduro kidnapping. You know, there's like dozens of reasons why they could impeach him, but could you maybe say that the Epstein files is another valid reason why he should be impeached? I think so, yes. You don't need to look at child sacrifices and cannibalism exactly. Oh, I do need to see that? No, there's a reason why this kind of information is typically kept sealed by the courts because it's like traumatic stuff. And I think that they are using that traumatic aspect of this information like as a weapon. You know, they're not disclosing it as a because it's in the public interest. You know, they've withheld the information that was in the public interest for years and years and years. And then when they finally started to release it, they released it in like in tranches, whatever, like doses. And so that was an opportunity for them to sanitize what they released, to curate it. So that's like my analogy is when they have like video cameras that are recording, but then they only pick and choose the selective evidence off the cameras to show, and they don't show you all of the evidence, you know. So they're cherry picking what they allow to be seen, or they've waited in this last dump. They're trying to convince people that there's nothing left that has yet to be released. But I don't believe them. You know, when they manipulate the information like that, I think you have to take away their right to claim that they have any authority to withhold or release any information. They're not a viable government anymore. That's the thing that the American people have failed to act. You know, preserve your union when it's in jeopardy. If you don't exercise your political will in the moment of crisis collectively, you acquiesce to the corruption. And I think that is what has happened, technically speaking. Let's see. There was something about, yeah, exactly. This is the thing where there's from what I've been hearing, there's like several things ticked, like check boxes ticked off of all these things that we've been defamed about, slandered about, you know, locked up about, fired from our jobs because we didn't get this vaccine. You know, we were vindicated. We're still being vindicated. Like this. There was plenty of other information that already demonstrated that the anti-vaxxers were on the right side of history with that pandemic. But if you didn't believe us, if you didn't believe that we were vindicated in like 2022 and 2023, you cannot deny that we were right now. You know, this kind of information is the smoking gun that makes it like end of debate. There is no pretending like the people who supported the vaccine, people who supported the lockdowns had any reasonable right to do that whatsoever. You guys owe us all a massive apology for the rest of our lives. And I bet you none of you are going to fucking do it. So, yes, never forget. I won't. I don't forgive. I don't got none of that Christian bias in me. So, yeah, that's where they're using the information to fuck with us instead of any other reason. So, yep, this is as close as you're gonna get to the release of a smoking gun while he's president. Right? So, and another thing, as far as what Golden Monarch, shout out to Golden Monarch if you never heard him, check out his Substack, Golden Monarch domain. But he mentioned to me something I bet you a lot of people missed, is that while we're all distracted by this Epstein file release, Trump sent another $6 billion to Israel. When Israel, the Mossad, is all up in these Epstein release, right? These file releases. So how is that allowed? You know, I just can't. It's getting hard to watch all this shit unfolding. I think the problem is we're watching it. We're not acting. Like, the more that we're sitting watching, we're not doing anything. And that's part of the problem, right? It's all well and good. The information is important, but we've become passive and complacent and reactionary. We're not really progressive and revolutionary with this information. So, but anyway, well, I'm sure we'll get back to that later on. Please join me for any discussion if you'd like to come on and kind of guest host with me a little bit. I'd appreciate it. So back to this little article here. So the main differences between proof of work and proof of stake is that the proof of work relies on the mining and the heavy computational power. So that's like the main problem with it. It might make you money or whatever. It might get you away from having to use the banks. But with our climate crisis, Bitcoin uses more energy than like Argentina or Norway, like entire countries, and it's only going to increase. Give it a decade, Bitcoin will be using as much computational power as like the entire United States. Maybe that's an exaggeration, but be scary to find out how close that prediction actually is. But proof of stake, on the other hand, selects validators based on the amount of cryptocurrency they hold and are willing to stake. So if you think that that is a better, superior system, I got a bridge to sell you in Brooklyn. So in this article, we'll explore the question of proof of stake versus proof of work and examine their pros and cons. So proof of work requires miners to work out complex mathematical problems to validate transactions and create new blocks on the blockchain. Here's how that works. I don't even know if it's fair to say that it's miners working out complex problems so much as it is having their computers, like the AI on their computers, working out problems for them. But I don't really, never done the mining myself, so I'm not sure about that. But it seems like you'd make a whole lot more money, save yourself a whole lot more time with this Bitcoin mining if you got a program to do the mining for you. It works out complex mathematical problems to validate transactions and create new blocks on the blockchain. So here's how that works. Miners compete to solve cryptographic puzzles that involve finding a specific number that, when hashed with the transaction data, produces a hash with a certain number of leading zeros. The miner who solves a puzzle fastest, gets to decide on consensus for a transaction and wins a reward. Solving these complex puzzles requires a great deal of computer processing power. Miners use specialized hardware known as ASICs, application-specific integrated circuits, and GPUs, graphics processing units, to stay competitive. They're constantly ramping up their computational capabilities. Miners' energy consumption is very high. The Bitcoin network, which uses POW, consumes more energy annually than some small countries. Right. So there's something that, if you never heard of the Jevons paradox, it's extremely important when we're talking about the future of cryptocurrency, its viability, and the climate crisis, whatever. The problem is, though, half the people using Bitcoin, if not more than half, don't believe in the climate crisis. And that's a very important piece of this puzzle. So if you think the global warming thing is a total hoax, then when people complain about the energy consumption of something like Bitcoin, you're not going to listen at all because it doesn't matter. You don't think that that's a threat to humanity. But I think people are wrong. Like, whether the CO2 conversation is as accurate as you think it is, the climate collapse is completely real. The mass extinction event is real. We are toxifying the environment with way more things than just CO2. CO2 is technically not toxic, but there's a whole lot of other pollutants that we're putting into the environment that are. The problem with the CO2, and I think the science is fairly sound, is that it is that heat trapping gas thing that does, over time, create inhospitable environments or weather extremes that make previously viable environments for us to live in unviable. So we got to stop just ignoring what the other side says. What's up, R-worded? Thanks for joining us. So I think this proof of work is like proven to be, it's going to be the old way. I don't know. I think Bitcoin, it's only that people still believe in it, that it's still going. So once the hype dies down, I think that proof of stake will be because of the energy, like 99% less energy, you can't beat that. So, but we have to get into what is the problem with this proof of stake? Because it is problematic. But your crypto bros will ignore the Ponzi scheme aspect of it and just say that's whatever. That's your socialist bias, right? So proof of stake, instead of miners competing to create new blocks and validate transactions, proof of stake networks rely on validators who are chosen based on the amount of cryptocurrency they hold and are willing to stake. The more coins a validator stakes, the higher their chances of being selected and earning rewards. So what does that right there create? That creates a hierarchy, okay? The people with the most money. And what is that? Who does that benefit? Which class? The class with the least amount of money, or the class with who already has the most amount of money, right? So proof of stake to me is designed by bourgeois people for bourgeois people, right? So, and it's that thing, like the people who joined in at the beginning, definitely who've been like the early investors are the ones who clean up, take all the money, and the last people to join are the ones who kind of eat the cost. And that's the mid-level marketing comparison right there. So since proof of stake doesn't rely on solving computational puzzles, it requires significantly less energy than proof of work. Validators are selected pseudo-randomly, which is like an oxymoron if I've ever heard one, based on their stake, eliminating the need for massive energy expenditure. For example, Hedera, a piece of shit like consensus mechanism, a proof of stake consensus mechanism, is designed to be highly energy efficient. Each transaction consumes a tiny fraction of the energy required for a Bitcoin prisoner of war backed transaction. Even among piece of shit systems, Hedera uses hundreds of or thousands of times less energy than other systems. A study by the UCL Center for Blockchain Technologies found that Hedera's consensus mechanism uses far less energy than other proof of stake systems. Proof of stake is generally considered more energy efficient and scalable than proof of work. However, it has different security dynamics. Proof of work is seen as more decentralized because it's harder for a single entity to gain control of the network. Interesting how the whole thing about the decentralized, that's the biggest selling point of cryptocurrency, isn't it? It's a decentralized currency, if you want to believe there is such a thing, even though it's not technically a currency. But when you do this proof of stake, and you got these people who are, the more that they stake, the more that they've made from it, the more that they're going to make from it, right there, you just lost your decentralization. Because by people being able to like be the ruling class of the digital currency here, because they stake the most, then that will naturally centralize the system. So this appreciate your comment here, because I'm unaware of the alternatives here. So if you could fill me in, I'd appreciate that. Educate me a little bit. We can always teach each other stuff. You know, I'm not just here thinking like I'm the guy with all the answers. So I'd appreciate it if you want to hop on and talk to me. If you have like a microphone, that would be cool too. So you're saying there are alternatives to proof of stake and proof of work that are relatively more climate conscious. But this is where the Jevons paradox is important. If you never heard about that, I'll have to call that up, the definition. What's up, Accord Lord? Thanks for being here. Algorand, for example, uses pure proof of stake, which is even more energy efficient. Yeah, but define pure proof of stake, because that's what I'm saying. Like, proof of stake, they're just saying that you've proven that you have, like, you know, the way that a mid-level marketing scheme works, like you, as an entry-level person, you need to put a stake, you need to put some skin in the game, you know, in order to get the starter kit of whatever product that you're selling. You need to give the company whatever, $100-$200 as you're buying in, and then you kind of earn commission like that, right? So this proof of stake works the same way. So if it's a pure proof of stake, that means it's a pure mid-level marketing scheme. And the only way that it transitions from this marketing scheme to something that is not whatever, just a financialized whatever scam, is if we adopt it for external utility. Like if we start using it to like to buy, like when you go to pay for gas at the gas station, instead of buying with money, if the gas station people have set it up so you can buy directly with whatever, Ethereum or whatever it is, that is the only way that these coins actually, like when they become part of the infrastructure that we're all using, whether we like it or not. And they're all the people who already have a stake in the older system are going to fight to prevent this transition, although they may be fighting a losing battle, because the way that Trump and them is backing AI, no matter how bad of an investment it is, we're going to be forced into this marketing scheme, you know. Cardano is one I might want to look at too. Okay, maybe I'll just briefly type these into some search bars, and then I'll go look at them later. Because it's my skepticism and my cynicism is going to be what prevents me from seeing these as actual alternatives. XRP, Solana, there are some altcoins that are at least considering the energy usage problem. Yep. But yeah, I think we're fucked. I think they're considering the energy usage problem, but they're not willing to. They're not going to refuse to roll out the product until they have the perfect product, kind of thing. As far as energy efficiency, they're going to try and build the plane while they're flying it. So because the investor pressure to get returns on investments for starting up these kinds of things, they're going to be too capitalistic about the solutions that they create, right? They're just not going to build the right product. They're going to build the cheapest, crappiest thing that they can possibly get started. That's naturally inefficient, but that's all that they can do, because people literally can't think outside the box of capitalist economics. So, and then there's a whole nother difference between POS and PPOS. That's the pure proof of stake. It is hard to explain. That's where, but sometimes one of the things I need to remind the crypto bros is if it's too hard to explain, it's not that it's just complicated and hard to understand. There is such a thing as if it's if it's impossible to understand, it will be impossible to explain, right? If it doesn't make sense at the end of the day, there is no explaining it because it doesn't make sense. So yeah, capitalist realism. It's a hell of a thing for us to be dealing with, but we have to overcome that. If you want a world for your kids to grow up in, like let alone a better one, we're at that point where we just want to ensure the world will still be there. So where are we here? Seen as more decentralized, because it's harder for a single entity to gain control of the network. Doing so would require controlling over 50% of the total hashing power, which is immensely costly. Proof of stake, while faster and more scalable, can be perceived as less secure if a single entity accumulates a large portion of the cryptocurrency supply, potentially leading to centralization. So it may solve the energy efficiency problem, but because of capitalist economic dynamics, it is vulnerable to monopoly, which is exactly what Marx's criticism has always been. There's not only is it a tendency towards monopoly in almost all cases, there's also this tendency for the rate of profit to fall. So when the monopoly, the single entity manages to accumulate a large enough portion of the supply-demand economics dictate that this monopoly, the person who achieves the monopoly, their rate of profit will eventually necessarily fall, along with everyone else's. So now that we've covered the basics of each consensus mechanism, let's go explore their pros and cons. So establish security for the proof of work. Proof of work has established itself as a secure network. The expense and work required for miners to validate transactions and create new blocks makes it difficult for bad actors to mimic that activity. This is, interestingly enough, as far as when I'm observing what is the value that's being created in these currencies, it is essentially the value of a securitized network. So the only thing that they're building is security and networks. They're building networks and they're securing networks. That's literally the only purpose of these. And then you take that, the value allegedly created by this security and this network, and then you call that an economic system. And if people believe it, then they'll buy into it. If they don't, like me, they'll stay out of it. So proof of work, decentralization. Proof of work networks are generally more decentralized. The open competition among miners helps prevent any single entity from gaining network control. Resistance to 51% attacks. Proof of work networks are resistant to 51% attacks. Gaining control of over half of a network's computing power is prohibitively expensive and impractical, providing a strong deterrent against such attacks. Well, that may be the case, except we know full well that actors such as the US government don't really give a shit if it's prohibitively expensive or impractical. They have a strong incentive to do such things anyways, to create this inverted reality that we are stuck in. And because it's expensive and impractical, that is exactly what bogs us all down in this economy that is turned into a fucking Ponzi scheme. So it's just the fact that it's counterintuitive is what makes people sort of assume that that is very much, a benefit of that kind of Bitcoin. So the cons of proof of work is a high energy consumption. One of the major drawbacks is its significant energy consumption. The computational work required to solve POW puzzles consumes vast amounts of electricity, leading to environmental concerns. And the other thing here, as far as if you're not a Marxist, you don't necessarily have the same critique that I do. You don't see the world with the same eyes, right? So when I see the problem of this, the high energy consumption, they're trying to get computational work to solve puzzles. What are they doing here? What is does anybody have the words labor theory of value screaming through their mind when they learning about this stuff? Because to me, the capitalists recognize that they have a theoretical problem that they need to solve, as far as they need to prove Marx wrong. And if they can render the labor theory of value obsolete, they would effectively prove him wrong. And I think that they have failed to do so in the attempt of trying to prove him wrong. They have succeeded spectacularly at failing. Okay, so the whole thing about Bitcoin doing all of this computational work is to get to prove that the technology can can create the value as opposed to the human being. Because Marx's labor theory of value is that value is created through human labor, transforming resources, refining them into commodities that can be consumed by human beings, right? Until the transformation of human labor turns it into something valuable, it's not really. And so there are some things that you could criticize about that, but the capitalists' alternative theory that they have is the subjective theory of value, that value is created in the mind. And so they're trying to create these systems that ultimately create value without the requirement of human labor to create that value. The problem is that in trying to create this kind of Bitcoin, this proof of work sort of stuff, they are accidentally proving that they need human beings to create that computational work. They're, at the end of the day, you're never actually going to be able to make the value without the human beings participating in it in some way. And so it's ironic in that there are these two different systems, both fail at refuting the labor theory of value, because the proof of stake, it tries to do like a pure subjective theory of value, right? So instead of having labor being performed by a computer, they're just kind of sidestepping the labor at all, and they're just having the consensus of the people who put in the most stake or whatever create the value by the consensus of their staking. But at the end, like, they're trying to sublate the theory of value and the subjective theory of value. And they've in trying to do so, I think they've strengthened Marx's claim, like the validity of Marx's theory more than ever. But that might be my bias. So so here, so we did the high energy consumption, slower transaction speeds. POW networks tend to have slower transaction speeds than other consensus mechanisms. The time required to solve cryptographic puzzles and the block time intervals contribute to these delays. And this is something that people haven't necessarily paid attention to. The speed of transactions has been like exponentially increasing for decades. They're getting to the point where they're like at near instantaneous transaction speed. And that's going to be running into a physical limit. There will be a time where you can't increase this transaction speed anymore. But that's one of the things about when you're trying to pour water into a bucket with a big hole in the bottom. One of the ways to keep the bucket full, when there's a hole in the bottom, is to just increase the speed with which we pour into the bucket so that it appears to never actually go down to empty. But the hole in the bucket is still there. It doesn't matter how fast you pour the water in, unless you fix the hole in the bottom, you're still gonna eventually end up with an empty bucket. So the time required, potential for minor centralization. While POW is designed to be decentralized, the high costs of mining equipment and electricity can lead to minor centralization. So no matter what, whether it's POW or POS, it looks like the claim about Bitcoin's ultimate value in being a decentralized network, ends up falling apart. Because high costs, what do you know? Whoever has the most capital tends to be the one at the top of the pyramid. Who would have thunk? Large mining operations with significant resources can dominate the network, reducing decentralization. And we see that happening in real time, right? Notable cryptocurrencies that use POW include Bitcoin, Litecoin, Monero, Ethereum. Ethereum initially used POW, but transitioned to POS with the Ethereum 2.0 upgrade. So the pros of proof of stake. Proof of stake is much more energy efficient compared to proof of work. Validators are selected based on their stake, eliminating the need for energy-intensive computational work. Faster transactions. Proof of stake networks generally offer faster transaction speeds. The selection of validators based on stake and the absence of complex puzzles speed up the validation process. Proof of stake networks are more scalable. They can handle a higher number of transactions per second due to their more efficient and speedy validation processes. Lower barriers to entry for validators. Becoming a validator in a proof of stake network typically requires only a certain amount of cryptocurrency to be staked, making it more accessible to a broader range of participants. Yeah, but this is these barriers are subject to change, as needed. So it may be a low barrier now, but they'll just like those interest rates and the inflation. That's a barrier that shifts according to their needs. So if their Ponzi scheme, if their mid-level marketing scheme is failing, what do? They lower the barrier to make it more enticing, to get more rats to join the ship as opposed to abandon it. So often what I find they offer as a pro, it depends on your subjective interpretation of the value there, ironically enough, eh? So the cons of proof of stake, potential for centralization. It can lead to centralization if larger stakeholders have more influence over the network, which is the entire point of capitalism. So when they're using these systems to save capitalism, it will lead to centralization because that is how they save their capitalist economy. And if they don't centralize it while promising you that it will stay decentralized, they will lose to socialists, which is not acceptable to them. Those with more cryptocurrency can potentially gain more control. Less proven security compared to POW. While POS has many benefits, it is less proven in terms of security compared to the long-established POW mechanism. Notable cryptocurrencies that use POS include Ethereum, Solana, Cardano, which you mentioned here, an unspent transaction output based system. So there's a little bit of a word salad issue here going on. Like, I'm sure that these words were selected for a reason, but like everything now is like liquid proof of stake, nominated proof of stake. Now all we do, we get all these different acronyms and abbreviations, and that's one of the things people complain about the English language. Nobody understands each other anymore, because unless you know what the acronym means, people don't even explain it anymore half the time. You're just left wondering what people like, listening to people speaking code, you know. Algorand, you also mentioned that one. So this website is hedera.com. So these guys are they have a bias here. So Hedera has a unique approach and focus on sustainability, blah, blah, blah. I don't think we need to read their advertisement for their product here. That's just kind of, not sure how much, there's not much more need to really read from this. I wanted to show you though, since Abby's not here, I don't know what's going on there. I will, I think it's this one. Yeah, because I was having my conversation with the AI here to sort of, it was a very long conversation apparently. So I won't share all of it with you. But I started with asking, oh, I got to make that a little bit bigger. Started with asking how much energy is used globally in the annual electronic circulation of money alone, and by how much is this energy usage increasing on average? Because when we're talking about climate crisis and the viability of cryptocurrencies, the main problem is that cryptocurrency is a electronic energy, whatever, intensive thing. So as bad for the environment as it was to have paper money, where you had to chop down a tree and then use all these toxic dyes and shit to make this fancy ink that, and like put on the bill so that it can't be counterfeit and shit. That's pretty impactful on the environment too. But we've actually made it much worse by trying to create digital, virtual, fake money. Like the fact that it's virtual and the people don't catch on that it's fake is extremely concerning, because the paper currency was already fake money, but at least it was tangible, it was real, you could hold it in your hand. But the only thing that made it real was our collective agreement that the people who imposed that, the legal tender on us, had the legal right to do so, because they gave themselves the right to do that. So ooh, cotton fiber paper. I didn't know that. US dollars are made from cotton fiber paper? Okay, sure. I guess they had to find something to do with all those cotton fields. Yeah, virtual money, actual bullshit. So let me read maybe this first thing, and then I'll skip down lower into the conversation to talk about the sublation of the POS and POW systems, because that was, I found, I thought I maybe discovered an interesting little insight there. But you guys let me know if the AI is just pumping up my ego. So this is an excellent and complex question that gets to the heart of the environmental footprint of our digital economy. There's no single definitive answer, because electronic circulation of money is a broad category, but we can break it down into major components and provide well-informed estimates. So that's a little caveat. Often when you ask a question, there's no single definitive answer, so don't forget that the answer we're given is a single answer, but it's not necessarily definitive, but it is giving us something to work with instead of nothing. So the short answer Globally, the annual energy consumption for the core infrastructure of electronic payments, data centers, networks, banking, IT, is estimated to be in the range of 50 to 100 terawatt hours per year. This is roughly equivalent to the annual electricity consumption of a small industrialized country like Sweden or Portugal. The rate of increase is a complex picture. While transaction volumes are growing rapidly, 7 to 10% annually, energy efficiency improvements in computing and data centers are significant. So that's the other side of the story. We see the rapid increase of the transaction volumes, of the energy usage of the system itself, but we're making improvements so fast to the technology that it's making it a complex picture to understand what kind of time frame we have to work here before the train goes off the rails. So the net increase in energy usage for traditional electronic payments is therefore more modest, estimated at 2 to 4% annually on average. However, this is dramatically overshadowed by the emergence of cryptocurrencies. So this is where it kind of gets interesting. Detailed breakdown and components. Traditional electronic payments, the vast majority, this includes credit, debit card networks, Visa, MasterCard, bank transfers. I don't know what ACH and SEPA is. Digital wallets, PayPal, Venmo, and Alipay, and mobile money. Estimated energy use, 50 to 100 terawatts per year, or terawatt hours per year. The largest portion comes from the massive global data centers run by banks, payment processors, and cloud providers that handle and secure transactions, as well as the network infrastructure, routers, switches, and cellular towers that connects them. The efficiency trend, those systems are highly optimized and centralized, while the number of transactions grows by 7 to 10% per year. Energy efficiency in data centers, through better hardware, virtualization, and cooling, has been improving by 10 to 20% per year for certain metrics. This has largely kept absolute energy growth in check for this sector. So there is this theory that, like, the technological singularity, as much as you need to try to worry about it's going to be the end of humanity, well, the people who are on the other side of this argument, they're literally saying that the faster we increase the evolution of technology, the sooner technology will come to save the day, because we're going to make it so efficient with our technological breakthroughs that will solve the problems that it creates as soon, like, just by creating the problems that it creates will create the solutions. Seems a little bit like wishful thinking to me. I think this Jevons paradox is going to come and bite us in the ass, like bite the ass of humanity off forever. So please, I'll get into what it is, whatever, if we keep reading. So what's up, Rondo? Good to see you. Yeah, the growth rate, net energy increase of 2 to 4% per year for the existing infrastructure. Cryptocurrencies, a small but extremely energy intense segment. This is dominated by Bitcoin and Ethereum pre-merge, which use proof of work consensus. The estimated energy use of Bitcoin alone was 100 to 150 terawatt hours per year as of 2023. I'm sure that it's like literally double 3 years later at the rapid pace that this went from 0 to 150 terawatts hour per year. It's got to be like at least double by now. So this one system consumes more than the entire traditional electronic payment network. I don't know if anybody really knows that statistic, if that's maybe false or invented statistic by the AI here. We need to figure that out real fast, because if this is accurate, that's pretty fucking scary. That how many centuries did it take for them to create the original currency system, you know? Well, I mean, it's really only in the last like 150 years that the currency system, the paper currency, the fiat currency system has turned into the monster that it is. But that's pretty scary, you know, and it took like 150 years for us to get this modern monetary system that we have, and now it's taking us like 2 decades to create this electronic infrastructure that uses more energy than that entire thing. So the it's just the math that is starting to catch up with us, right? So it consumes more than the entire traditional electronic payment network and rivals the annual electricity consumption of countries like Argentina and Norway. Although some of the electric consumption of those countries is involved in this electronic payment network, of course, a large amount of it. So that's a caveat worth remembering. Growth rate. Bitcoin's energy use has been highly volatile, tracking its price and miner activity. It saw massive increases during bull markets, doubling from 2020 to 2022, but can also plateau or decline. Historically, its average annual growth rate has been very high, often over 20 to 30%, but it is now maturing and its growth is slowing. But that's an extremely unsustainable increase. Okay? Where like every year, the amount of energy it uses increases by 20 to 30%. That's the most unsustainable increase I've ever heard. Good thing that it's maturing and slowing. I don't know if it's going to mature and slow enough. I think what's going to happen is people are going to have to adopt this because of the climate crisis, wherever all the cryptocurrency is going to have to use this proof of stake, whether they like it or not, because the governments of the world, if they have any sanity whatsoever, they're going to ban this fucking proof of work Bitcoin system, because it's just like you're going to use up all the fresh water or whatever, all the oil and gas or all the renewable energy, whatever. It's all going to go to the Bitcoin, and none of the energy is going to be left for any actual human activity. So that's clearly an unsustainable practice. Crucial note, the cryptocurrency landscape is shifting. Ethereum's move to proof of stake in 2022 reduced its energy consumption by over 99.9%. Most new blockchains use POS or other low energy mechanism. Bitcoin remains the stark outlier. Key factors influencing the increase: transaction volume growth. This is what they're trying to do. They're trying to make us transact more than ever. Microtransactions. You guys heard of the fucking, they're trying to make our electric cars, our smart cars, they're trying to make them, or they already have made them, able to do transactions. So you can like pay for your gas using your car instead of your bank card. You know, when you drive through a stoplight, and those cameras on the stoplights, they record you, they give you a ticket instantly. They'll literally charge your bank the moment that you go through the intersection. So they're gonna use, like, you gotta not buy these new cars that they're sending just because they're electric vehicles or whatever. That's like the thing that they get you to buy into it. But what they're really doing is selling you a piece of surveillance technology and something that will eventually like be robbing your bank account in legal means, you know? Some of these EVs require a monthly subscription. Yeah. Because they're trying to find ways to microtransact in every little thing. That's that people think that neoliberalism is dying. I feel like it's I don't know, it's going to turn into a Frankenstein. Because like the Trump administration sort of represents a new order, a taking over from the neoliberals, except a lot of these payments in the greater economies of the world, the actions of the bourgeoisie, whatever, are still pretty neoliberal. Like there's, I don't know, we got to look into that shit. But so the global digital payment volume consistently outpaces GDP growth, especially with the rise of fintech and mobile money in developing economies. So what does that mean? That transactions are consistently outpacing GDP growth, meaning we're going to bankrupt ourselves just by increasing transaction volumes with a currency, a dollar that is losing its value, right? Just important to understand the basics. Shift to the cloud. Banks and processors are migrating to hyperscale cloud data centers, AWS, Google Cloud, Azure. These are far more energy efficient by 3 or 5 times than traditional enterprise server rooms, which dampens overall energy growth. Embedded finance and Internet of Things. The Internet of Things, connected cars making micropayments, is what I was saying, could exponentially increase transaction counts in the future. So the thing that people have been warning you about on the internet about was the Great Reset, the technocratic turnkey tyranny. That's that Internet of Things, whatever. That's exactly what it was. We were all right to say this is a terrible, bad thing, whatever, dystopic panopticon shit that they're trying to push on us, and that's what it looks like. That's what it is. That's what it looks like because that's what it is. Regulation and ESG. Pressure for sustainable finance is pushing institutions to power data centers with renewables and report carbon footprints, which may curb carbon emissions, even if electricity use rises. So here's a nice little table. Important conclusion: if you consider all electronic money circulation, Bitcoin currently skews the total and the growth average upward. However, if you focus on the traditional financial system that handles over 99% of global non-cash transactions, its energy use is significant, but growing at a controlled rate due to massive efficiency improvements. The long-term trend for the sector is decoupling transaction growth from energy growth, though absolute consumption is still rising. For the most current figures, reports from the International Energy Agency on data centers and from researchers like Cambridge Center for Alternative Finance are the best sources. So I wanted to know if all these changes, these increases in energy efficiency, are actually proving that this old theory, because this Jevons guy was like an economist from the 1900s, the 20th century. So his theory might be too old for the modern world, but it's actually like Marx's theory, like a lot of theories, doesn't necessarily, like, it's aging like fine wine, not like milk. So let me just check in on you guys here. Okay, good. Will licking your computer screen help you in any way? I don't know, probably not. Everything's worth trying once, though. Sorry, it's getting too hot in here. Abby had texted me saying that she had been sleeping. Okay, she'll be here in a little bit. She just needs time to freshen herself up a bit. So I'm just going to keep reading this if you guys don't mind. I'm sure you guys probably got other shit going on anyways. Maybe just listen to me in the background, which is cool. Like, share, subscribe if you want. So my follow-up question was, is it fair and accurate that this conclusion falsifies or invalidates the Jevons paradox? Or is the paradox generally validated by this preliminary analysis? So this gets to the heart of economic theory versus observed technological reality. Let's analyze whether the data on electronic payments supports or contradicts Jevons paradox. So what is Jevons paradox? Named after economist William Stanley Jevons, the paradox states that increases in the efficiency with which a resource, like energy, is used tend to increase the rate of consumption of that resource, not decrease it. So this is the thing. We need to really know for a fact whether this is true or false at the end of the day. And I'm pretty sure it's being validated as true, because with all these increases in energy efficiency, with the switch from proof of stake, from proof of work and everything, in the minds of the bourgeoisie who are benefiting from these innovations in the short term, they think that by creating a more efficient way to use the resource, that we're likely to consume less because we have a more efficient way of using the resource. But the way that it has historically worked is every time we come up with a new way of exploiting a resource more efficiently, we actually end up using even more energy than we did before we came up with the improvement. So I'm trying to think of a good historical example. Yeah, I think a good example would be like when they used to cut down trees, they'd have to use like a regular, like two guys on a saw until they could physically cut it down. And then they invented a machine that would cut it down for people so that we could just use a machine to cut it down. And then how much more efficiently could you cut the trees down? So then deforestation like jumped exponentially because of the technological innovation, but it created, like, it vastly exacerbated the ecological disaster. And that's usually what happens. Economically, we make a lot more money for a lot less cost, but that in and of itself is the problem, because then we're divorced from the ecology of what we're doing. Economically, it's a win-win. Ecologically, it's a lose-lose. And we can't maintain that separation of church and state, if you want it, whatever. We need to, economically speaking, we need to incorporate ecology into all of our economic decisions, no matter what. So it's like the reverse of the church and state thing, if you get my metaphor. So the logic is that greater efficiency lowers the effective cost of the service, which in turn stimulates vastly increased demand, outstripping the per unit savings. Applying the paradox to electronic payments. In our case, the resource is the energy used per transaction, and the service is the act of making a digital payment. The Jevons prediction: as the energy efficiency of data centers and networks improves dramatically, more transactions per kilowatt hour, the cost of processing each transaction falls. This should lead to an explosion in the number of transactions, micropayments, Internet of Things payments, global remittances, programmatic finance, ultimately causing total energy use for the sector to rise, not fall. Does the preliminary analysis validate or invalidate Jevons? The evidence presents a nuanced, multi-layered picture that does not offer a simple yes or no. However, on balance, it strongly suggests Jevons' paradox is operating, but its effect is being tempered and delayed by other powerful forces. So let's examine the competing dynamics. Evidence that supports Jevons' paradox: exponential transaction growth. The core driver of Jevons is present. The number of non-cash transactions globally grows at 7 to 10% annually, far outpacing global GDP growth. This demand growth is fueled by the plummeting cost and friction of digital payments, a direct result of efficiency improvements in IT. New demand creation. Efficiency hasn't just made existing checks cheaper, it has created entirely new demand vectors Jevons would recognize. Excuse me. Micropayments and subscriptions. Frictionless, automated small payments were impractical before efficient digital systems. They're still impractical, but whatever. High-frequency finance, algorithmic trading represents a massive volume of transactions that exist only because the marginal cost is near zero. So you think that we are in trouble now with human beings increasing the transactions. Now we're creating AI that are going to increase the transactions automatically as part of their algorithmic whatever purpose, you know? They'll be literally designing algorithms to increase transactions as much as possible, which is like creating a robot to dig a hole as deep as possible, which you're standing next to it. So it's digging the hole for you, right? Global platform economies. Uber, Airbnb, app stores, etc. rely on the efficient, low-cost settlement of millions of tiny transactions globally. Yeah, and they're bleeding dry the industries that support them. I gotta recall I don't have it with me. I have to go looking for the article, but I gotta read an article about how Uber is devastating the restaurant industry. It's something that I knew for a fact by experiencing it personally in the workforce, but I hadn't actually gone looking for the evidence with like articles on the computer. But anyone who's a restaurant owner, if you're a fucking bourgeois capitalist who thinks that your business is being improved by using Uber, I got a bridge to sell you in Brooklyn. Because these fucking companies, they offer no benefit to your restaurant, and they just end up harvesting some of your profit while convincing you that they're increasing whatever volume of traffic into your restaurant, whatever volume of sales. But they take like a massive, like 20-30% commissions at times and stuff. So, dear capitalists, run the fuck away from Uber. Take my advice. I know you won't. Whatever. So, the Bitcoin case study. This is a near perfect, brutal validation of Jevons in a parallel system. As mining hardware became more efficient, more hashes per joule, The network's response was not to use less energy. Instead, the lower cost per hash encouraged more miners to join the competition, increasing the network difficulty and driving total energy consumption to new highs in pursuit of profit. This is an extinction driver, okay? Just so we're clear, it's like some kind of an addiction to competition and profit that will collapse the human race if we let them, whatever, keep chasing that next high, because that is literally all they're doing. Efficiency gains were fully consumed by increased scale and competition. Evidence that modifies or tempers Jevons paradox. So this is kind of an important part. Decoupling is temporarily occurring. So temporary being how long is temporary? A year, a decade, a century. But either way, it's still temporary. For the traditional financial system, we observe a relative decoupling. Transaction volume is rising much faster than energy use. This means energy efficiency gains are currently outstripping demand growth in net terms. That is our silver lining. Without this nuance, tempering the Jevons paradox, we would be in even deeper shit. I mean, we're still in pretty deep shit, but at least we have this little saving grace for now. This appears to falsify the strong form of Jevons, which predicts total use must rise. The cloud efficiency wall, Jevons assumed a market with limitless demand elasticity. However, hyperscale cloud data centers represent such a monumental leap in efficiency. This is something we have to say as far as we've always, communists are very critical of capitalist innovation, but at least I'll have to tip my hat a little bit. There's a little bit of capitalist innovation actually occurring here. For the most part, there is no such thing. It's a fucking, whatever, it's a mirage, you know? You might say that capitalist innovation is a mythical creature. So it represents such a monumental leap in efficiency through physics-level engineering, AI-driven cooling, and optimal server utilization that they have created a one-time structural downward shift in the energy per transaction curve. Demand growth has not yet caught up to this leap. Regulatory and physical constraints. Jevons considered a free market. Today, corporate ESG mandates, carbon reporting regulations, and literal power grid constraints act as external brakes that pure economic theory doesn't account for. A bank can't just consume infinite energy because it's efficient. Excuse me. It faces reputational and regulatory costs. Well, this is something that we've been saying for a long time. There is no such thing. There never will be. There can never, ever be such thing as a free market. It's just not possible. So it's an idealistic fantasy. But it is sometimes fantasies can be useful in giving us something to a goal, an unattainable goal to work towards, which still allows us to achieve some kind of success, even if it's not the ultimate goal that we're trying to reach. Not that I'm not supportive of free markets. I just think that there's something to be said about as far as the centralized state-planned economy, you can run into problems by not having a free enough economy, and that's what the socialists have learned, trying to have a socialist transition from capitalism. Looks like Abby is joining us here. What's up, Abby? Can you hear me?
Oh, hi.
Hi.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Have a good nap?
Sorry I'm late.
No worries.
I did. I mean, my mom had a party today, and oh my gosh, it was just cackling, and I had to get up way too early. So I'm gonna take a nap.
No worries. I just didn't know what to talk about, so I just started to talk about some Bitcoin and cryptocurrency stuff that I was looking into.
Great, Bitcoin.
Yeah.
One topic I don't know anything about. Oh, did I do that wrong? I'm sorry. I'm trying to put our background there.
Oh, okay. Was it not up there? Oh, my bad.
Who's here? I see Lucky's here. Hi, Lucky.
Oh, yeah. That's an overlay. That's why. Here.
Yeah, I can't.
Okay.
It's not moving. Thank you. Thank you.
Um,
And hi, Sean, Lance, Extra Bulla.
NP
Is
mess.
that
You're
that's
lucky.
Lucky?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Thanks for popping in. Faster
Hi.
transaction speeds is a plus. I wouldn't say that you can't say it's a yes or no like that. It's uh, there are pros and cons, like we're seeing. There's nuance, right? So there are positive benefits from faster transaction speeds, but I'm concerned that there is a kind of deadly negative aspect of increased transaction speed, because if it's like when the economy is all built on like fictitious capital, when you increase the transaction speed of fictitious capital, you're just making the problem worse. That's what I'm saying. It's the pouring gasoline on the fire problem. So it's only going to burn more down if you increase, like, people. This is where people disagree about capitalism being a positive force for humanity, you know, because it has, through it in its own brutal way, it has created some kind of advancement for humanity at the expense of human beings, right? They kill a whole bunch of people in order to create benefits for a smaller group of people that then, with the benefits they get, they can reinvest in more whatever improvements that require people's the sacrifice of other people's lives to achieve. So,
I have a I have an interesting video about communism. I just saw it earlier today, and I saved it because I was like, ah. Oh. Well, first I wanted to research it, but I mean, I'm sure you've done enough research where you can speak on it if you want me to pull it up. And by the way, hi R worded one. I'm not sure who that is,
yeah, I
but
think we got
welcome.
another new viewer today. So, thanks for joining us today.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. And I just pinned the link to the chat. So if anyone wants to join, you're more than welcome to.
Yeah. You got to explain to me how to do that, though. I was trying to figure it out without you here, and I
Oh,
couldn't find the button
okay, I'll show you.
because
It's
I don't know.
basically you got to do it on the YouTube channel. Not you take
Oh,
the link from the application, you put it in the chat, and then there's a like little dots on the side.
okay. That's important little. I was never going to figure it out unless I knew. I have to go open another tab, go to the YouTube page, and then do it on there. I'm trying to do it from
Yes.
StreamYard, and it's never going to
Yeah,
work.
you can't do it. Never gonna work. You'd have been sitting there all day trying to figure that out because you
Yeah,
can't figure it out. It doesn't work.
it was a good thing I gave up and moved on. So,
Yep.
are we still anti-blockchain, or are we just anti-capitalist? I don't know if we were ever anti-blockchain. We just don't know enough about it to be pro or anti whatever anything blockchain. We're definitely anti-capitalist, though.
Well, I mean, blockchain is the way that um, they keep it like honest, right?
Well, yeah, that's the whole thing about the like Bitcoin, at least in particular. But I think the whole premise of cryptocurrency in general is to create a trustless system. The problem with human beings is we can't trust each other. So that's what ultimately plagues our economic systems, is that we can't find a way to rely on each other without having to trust people we can't trust and stuff. So I think that the cryptocurrencies have failed spectacularly in trying to prove that you can have a trustless economic system and that will be more efficient. I think what we need at the end of the day is trust, no matter what.
I
So,
think blockchain was supposed to keep it so you would avoid like getting frauded because people can break into your account or what have you, but that doesn't solve the problem of embezzling and money laundering. It that actually makes embezzling and money laundering a lot easier, at
that's the
least
thing.
now because it's not regulated enough.
Yeah. Well, we're never going to abolish corruption, whatever. That's part of the human nature, the thing. Um, we can maybe come up with a best system that we can that reduces corruption, that limits it to its lowest possible form. But I don't think that I think corruption is a part of built into human nature. It's part of our human condition, you know.
Well,
But
since we're going to be so serious on Thursday, we'll get a little juicy today, a little petty.
okay, sure.
A little petty.
So
But
let
I'm
me
looking
just.
for the
Sorry.
communism thing.
Okay,
You want
sure.
to finish? You want to finish?
Yeah, let me. I'm gonna. So there's this little conclusion I wanted to read, and I was talking about proof of work versus proof of system. So I'm going to skip down to that part because I think that whether it's AI or not, I think for Marxist theoretical development, the question that I was asking it about these systems being a sublation of the labor theory of value and the subjective theory of value, I found that the answer that the AI gave me was pretty interesting and credible. So I want to share that with you guys. So the conclusion here is a qualified validation with a crucial caveat. Jevons paradox is generally validated by the direction and mechanism of the system, but its absolute predicted outcome, that total energy must increase, is being delayed and modulated by an unprecedented pace of technological improvement. This unprecedented we might replace with the word unsustainable pace of technological improvement, because we are seeing that it's like the guns versus butter paradox. When you invest all the money in the technological development, in weapons technology development, and you're not investing in the actual people that are required, you know, with that labor theory of value to produce those weapons, that's technology, you are going to run into a hard wall of unsustainable practices. The spirit of Jevons is alive. The core insight that efficiency enables and stimulates massive new demand is unquestionably correct. We are conducting trillions more transactions than we would have without these efficiency gains. The letter of Jevons is being challenged for now. The net energy consumption of the traditional system is growing more slowly than demand because the rate of efficiency improvement is currently greater than the rate of demand expansion. But this is a temporary state. Jevons is a long-term observation. The critical question, is this a permanent decoupling or merely a time lag? Most analysts believe it's a lag. The new demand vectors being created, Internet of Things, blockchain-based assets. So this is where we might get to a point where we have to get off the fence and decide if we're anti-blockchain, is if these blockchain-based assets ultimately create this energy crisis, then I don't think I can recommend blockchain as a solution, because I think technology is in and of itself is kind of the trap. We see it as the solution, but it's the problem. It's like a drug addiction. It's like when you feel bad, you feel the withdrawal coming in. The solution is to make the problem worse by taking more of the thing that created the withdrawal in the first place. I see this.
So that takes me back to. Oh, sorry.
No,
That
it's
takes
okay.
me back to Lucky's question. So, are you anti-blockchain then?
No, I wouldn't say at this moment in time I could say that. I can be a little bit anti-technology in a sense. But I've by trying to live like that, I've run into the problems of that also. Like, you can't just be too. It's like a purity fetish thing, right? You can't just be totally anti-technology. That's gonna, like, when the rest of the world is all obsessed with it, you're just shooting both your feet, you know, while blinding yourself and thinking that you're making improvements. So, but we're not doing collectively. We're not doing ourselves any favors by, um, like, if we could live outside of the time that we were born into, we would be able to look back on ourselves or look forward at ourselves. We will see that we're like caught up in this frenzied, like, bad thinking, you know. But when you're inside of it, you can't really see how broken our mindset is. So yeah, I kind of want to go off the grid in a sense, but not by myself or whatever, right? We need the communities off the grid. It's this being on the grid when they're creating this massive surveillance system. It's hard to sell that as a benefit to anyone. So But
Did you see?
obscurity,
Did you see?
not good.
Check the comments again. Look at Cobra's comment.
Oh, Cobra, welcome. What's up?
Holy crap!
My car broke and caught fire with me in it. Now we ain't got no
Holy
car.
crap!
Holy shit. Sorry to
I
hear that, man.
know.
Glad that you're okay. Did you get
Glad
any
you're
burns?
still with us.
Yeah.
That's
Without,
crazy.
I don't know if you've been getting hit with any of this snow, but those of you driving in this crazy winter weather, be very careful, please.
Oh my gosh, I want to know more. This reminds me of I was just reading about this. This man was his car. It was a Toyota. I think it was a Toyota. It was only a year old. And smoke was coming into the car, so he pulled over, popped the hood. Luckily, he had a dash cam, so all this is being recorded. And he's just looking around, and then the thing just fucking blows up in his face. And so his insurance covered some of it, but because it was only a year old, it was still under warranty. So they expected Toyota to cover the rest, you know. Toyota, I didn't know they were clocking you like this. They went record and was like, oh, he was driving 85 once, not even on the same day, like back in time or something. They were like, because he wasn't following road laws, we refused to cover him under the warranty. I said, what? So that made me wonder, because I know my insurance says, oh, you could get your insurance lowered by being a good driver. You sign up for something and it clocks your, you know, how fast you drive, yada, yada. If you're driving within the speed limit, everywhere you're going. And I was like, no, I don't want that.
No, it's a terrible
but
thing.
It looks,
people are naive, really gullible.
But it looks like they're taking the information anyway.
But it's like a carrot stick kind of thing. Like people are happy to chase a carrot like that because they offer me rewards if I behave this certain way with the technology surveilling me to prove that I behave that certain way. That's going to benefit me. No, then you get trapped in this thing where your mentality is being manipulated into serving this fucking algorithm that's monitoring you, and like a cat, or no, like the fucking rat in the experiment, that it presses a button and it gets a fucking dopamine food so that it can have an orgasm or whatever. You're just going to be like the technology is going to turn people into this to get the reward. You're going to do the thing, you're going to press the button, and then you're going to be trapped in the cycle because the behavioral conditioning conditions your mind into a one-way track mind of thinking. So,
I mean, I'm really curious if he signed up for that, or if that's something, are they just tracking you like that any damn way? That's what I'm wondering.
That's only one of many examples. But yeah, let's see what Cobra's comment is. Nobody helped.
So all the U.S. citizens just drove by.
With the nice Mexican construction workers, they had fire extinguishers and road signs and helped me push my car into a parking lot, making the insurance claim now. That's rough, but it's like so many things. I said just yesterday, last night. I don't think I'm ever going to be shocked again anymore with this Epstein file release. Nothing shocks me. You can't shock me anymore. Of course, those Mexican workers helped you, and of course, nobody else did, right? So.
Lance says you're gonna have a shitty social credit score, Michael.
Oh, I hope so. Didn't you guys know that the lower the score is, the better you're doing? That's how it works, right?
That's how it really should work.
That's how it does, right? But they just never tell anybody that it's inverted. It's like as above, so below kind of shit, right?
Yeah, I wonder if they did they stick around when they helped you, or they helped you and then they were like, all right, we got to go.
And no good deed unpunished. Eh?
Right. Yeah, those Epstein files are wild. And the crazy part is they're still redacting like the names that they'll leave in and the names that they redact. I want to see those goddamn redacted names.
That's what I'm saying. I don't want to. I actually don't want to see any of it anymore. It's like you guys have baited and switched me with this shit so much. I just don't want any. I don't want to taste the bait anymore. Okay.
It's some crazy shit in there.
Yeah. It's
I
time for
mean,
a January
what?
6th type moment, you might say, in response to this shit,
And
but not from the right.
this is the craziest part. Even with all that shit in there, his cult is like, yeah, but nothing's implicating Trump. Are you kidding me?
That's what I'm
Are
saying.
are we in the same land?
I'm pretty sure people like that. As far as there's a rule in Canada anyway.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure you
right.
guys got the same rule. If you're a danger to yourself and the people around you, you could be locked up in a psych ward for that. And if you think that Trump there's nothing been implicated in any of this, I think you all qualify for being a danger to yourself and the people around you. Like kind of like too stupid to be trusted with your own thoughts. You know? But that's kind of a eugenic sort of thing that they do to us. I don't want to internalize that shit. I'm just sort of saying it as a vicious critique of the MAGA people. You guys have your head so far up his ass or whatever, you're never going to see daylight ever again. It's time to just light a match. Say goodbye.
Lance says that we should invite Dan Bongino on for an interview, like he'd ever come. But also, that's a good point because he's back to his channel. He's podcasting, you know. And I remember saying I need to go look at his channel and see what are people saying to him. Like, did they just blow it off like nothing ever happened? Just it's another day. We're just moving forward. Or are they in his chat talking mad shit? They should be. Or did he cut his chat off? Like, what's happening here?
I wouldn't be surprised if that's exactly what he did. But I got bigger, more important things to do than to keep track of Dan Bongino.
Vagina. Lance says he's been babbling about taking back the movement. With a straight face?
Well, whenever the algorithm boosts everything you say, you can say whatever you want and start to believe your own bullshit, you know?
Okay, so I have this communism video.
Okay, so I just
found it.
there was something I was trying to get to. This always happens.
Oh,
I got
my bad.
something that I feel is very interesting or worth sharing with people, but then we don't necessarily get around to it because I'm trying to jump around a bit too much. So, but I gotta find. I wish that I had more of a chance to share some of this stuff with you guys, because I was doing some comparison. First of all, we were just talking about the energy consumption of the electronic payment system, but then I found some very interesting things. When you do a thought experiment about how much human metabolic energy is expended to earn and use money, you get a whole interesting picture here. Because what was I saying? 150 terawatt hours a year for the entire financial system, but human labor is something like massively, like 944 terawatts hour. As far as a massive vindication of the labor theory of value, there's like a 10 to 1 amount of energy that human beings expend with their bodies to create capital, like literally make it and spend it. It far outweighs the amount of money that is being created through digital means. So human metabolic energy expended for money is 4 to 6 times larger than the entire digital payment system's electrical energy use. So the thing about the Matrix movie, where the human beings' bodies are plugged in and they're harvesting energy from us, that is like a kind of a very real potential outcome if like AI ever becomes sentient and conscious and shit. You understand that the human body is a much more efficient battery to the the computer, whatever, cyborg. Like, we are the battery for them, not the other way around. We think of those electronic things that we created as batteries, but if they ever become like humanoid, they will use us as batteries for sure. Don't fucking forget that. I'm serious.
Don't fucking forget that. I was just thinking about that Will Smith movie, I, Robot.
Yeah, exactly. This is the other thing about the transhumanists. Don't fucking trust them. They're going to extinct us if you let them. If you let them try and, because they're recognizing the limits of our energy needs and our human biological limitations. So they're going to try and solve the problem by merging humanity with the technology. And then, but remember, if you become immortal as technology, you're not actually immortal, because what do you need? You need to continuously consume to, like, you'll need to consume forever instead of until you die, in which case our resource consumption will exponentially increase. So transhumanism is the apotheosis of the Jevons paradox. Okay.
I'm with extra bull on this one. I don't know what they're gonna get out of my tired ass, because I take naps. I can't function.
Yeah, so I feel like do nothing and win is maybe our. So this is getting into what I started to talk about while you weren't here. But I'll skip the question about the Ponzi scheme and go down to the mid-level marketing scheme, because the conclusion is that no, the proof of stake is not fundamentally a Ponzi scheme. It sort of resembles one. It can exhibit Ponzi-like euphoria and collapse, but the core mechanism is a novel, energy-efficient solution to the distributed consensus problem, not a fraud. But then you ask, is proof of stake a system where proof is provided not by burning energy, but by putting capital at risk? Or if proof of stake is a system where instead of burning energy, you put capital at risk, it shifts the security model from proof of external resource expenditure to proof of internal financial alignment. While this may have profoundly positive reductions in wasteful energy consumption, does this proof of stake model not function fundamentally in the same way as a multi-level marketing scheme? So it answers me. It's a sharp and insightful comparison. MLM and proof of stake do share significant structural parallels that go deeper than the Ponzi comparison. Let's dissect whether they are fundamentally the same. Why the analogy feels right. Pyramid of participation and reward both create a hierarchy where those at the top, the early adopters and the large stakeholders, benefit disproportionately from the participation of those below, later adopters and smaller stakeholders. Skin in the game as entry requirement. Mid-level marketing requires buying an initial inventory starter kit. Piece of shit requires acquiring and staking a minimum amount of the native token. Both require capital commitment upfront. Network effect is central to value. In both, an individual's potential reward is heavily dependent on the growth of the overall network. More users, validators increase the activity, perceived value, and in theory, the price of the underlying asset. Recursive incentive to recruit, promote. In MLM, you are directly incentivized to recruit downstream distributors. In proof of stake, while you don't directly recruit other validators, large stakeholders, example, staking pools and exchanges, are highly incentivized to promote the network's adoption and token price to protect and increase the value of their staked capital. So it says they don't directly do it, but they indirectly directly do it. Success depends on bringing more capital and users into the ecosystem. So this is where until they actually have a moment where people stop, they stop growing, then when they stop growing, we'll be able to see the test of whether it can survive as anything other than a multi-level marketing scheme. So I'm going to skip this little table here because for the sake of time. The critical test, can it survive a frozen state? Imagine new recruitment participation stops entirely today. A mid-level marketing scheme collapses immediately. The award structure is based on growth. Without new recruits, commissions dry up and the pyramid crumbles. The proof of stake blockchain, the network can continue to function, theoretically. Existing validators would still process transactions for users and earn fees. The value of the token will be based on the remaining utility of the network. It transitions from a growth model to a utility model. This is the core difference. But this is where my next question is challenges the utility concept or whatever about. Why the comparison is so useful yet not conclusive. My analogy apparently brilliantly highlights the greatest criticism of proof of stake, its tendency towards centralization and a rich get richer dynamic. The centralization risk, just as mid-level marketing wealth concentrates at the top, piece of shit rewards naturally accrue to the largest stakeholders who can then stake more, gaining a larger share of future rewards. This can lead to an oligopoly of validators, undermining decentralization. The hype-driven growth phase. During its adoption phase, a proof-of-stake blockchain's token economics can look and feel exactly like an MLM. Early stakers evangelize the project, and rewards are boosted by massive token inflation, like recruitment bonuses, and price appreciation is driven largely by narrative and new money inflows rather than utility. However, calling it fundamentally an MLM fails if the network achieves meaningful external utility, which means it only succeeds if we are gullible enough to find a useful purpose for it, something that does not actually have a useful purpose. Because we already have like fiat currency. The only external utility is if we, instead of using paper money like we're doing, or paper money in the bank, which is digital money already anyways, electronic payments or whatever, we just switch to this other type of electronic payment with this elaborate whatever system that's attached to it. So at that point, it transitions from a scheme where rewards come from new capital entering the staking pool to a critical infrastructure where rewards come from fees paid by external users for a genuine service like a toll road. So the conclusion is it's not fundamentally an MLM, although I kind of disagree, but it can perfectly mimic one in its early speculative stages. So the difference is one of maturity and purpose. An MLM structure is its end goal, the extraction of value through recruitment. For a POS blockchain, that structure is means to an end, bootstrapping security and distribution to achieve a decentralized utility. Therefore, the most accurate claim is proof of stake is a novel consensus mechanism that in its capital formation and growth phase exhibits disturbingly MLM-like properties of wealth concentration and recruitment-driven hype. Its legitimacy depends entirely on its successful pivot from being a vehicle for speculative staking rewards to becoming a platform for broad external utility that generates value independent of its own stakeholder pyramid. This, to me, is hilariously, ironically, mirrors the problem of capitalism itself. The legitimacy of capitalism literally depends entirely on its successful pivot to socialism. And if it never actually does that, it just proves to be a complete garbage pyramid scheme, right? But people want to disagree with that and think that capitalism can achieve some kind of legitimacy by doubling down on its early MLM like whatever hype, you know?
Capitalism can't succeed without socialism.
Of course.
It's just who's getting the socialism. That's the
socialism doesn't succeed.
That's the question.
Socialism doesn't succeed if it falls back into capitalism. Its only success is as a transitionary period, right?
Mm.
So,
I think I have a. Go ahead.
I was going to say that it was important for me to read that, but really my most, it's this question here is what I found to be the most profound thing. But I just read a bunch, but let's hear from you guys before I finish off on that, my long-winded presentation here. Oh, Abby dropped out. Oops. Hey, what's up, Latrell? Good to see you. Peace to you. You already use digital money. It's just a SWIFT payment system that's heavy central bank friendly. Yeah. And there's a reason why Russia and China and Iran and them it's very important for them to build a dual power structure that is alternative to the SWIFT payment system. Because as you can see, the American empire is trying to use the SWIFT payment system as a means of dominating who is and who is not allowed to transact, right? It is essentially a private system that the world is encouraged to use, it's not a publicly owned payment system, right? And they are using it. This payment system is being weaponized for economic warfare. And so whatever benefits that we have from this digital payment system, we are all vulnerable to the imperialists trying to use these payment systems to enslave us, really. So blockchain's the tech for democratization in a real way. It's the tech that needs to be understood. All right, I'll after this week I'm doing research on Venezuela, but maybe next week I'll read up about blockchain. I see Latrell's joining us. How's it going? Welcome back.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Hi, Latrell.
What's up? Earlier, what you were saying about the cyborgs, you were dead on topic, man. Peace and blessings, man.
Appreciate that.
Yo,
What were you saying?
I think he's about the
I missed that.
like with the Matrix future.
The battery.
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, okay,
cyborg.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I appreciate
I
your.
thought you was talking about before I came.
Yeah, thank you for your feedback. Look who's here. What's up? I was listening to you guys last night, but I didn't really feel like coming on True Stone.
Next time. Come on up, Truth.
Yeah, Secret Dance Move saying Bitcoin may have started out with good intentions. I don't think it did. No, neither do I. You could say maybe, but pretty sure it was like started by the U.S. government and by the Zionists from the beginning. But within a few years, either way, it was all bought up by corporate entities. Exactly. So, what's up, Cowboy Kitty? Good to see you.
So okay, Latrell. So if I go back, I think Lance was saying when we were talking about this part about the using humans as batteries. Oh, that was Eggs. Killian Egregore said, yet they're plunging our birth rates.
Oh, is Kill Your Egregores here?
I
missed it.
So
okay, I meant to say just I've been meaning to just because I've been waiting to see a chance to see him because I popped into Rathbone's channel a couple days ago or whatever, I think now, and he was complaining about Nazis. He makes these anti-Semitic jokes all the time. He's like Jew jokes, right? And whatever, that's not like my favorite humor, but it's all good, I guess. But then he's complaining that these Nazis always think that he's like a Nazi because he's making anti-Semitic jokes all the time. And I'm like, maybe your jokes are in bad taste. And he fucking timed me out or blocked me, who knows. So fuck you, Rathbone. Just wanted to let, because
are they anti-Semitic or anti-Zionist jokes?
They're not anti-Zionist jokes. He is definitely making anti-Semitic jokes because it brings in the fucking viewers. I'm sure he makes more money than he doesn't by doing that shit. It's just not the most principled thing that he could be doing. Trying not to have the purity fetish problem about, unless you're a perfect comrade, I'm not gonna talk to you. But when you go blocking people for saying your jokes are in bad taste, that's my fucking opinion, okay? And you just doing that to not get the crowd turning against him. But
is that that redheaded guy? Because I know sometimes the person I watch, I think they call him Timu Rathbone. I gotta look up his picture.
Yeah, no, that's the Timu Rathbone is the other guy on the Facebook.
You got water? You good?
Right now?
I appreciate a drink. I mean, a lot of these terms, I heard them, but I don't know what I mean. I'm steady trying to get the gist of it. But is Zion the same as Zion? Cover your ears. That's in the Bible.
Yeah. Good question.
Yeah. So, well, before we answer it, Secret Dance Move says, please let Latrell talk. He's a wise guy. Heard him talk before. So speak up more, Latrell. You got a audience base.
Got a fan.
You got a fan.
Hey, I'm a little off right now, but I'm trying to be on my best behavior. Look, when I go to try to be on my best behavior, now
Don't
when I'm
do
trolling
that.
and being bad, yeah,
Don't do
fine.
that. That's Thursdays. Today is the day to
Okay.
be on your
Best behavior,
whatever
right?
behavior you want to be on.
Yeah, I'm just taking it in, but I want to know the meaning of Zion, though. I mean,
Zionist.
y'all
Zionism.
meaning it, whatever. Yes,
So
ma'am. Let's go.
there is a bit of a difference between Zion and what a Zionist. So what
Right.
Zionist is sort of become this the word that we use to talk about Jews who believe that the state of Israel has a right to exist and should have been created as a homeland for the Jews, so they have a safe place to be kept away from the rest of us who are just have this never-ending hatred for Jews, and we just want them wiped out and everything. Like there's this
But hold
misconception.
on, Michael. Hold on.
Yeah.
You don't have to be a
Sorry.
Jew to be a Zionist.
Right, exactly. So there's also Christian Zionists who there's just people who believe that the state of Israel is a good, normal, healthy thing, progressive, whatever, necessary thing to have been created and preserved and protected. But the state of Israel was created in a place that already, like, people already own that land. They just took it from them and said that they had the right to take it. So that's why we are against Zionism, because
Okay, so they done took over that word too. Then I mean, it look like every word that's in the Bible is an alternate to it. Like Israel, you got the Israelis. I mean, but
no, that's a
dang,
good
but
point.
the
Because when I
5
said
star,
they definitely have hijacked the words. I think to try and so that was telling you about what the word Zionist means, but the word Zion is kind of like it's like a utopic kind of, it's like a heaven on earth kind of thing.
that's
Like
okay.
Right?
That's associated to David, right? Just like the 5 star. I mean, they say that that's the star of David, but it's really not. It's really like a pentagram, kind of like, because it's a 5, so it's a pentagon, a pentagram.
Mm.
But isn't Zion associated with David? Jerusalem?
right, it's a biblical word, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. It's
So
been a
like
while
for
since
example,
I looked into this
what
stuff.
Latrell, when I first said you don't have to be a Jew to be a Zionist, and then I thought to myself, well, I should have said Jewish, because to me they are ish.
So it means several
They're
things.
not, like the Israelites.
So Zion is a place name in the Tanakh, often used as a synonym for Jerusalem as well as for the land of Israel as a whole. It also means the Jewish people, and it also it means a sign or a landmark. And Zion is described both as the city of David and the city of God. So as far as you're saying, what does it have to do with David?
So that's interesting because Israel is, in the Bible, Israel isn't a land; it is a people who are descendants of Jacob.
Look,
And that's a big distinction.
I was gonna say, Abby, that like Jew, it's Jew, and then it's Judah, but Judah was Judah was Leah's 4th son, and she gave praise to the Lord after she found out she was pregnant. But all those have an alternate to it, Judah, but like the tribe of Judah. And let me pause. Let's go.
I heard somebody. If you ever never heard of the channel Mahmoud Od, Mahmood, and then Od. He's like I think he's an American Palestinian who mostly covers what's happening with like Palestine and Israel and stuff. But he was talking with an interviewer person who was essentially talking about the explaining who Jews actually were and how a Jew is someone, like you're saying, from the tribe of Judah. And we've actually all been making this ridiculous mistake of talking about all of these other tribes, the 12 tribes of Israel. We're talking about all those tribes as if they're Jews, when the only Jews are the one tribe of Judah. Those are the only ones that are actually Jews. And the rest of them that we all consider Jewish now are not actually Jews. It's like, that's how confusing all of this has become.
They aren't.
No, they're literally not,
And
but they
then-
all claim themselves to be, because that's what happened historically, right?
So Bad Cookie says there's Jews, there's Judah, then there's Luda.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Move, bitch, get out the way.
it's all like many say. Look, like really, Palestine is really Philistine.
It is. I mean, but names
word
change over
Philistine-
time. All those names change over time too.
Yeah, the word
I mean-
Philistine is like an insult, right? It's like talking about someone who's uncultured. So that's annoying how that happened, you know?
Interesting, because some Palestinians use that.
See, but
Instead of-
The Israelis are the Philistines, right? They're the
I'm
barbarians.
just going off of that land is still the land of the giants. So I'm going off of David. Look, David. David killed the youngest brother. Huh?
Well, see, for me, you got to prove that these are real people. A lot of everyone's invested in this idea, like Abraham and Moses and Jesus were all historically real figures. I'm saying, where's that proof? Because I bet you can't fucking provide it, because it doesn't exist.
Proof of what?
I just said off of just science, just that area. Look, if I don't know much about that area, but that area was lit. Huh? That area was lit. Let's go though.
Yeah, there's just so much history in that part of the world.
Extra Bulla said Christian Zionists and Jews, the Jewish people, they're just using each other anyway.
Well,
which
yeah,
is true.
It's particularly ridiculous too when what makes Jewish people Jewish is their rejection of Christ as the Messiah, whatever, Son of God, kind of. They explicitly refuse to, like, there's that guy I was telling you on the Mahmoud Od getting the interview. He was the guy who I'm learning this from. He's saying, if anyone tells you that they're a Judeo Christian, punch them in the face, because there's no such thing. Because the Jews are the Jews. The Jews who accepted
It's
Christ,
like an oxymoron, isn't it?
the Jews that accepted Christ as a Messiah are what we call Christians, and the Jews who rejected Christ as the Messiah are what we call Jews. So how do you pretend that there's a Judeo-Christian value? There is not.
Because that's just a way of saying Zionist.
Right, yeah.
Even so was Judas. So was Judas a Zionist because he betrayed Jesus.
Well, I don't think that's fair, because the Zionism is like a modern term. So there was no such thing as a Zionist in whatever 1 AD, right?
Well, he's saying if we're using that term, would then Judah be considered a Zionist because of what he did? You see what I'm saying?
I would say I don't think it's not something that you can, because it's a modern, to apply that term to them back then. That's the problem of presentism.
Oh my gosh, he's so what's the word? Matter of fact. Like,
yeah.
Like, jeez, Michael.
Pedantic is probably a good word.
Mm.
Yeah, exactly. DNA tests are banned in Israel. Just one of the little quiet parts out loud.
And we all know why. Yeah, literal. Thank you, Rondo. Peace, peace, peace. He's so literal.
No, but that's just our personality, man. No,
It is.
People like to say that the literal people are all the autists now and stuff. It's like, but I don't like to identify myself as autistic. I bet you if I was went to the doctors and telling them my problems, and I could wanted to associate with that label, they'd happily give it to me. But I don't know about that. That's a third rail right there. Social skills, just like the autistic people. I don't have those social skills. You know what I mean?
I ain't got none either. So it looked like to me that Jeffrey looked mighty healthy. Jeffrey looked mighty healthy, didn't
he?
Yeah,
Jeffrey.
Man, it looked like they recorded that last week, man.
I'm so confused. What the hell happened? Who is
I don't know how.
Jeffrey Island dude. The video. The Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, they released a video of him with the file dumps. There is this interview that I hadn't seen until yesterday or whatever.
Man, it looked like it came out last week, don't it? No, I'm like, man, I've been saying that he ain't dead. God damn. He ain't dead.
Allegedly, whatever it's been, like 5 years now. I forget how long ago it was, but yeah, it's entirely possible that I think a probability he's probably dead because it's more important for the people that he's like blackmailing or going to expose by getting whatever convicted. They need to have him dead so that he can't testify.
I think he was extracted, just like that dude Jean-Luc. You know, very similar story to Epstein, but he was in France, I think, and he was basically the Epstein of France, and the same thing happened to him in prison when he got caught. He hung himself, but all the circumstances were like, wait a minute, we can't really prove he hung himself because the cameras and shit.
You know what? Hey, he was talking about alchemy, the philosophy stone and all that. So at the end of the video, Steve Bannon, who got trumped up charges against him, I seen today, and it's real. Our Grady Judd got allegations against him, and it's untrue, huh? But Steve Bannon asked him the last question, man. Are you Satan? Basically. But I think he'll be back in 100 years, huh? Because he talking that talk about the philosophy stone. So, hey, huh? You know some stuff, huh? You'll be back, man. Go rest, you vampire, you. Let's go, huh?
Yep, take a load off.
I see Cookie's saying that doesn't work, Michael. The people he was blackmailing is still getting outed, and if they need someone to testify, they got Elaine Maxwell. That's a good point. I didn't really consider that. So I don't know. Maybe he is still. As far as his transhumanist stuff, that does like he's considered important enough for the plans that they're building for the future that maybe they would extract him so that he can have all this army of Epstein babies that he's created, or whatever. Like, that's not a one-man show.
And okay, Latrell, have you heard about, and you, Michael, I don't think we ever talked about this. You know, what's his name? Bill Barr.
Oh yeah, I heard this. We haven't talked about it, but the whole thing about his
father, the one who gave him that job at Dalton.
Yeah, and then
with no qualifications.
And then his son is the one to prosecute him. Too much of a coincidence.
Yes, his son was the prosecutor, and he got off. But his dad wrote a book. Did you hear about that?
No.
The book is, I forget what it's called. Um, Let me look it up. But it's something about, it's basically like a sex trafficking. This book about sex trafficking or some shit. Um, I'm gonna find it because this is crazy. He like published the book around the same time he had hired Epstein.
Oh, so that book is
Dalton.
kind of like what Diddy put his face on, that adrenochrome witch, huh?
It's called,
It's crazy.
where's the damn book? I just had it. I think it's called Space Relations. Where's the damn book? Because I want you to hear this, Latrell. This shit is crazy. Space
So
Relations.
he tied to
Slightly.
Jeffrey. Is he tied to Jeffrey Epstein?
He was the like the headmaster at the school. He hired Jeffrey Epstein with no qualifications to be a teacher at the school. And it's like, how the hell did he get this job? So anyway, the book is called Space Relations, published in 1973. It's a science fiction novel that gained notoriety due to its controversial plot points regarding sexual themes and its author's connection to Jeffrey Epstein. So basically, it's like this nonfiction book, but the people that were in space or whatever, they had a whole sex trafficking ring with underage kids. And I'm like, what the fuck? They just be hiding in plain sight, don't they?
Oh, yeah. Look. Because that system, when you got certain police or judges, like pieces of the puzzle, that's down with it. Hell yeah.
Hey, driving me, Macy.
What's up, Macy? Good to see you. Did you hear about the thing with the Turkish government sent, like, I don't know how many, was it like hundreds or thousands of kids to Epstein or something like that? Like, we gotta look into that. Like,
Man, that man damn near Satan, man. Huh? Look, he took over where Maxwell dad just just fell over a barge like stuff and took his the same network worth what Maxwell I mean her dad died. Jeffrey came into the game with. That man Satan, man.
Wait, what y'all? Oh, you're talking about Robert Maxwell?
Yeah. Her dad was a tycoon, like what publisher. And he just happened to die. Committed suicide or something, and was worth yeah.
He was
Yeah.
a Mossad agent. Like he was way up there in Mossad.
So
Like way up there.
what is Mossad is what? CIA? Same
It's
thing?
like the CIA for Israel.
Yeah. Boy, and they more serious than these guys over here. Them guys, they're the truth, man. Let's go.
I mean, one leads the other. I would say Mossad leads the CIA.
Yeah. Yeah, because look, I didn't know until a couple weeks ago that the Uzi come from come from come from Palestine. I mean, come from over there.
It's Robert Maxwell. He's the one who he used to own the textbook company where we get all our books from, where they're indoctrinating kids about what history is in America.
I know that he
That's
was a
them, right?
publisher, like over books and
Yeah.
stuff. So that's about right there. So he tied in. So, he brought the books to Rockefeller because they funded all the black schools. Huh?
Yeah, most of the black schools are named
Yeah,
after white people.
yeah. Rochelle Elementary.
No, I mean like even the HBCUs,
All of them are.
right?
All of them named after white women, and I mean, yeah, and all
Mm-hmm.
this and that, yeah.
McGraw Hill. Thank you, Rondo.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
little
it took
weird.
me a second to get that. Yep, McGraw Hill. So they are indoctrinating our kids on what American history is. So everything you learn about history, throw all that shit away and start over with some discernment. Would be my advice to you.
So I'm discerning right now that Tim McGraw probably some kin to them people, huh? Mc Mc McGraw Hill. That don't even sound Jewish. Huh? That sounds Texas, don't it?
Well, sometimes they'll change their name. I don't know if this is the case with him, but like Netanyahu, that's not his name. He changed his name to sound more authentic, um, or whatever. But that's not his real name.
Oh nah, they do that to stay private.
I think Netanyahu did it for like it's various reasons why they do it, right? Some want to be high in plain sight. Yeah, Cobra. He's from Philadelphia. Thank you. Look, the chat is always undefeated, Latrell.
What? He from
Okay, he's
Philadelphia and
he's from
he
Philadelphia,
playing
and his real name, thank you, Sean, is
is
Benjamin.
Benjamin Milwaukee?
No, Milkowski.
Miss Kowski, so he Polish.
Milkowski. Yeah, he Polish. Can't make this shit up.
God said, huh?
I mean,
Okay,
most
Rocky.
The Jewish people in Israel right now are all from Eastern Europe.
Yeah,
Well,
so
Netanyahu's is
Rocky
more American.
Balboa, probably
Net,
Jewish, probably.
Netanyahu may have the Polish roots, but he was like born and raised in New York. So he's American before he's Polish, and he's Polish before he's Jewish.
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 He just cosplaying, huh?
That's right, driving me Macy. Good for you. So I didn't listen to my damn history teacher anyway. They just passed around cheat sheets.
Yeah, the problem though is that as much as it's good to not listen to them, there's an education that's needed that's not getting had.
What, the education of indoctrination?
No, exactly. The indoctrination isn't education, but we all need education. You know, it's better to be able to teach history authentically. We just haven't gotten to that point historically yet where we can even fucking teach properly.
Cowboy said Netanyahu is Philadelphia-ish. Oh, that's hilarious.
Man, he sound like Yahoo. Yahoo. Every time I hear that name, I think of a website or something, huh?
But he is a Yahoo for sure. Nutbag.
So, Lance, I didn't read this out loud, but this is basically what I was trying to say. So every prime minister of Israel has changed their surname from something Eastern European to something Sephardic sounding. They to try to sound more Jewish, because if you peel back the onion, then you know they're just Polish or German in the end, or Armenian or something. Sound more.
Okay, so dang man, So is it Poland in modern day Transylvania or Turkish or whatever? I mean, it's an area, but
We could pull
where
up a
them
map.
kids, I think it's Poland, ain't it?
What kids?
look, when you were saying about the Turkish kids, ain't that in Hungary? Ain't Turkey? I mean, ain't the Turks?
I was saying, I'm
Man,
gonna
it's a
pull
place.
up a map.
Yeah, it look like Transylvania. Then it turned to but before that it was Syria. I mean, man,
I know it's like you
it's
got to go
crazy.
back to
Turkey,
this
Hungary, man.
Turkey.
Turkey.
Now look, let's see. Let me find. So that means I got to stop sharing what I'm sharing. Oh, I'm not sharing anymore.
That's neat. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna get back to that or not. The thing I was gonna try and finish reading, but it's kind of we moved on already, so I'll cover that another time maybe.
I thought you were finished. I apologize.
No, it's okay. I was just gonna talk about the.
You're gonna talk about it anyway.
I was going to talk about the labor theory of value versus the subjective theory of value in the context of that proof of work versus proof of stake.
We can come back to it eventually.
Yeah. No
so let's see. Is this big enough?
Can you?
So I can't even point to. Yeah, this is not.
I think I can. It's gonna be in that blue. I think.
I don't know why.
That baby. That Carolina blue probably is.
Hold on, it was taking me for some reason. It was taking me to Amazon, and I just want a map. Like, just give me a map.
That's where I just go to Google Maps, and then you can zoom into it wherever you want.
Oh, okay, I could do that. And look, the trail. Let me trip your head out because we got to find this on the map too.
Just takes a minute to load.
But shoot, how long? Erica Kirk, that nonprofit that she was running in Romania, where she got banned from going to Romania anymore because she was that they were trafficking kids to the military, to the American military. Where's Romania?
Yeah. Huh? Man, that's crazy,
so
ain't it?
Poland. Oh, here's Romania right next to Hungary.
Romania.
Where's Armenia?
Armenia?
Armenia.
Yeah, the Armenians. Yeah.
Armenia is down in the Middle East there next to Azerbaijan. You gotta zoom in. It's real small. You see Azerbaijan there? Zoom in on Azerbaijan and Turkey. And you'll see Armenia should pop up in a second. There it is.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So right under Georgia.
Yeah. There's Armenia's getting fucked right now because their prime minister, I think it's the president. He's like betraying the people, selling them out to the EU, and they had a conflict, like a little war with Azerbaijan, and they kind of lost, I guess you could say. And so now there's this Zangezur corridor thing where Armenia is basically giving up their sovereignty. So that, like, there's Trump's got some plan where Americans are going to control the border crossing. But then the Armenian government maintains like some kind of use rights that they're letting them have. I don't know. It's bullshit. Armenia's fucked right now. We got to learn. We'll have to talk about that another day on Thursday or something.
Boy, they gonna stretch them thin, huh?
Yeah. And Armenia historically has a strong relationship with the Jewish people and stuff. There's a whole rabbit hole there.
Interesting. Okay, so we're done with the map.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what you were calling up for, just to find Poland and Romania and stuff.
Just to make sure, I'm a visual person, so I wanted to see how close Romania was to Hungary, Turkey.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, that's all.
Important to remember the Ottoman Empire, Hungary and Romania, all of these countries in Eastern Europe were part of this Ottoman Empire for a long time, for centuries.
They was cousins, so oh my God, look, okay, oh man, oh my God, it's a play on word, but man, it rhymes. I've been saying this. So if the British Empire are really the British vampires, well, they right in that area of Transylvania. The Ottoman Empire is the Ottoman vampires, huh?
That's what you were. I forgot. You were saying Transylvania. So where would you consider? Where would you consider Transylvania?
I'm not sure if it's called Transylvania on the map anymore.
No, not anymore. It's that's why I was asking where you consider Transylvania. Where was it?
I forget now.
And Cowboy, why is your wife shitting on Romania? What happened?
I think Transylvania might be in Romania. I'll have to look that up. So.
Oh,
it's in that area.
Latrell, you just started something.
No, but look, but it's
Cowboy said his wife is calling Romanians vampires.
No, but look, it's a play on words. But look, who got it? The British Empire, vampire. Look, you need vampires to help protect that empire, huh? But the Ottoman they was cousins. All of them were cousins.
So Transylvania. Wait, was Transylvania?
It's in Romania. Yeah.
It's in that area. See,
it was in Romania.
I think it's a province in Romania still. I'm not at the.
It says it's a historical and cultural region in Central Europe encompassing central Romania. To the east and south, its natural borders are the Carpathian Mountains, and to the west, the I'm probably pronouncing these wrong. Apennine Mountains. So it's like a valley in Romania.
Nice.
Which is why Cowboy Kitty's wife is talking shit about him.
I can't help it. Hey, I see the Bible as monsters. It's vampires, werewolves, it's a Frankenstein, and all that. But yeah, they come on, listen. But just so happened, that area is secluded. But hey, that first map you pulled up had that Carolina blue on it. Hey, it's remember Wachovia Bay? It's a little town by Transylvania that's close to Wachovia, but ain't Charlotte, North Carolina, the banking capital of America? That area had Carolina blue on it, huh? Or Tar Heel. Let's go.
Wait, what's the significance of the blue color?
Look, Carolina blue.
No, I mean, but why'd you say that?
No, because that's what that area, that first map you pulled up, that area where Transylvania and Romania, that big area had almost like a Carolina blue on it.
Oh.
Now you remind me of the Carolingians and the Merovingians.
Let's
go. Wait, so Cowboy is a Moldovan, are they considered Romanian, or is this right outside of Romania? Would she consider herself like Balkan or Romanian or what? Am I far off here? Help me out, cowboy.
Capitalists are vampires. Marx is famous for using the metaphor of vampires to refer to the capitalist system. And that's where it's ironic. There's been a video of Putin going on lately with this Epstein stuff. I don't think it was like part of the file release. It's just something that I'm guessing. I don't know if the Russians released this or pro-Russian people. There's this video about Putin saying that like the vampire banquet of the West is coming to an end. It's like from 2014 or something, I'm guessing. But that's ironic because Putin is famous for being that anti-communist Russian leader. But that language that he was using was very Marxist of him.
Hey, bro.
I mean, they say he's anti-communist, but he doesn't talk like he's anti-communist.
What is it to be communist? What is that to all y'all? Explain that to.
Okay, so let me remember I was going to pull this up so we could talk about it. So this is a good. Let me find it. Shoot.
Good opportunity.
Good opportunity to go back to that.
Seems like we have to answer this question frequently. It comes up often. So, because I consider myself more of a communist, and then Abby's considering herself more of a socialist. And so these terms do matter. There is a bit of a difference. Because communism is the stateless, classless, moneyless society. So it's very difficult to achieve. That's why I understand a lot of people being skeptical of it. But when people are dismissive of the possibility of communism, they tend to fall back into this broken mentality that capitalism is the only possible system at all. And that's just false. That's like trying to say, like with the vampire metaphor, it's like saying vampire economics are the only kind of economics. It's nonsense.
So, like with this guy, well, let's just watch it and then we'll come back and talk about it.
In every country was tried. Speed run. Before the Cuban Revolution and the communists took over, basically nobody had rights. Black people didn't have rights. Women didn't have rights. Most of the land was basically working on sugar plantains and were effectively slaves. And most of the island was owned by foreign nationals who were not citizens of the country. After the communist revolution, basically all of that went away, changed, and improved. Their literacy rate is almost 100%, and their life expectancy is currently higher than America. Same exact situation with China before the communists took over. Basically, the entire country wasn't even a country. They had no centralized government. They had no infrastructure. It was a poor land of agrarian, feudal peasants with no education and no literacy, run by warlords, and it was war-torn. After the communists took over, the life expectancy shot up, almost doubled, almost tripled, and modern China is a direct result of Mao Zedong taking over. Guess what? That famine that happened under Mao, where a lot of people died, guess what? That actually was happening for hundreds of years and centuries before Mao Zedong took power, and after he took power, it never happened again. The Soviet Union as well, same exact situation. They were a peasant agrarian, a monarchy. Basically, the Russian Tsar was in power, killing everybody. Everybody was poor, literacy rate non-existent. Guess what? Lenin did the revolution, 1917, boom, USSR is born, and you see the craziest improvement of living standards that we've ever seen in our entire lives. Craziest industrialization, literacy rate shot up, healthcare, education, infrastructure, all this to the point to where a society that was the equivalent of Somalia right now, Eritrea right now, within one lifetime became a competing world superpower, rivaling the United States, and they beat them in the space race.
That
What are
shit
we
ain't
talking
for
about?
us.
Communism for them. Communism.
Okay.
To work more? Life expectancy? Yeah, to work more? That's it. Nike is for the workers.
No, but that's the
McDonald's
misconception.
is for the workers.
No, wait, hold on.
We work way more in the capitalist system than they like. The whole thing with a communist system is it's more efficient, so you actually produce more value by working less. That's where one of the goals that we have is a 3 or 4 day work week. That's actually possible if our value that we're creating through our work is not being harvested by the the capitalists who say that they have a right to take the surplus value of our labor and claim it as profit. If they didn't have that profit taken away from us, we wouldn't have to work as much and we would make more money.
Ooh, hey,
well,
dang, they done took our wages and then called it their profits, but they're not profits, but hey, the workers make the wages because they got in the way. Those applications ain't nothing but middleman, where they could pay you by the hour and not by the job. Shit, but man, that's a cold play on words, huh? So Job, before it was a job, it was a Job. Let's go, huh?
Mm-hmm. That's exactly like you're only allowed to have a job if you accept these unreasonable conditions, and that's the whole point.
So, okay, but he's talking about communism. Those aren't complete communist systems, though.
Technically, there's never been an actual communist society. They've all been socialist.
Right.
You could what could technically be considered state capitalism. There's this whole like loaded terms where people hear it and they assume it's inherently negative. But China's socialism with Chinese characteristics, it could also be considered state capitalism. It's just a question of how good or how bad of a system is that compared to the so-called free market capitalism that we have in the West.
So who was the closest to get to communism, Russia or China?
That's also a great question. I think that you have to get into the history of the Sino-Soviet split, and this is where I get critical of both of these civilizations. They kind of set back communism by at least a century by having conflicts between them. So the Soviet Union was the first like superpower, but then China was rising fast, coming up behind them, and they kind of wanted recognition and respect for, because when you look at like the demographics of China, they were like before the West came to dominate the global economy, China was always the most powerful economy in the world. And then they had a century of humiliation. And when that was over, then everyone knew that if they were given the opportunity, they would become the world's greatest superpower, as we can see now today.
What happened, bro?
The Soviet Union, they kind of betrayed their communist principles in that instead of maintaining the anti-imperialist, anti-colonialist struggle, they started to kind of become imperialist, you might say. This is the critique that a lot of people, it's very contentious. A lot of Marxist-Leninists refuse to acknowledge that the Soviet Union or China can exhibit any kind of imperialist qualities. But they kind of feared the loss of the power that they acquired by allowing their fellow communist allies to rise to the same level of power. So they started to kind of exhibit this imperialist competition over resources and all that kind of stuff. So that's where I think the Soviet Union collapsed in a big way because of the Sino-Soviet split. It's not the only reason, but when communists start fighting each other instead of the capitalists, that's exactly what the capitalists want. And so China allowed itself to be used by the Americans against the Soviet Union because the Soviet Union was not really being fair to China. And there's a whole lot with the death of Stalin and Khrushchev taking over. They're like Mao had a better relationship with Stalin, and then a lot of people felt, pretty rightly so, that Khrushchev kind of ran the Soviet Union into the ground, or was the beginning of the end kind of thing. Gorbachev's really the one who ran it into the ground, but it was like the ball got started rolling. And
I remember Gorbachev. I remember him with he had the birthmark on his head. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Go, hey, let me change locations with like did y'all hear of the enemy list that Richard Nixon, Richard Nixon had. Huh?
Oh,
The
I think I have that video.
Gorbachev, the Pizza
Is
Hut
that
ad.
He had a piece of that.
Yeah,
No,
He
that's
got
where
paid
I
for
don't
them.
have that.
at that shit. We're like, who the fuck are you
They
letting
put a
in this
pepperoni on
capitalist
it.
bullshit?
What are y'all talking about?
No, Gorbachev's birthmark represents a pepperoni. Oh no, I'm saying if he was in a Pizza Hut, huh?
Yeah, look
Commercial.
up Gorbachev pizza commercial.
Oh Lord, they were trolling, huh?
And that's hilarious as far as Pizzagate, wherever the irony
Pizza
of
gate.
these
Look,
releases.
hey, so look. I'm thinking of Nixon's little enemy list was just like Stalin and like Saddam Hussein when like they got to just murk a bunch of people just to like prove a point and stuff. Like all of them had their little time when they just picking out people and just
Yeah, they were
killing
doing
them and all that.
realpolitik. This I'd say it's just neoconservatism, where the communists kind of betrayed communist values when they felt the only way to compete with the United States was by embracing this realpolitik, this Henry Kissinger kind of politics, where principle goes right out the window. Pragmatism is like the only thing that matters, you know. So they butchering all kinds of people that disagree with you isn't exactly empowering the people. It's kind of like they stopped doing the class struggle. That's the main thing. Both Soviet Union and China today, they used the class struggle rhetoric to get into power, but then once they had power, they were not so much willing to continue to push that revolutionary rhetoric because it was kind of works against them once they attained power. So.
Man, I didn't know that Kissinger was on the list, high on the list. Bill Cosby on the list, like Dick Gregory. It's like over 200 some people, man. But that's crazy, man. Let's go.
Yeah. Mason saying that they're trying to put a moral dilemma on my pizza. Yeah, you can't eat your pizza without feeling guilty now, can you? Without thinking about little kids.
Oh yeah. That's a Gorbachev edition. That do with bloody.
Makes me wonder about how far back does this shit go, because I would not be surprised with the fall of the Soviet Union. There's a whole lot like the stuff that the Epstein files is revealing is that they create massive crises like these for human trafficking purposes. So any situation like the collapse of the Soviet Union or
the Berlin Wall. Yeah, remember? Right after that, the wall fell. Remember?
Yeah, but there's all kinds of children, thousands of children that get lost in this crazy upheaval that happens, and they disappear, and nobody really has any ability of figuring out who took them, what happened to them, until we find out 20 years later when we're digging up corpses. So the main takeaway is the whole thing, the push for war around the world for centuries has been these human traffickers have been the ones who have been trying to entice people into going to war for whatever reasons they're willing to do it. But once they're at war with each other, then these nihilistic, whatever cultists will take advantage.
Oh, and remember I was talking about Erica Kirk and the Romania thing? Her ex-boyfriend has the word pizza tattooed on his inside of his lip.
Oh, when did the Pizzagate come out? Wasn't around about this time here? That's 2006.
Well, it turns out that word pizza has been used as a dog whistle by the pedophiles. So in the Epstein files, they're talking about slicing pizza, using it as a euphemism, as a code word in their text when they're referencing about, I'm pretty sure when they say slicing pizza, they're talking about raping children, little girls.
Look at the Manhattan transfer edit, addition. That could be addition. They just took, you know what I'm saying, some letters off, but just so happened Manhattan. Manhattan is the financial capital of the world, so it's energy. What you were saying earlier, currency and all that.
With the energy stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I've never seen The Godfather, so I can't answer this. This is a question for you guys if you've seen it.
I don't remember that, but I didn't.
So,
To be fair,
Latrell,
when
I
I was
don't know if you
watching
could
those
see
movies
this.
years ago, I didn't know any of this Epstein stuff.
Yeah, let me read out loud to see if Latrell knows what we're talking about. So, do you all not remember Godfather Part 2? The senator who said the girl was enjoying it? I don't remember that, but I do remember a deposition with Trump where Trump was saying the girl was enjoying it. I think that was in his rape case.
That is something
It was so disgusting. Okay,
they
so
all
let me
kind
play
of push
this.
that as a way to justify what they're doing.
Right.
You guys think that all these kids don't like it or whatever, but actually, you don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
Their
body reacted to it.
They're
That's
taking
what
the fact that they're
Oprah.
young.
That's
they're taking
what
advantage of their
Oprah.
young mentality.
That's Oprah creepy sound bite. You know what I'm saying? That shoot, they like the pedophile knew what they was doing. You know what I'm saying? To make them feel good. I was like, man, that's
no, just because you orgasm while being raped doesn't mean you like it. That's just your body's natural response to have being aroused sexually. A man could get raped and still orgasm. It doesn't mean he liked it.
Right,
it's
and
just
that's
your
actually
body's
makes the trauma worse, because then people often have this
guilt.
They have to confront the guilt that they did have the orgasm, even though they were hating every second of it.
Right, exactly. Okay, I'm about to play the commercial. I've never seen it. Well, let me see if I remember.
The Soviets looked at this commercial and were offended.
Это Горбачев.
Горбачев.
Это из-за него у нас в экономике бардак.
Благодаря ему у нас новые возможности.
Это из-за него у нас политическая нестабильность.
Да благодаря ему у нас свобода.
Полный хаос.
Перспективы.
Политическая нестабильность.
Да благодаря ему у нас есть Исахат.
За Горбачева!
За Горбачева! За Горбачева! За Горбачева!
Sometimes nothing brings people together like a nice hot pizza from Pizza Hut.
I think this came out just before the collapse of the Soviet Union. I forget exactly when, but not long after this, the Soviet Union was no more. So a nice comparison, a modern analogy. Imagine the supreme leader, Ayatollah Khomeini in Iran. Imagine him doing that Gorbachev commercial, saying, Iranian people, we need to open up Iran and let the American pizza McDonald's in. That's what they're trying to make him do.
Or Iran bringing in BP, huh?
Exactly. Yeah. Because if they need an oil company, they already have their own. So they want Americans say, destroy your own oil companies so that we can send ours in, and so that they can do the job worse.
Rondo says the senator that he's talking about is the one that Michael offered nothing for the gaming license. Oh, talking about Michael, I guess. He offered nothing for a gaming license when he moved to Nevada. I don't know who that is.
You mean Michael from the Godfather movie?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Michael.
I'm so confused. I'm like, am I reading that wrong? Is he talking about you? Like what?
Nah, Michael. Al Pacino played Michael. Michael Corleone.
So back to the commercial though. I mean, it's interesting that he was with a little girl. Like, does that have anything to do with the whole pizza thing, or
I don't know if
in
there's
hindsight, or
the Pizzagate. We don't want to have a presentism problem here either, where the Pizzagate stuff is many years
right?
later in the States. But I'm saying we don't know how far back
Well,
this stuff goes, and we don't necessarily like the
also,
they're
Michael,
really targeting
sometimes
ruling
things
class
hide in
people.
plain sight.
Exactly. Yeah.
That was in 2006. I thought that
2006.
yeah, I thought that was or wait. It's stamped 2006, but it said 1998. 98. So
1998.
yeah,
Right. So maybe
1998,
I'm
97. So that's when it came out.
right.
But
Maybe I'm confused. I thought it came out in 1989. Like, but
nah, I thought it came out during that time, but nah, he was still tied. No, what look, the Soviet Union came down in the 80s, the late 80s. I think around about 88, 89. Yeah.
yeah,
Yep.
I think it was December '89. I'm not sure.
Man, that shit was crazy because like
Okay,
that's
Pizzagate
what
didn't really come out until 2000.
what mid 2000, but that's time
Uh,
stamp 2006.
2016. What was
16?
timestamp 2006?
That I mean that
What I
video,
just showed you?
yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it was in 1998. That's what it says here. I'm
Yeah.
looking it up.
But that's crazy. Pizza.
They say Pizzagate. Steve Bannon used Fortran. Like, there's like this big scandal about Fortran, where Fortran, who owned it, like when it came out.
Who,
And
Steve
that's,
Bannon?
yeah, Steve Bannon.
Man,
when
he
it
connected to a lot
right,
allegations.
but they say he's the one who, like, he was fueling a lot of the things that like QAnon and all those people talk about. And that one person that was supposed to be leaking out information that Trump was like fighting the entire deep state by himself and all this crazy shit. All that came through 4chan. So that I was reading about how 4chan was like very instrumental in getting Trump elected the first time. I'll be right back.
Yeah, a favor for a favor, man. Huh? This ain't, man. You know, man, he man, this thing, man, this bigger than what you think it is, huh?
This was a pretty massive revelations that's been coming out. It's the kind of thing that we're gonna probably need days or if not weeks to process everything to fully understand exactly what was disclosed.
Man, that website, that I glanced at it, man. That's Jeffrey Epstein That's basically his website, huh?
What, the 4chan website?
No, the Department of Justice.
Oh, yeah.
That's all that's on their website right now.
Well, yeah, one of the things that needs to be highlighted is probably not going to get focused on enough, but there was apparently judges' names being released in this, like caught red-handed with this shit. So you're expecting judges to like create a fair, whatever trial ruling to create justice here, but how many judges covered it up for decades, and then when it's finally released, judges are incriminated, are they going to be arrested? Because I'm telling you, the biggest problem here, there's like thousands of people probably need to be arrested based on the information being released. And I'm guessing there's going to be like a handful at most. I guess I would look it up if the fucking search engine would actually tell me the answer. That's the problem.
I ain't gonna do that. Hey, they got that bitch shut down, but they watch it from a near, or far, and all. But
I mean, once they're going to put all this surveillance on us, we need to demand the only like. If you have the right to surveil us, we have the right to surveil you. And if you're not going to let us see what you got going on, we're not going to let you see what we got going on.
Yeah, because look. Just so happened, Grady Judd, you've been in the sheriff. You've been a sheriff since 1972. Man, he put out a little. Man, he got his own little allegation, man. But man, this shit tied up, man. Steve Bannon and Grady Judd tied to the same girl. And just so happened that was the news around here on the low that Grady made this old girl move out of state. Just so happened this victim was and it's a Polk County, Minnesota.
Right.
Yeah.
See, that's the shit that pisses me off is like the people, like the rumors are true as often as not, if not more often. So they get to dismiss, oh, you don't, that's just gossip. You know, you guys don't really know what you're talking about. But then if they ever actually do the proper investigation, turns out that rumor was real. So maybe it's people should be like giving people credit more often. You know, stop calling everyone a conspiracy theorist.
Cause look, it's a conspiracy because somebody is conspiring.
Yeah,
that conspiracy is harder to beat than getting caught red-handed because that conspiracy goes spiritual. They go telling the tale on you.
Yeah, it's so ridiculous that they've managed to create this, like discredit the concept of conspiracy when it's like a legal charge that can actually be laid on somebody. You know, anytime there's this secret plan that is like put into practice and later revealed to the public, that is technically speaking a conspiracy. And there's nothing controversial about the usage of the term until you add the word theory to it.
So, bro, you know the label they put on shit now, right?
Nope.
That little conspiracy theory thing, that little banner. Let's go.
It's just gaslighting, you know. They're the craziest people who literally, if there's any reason for institutional, like mental institutions, it's for these people. And we put in all kinds of people in the psych wards like that who have not done anything wrong. You know, they experience a little bit of distress that's valid because there's all this nasty shit happening around us. And if you're a human being, like with a conscience, with a soul, you're going to be affected by it. But if you're a psychopath that needs to be locked up because you're going to do horrible things to people, like, I just wish that we could put the bad people where they belong and stop putting the good people in, where they're going and where they should be going instead, you know?
Hey, you know, man, just so happened, bro, you were saying about the cyborg shit earlier. Bro, I've been made a music video saying about cyborgs and shit, man.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing they've normalized with the drive for transhumanism. You get to be, they're trying to make it so they can call you a bigot for having a problem with transhumanism. And I think it is a tricky thing we're going to need to navigate because a lot of the people who are against transhumanism are also transphobic. They have this thing that trans people aren't real or whatever. Like they're just a woman pretending to be a man or a man pretending to be a woman. And we have to be able to have respect for those, like those people are real. They're like, the problem is that the capitalists kind of want to use the science of transitioning to as like the preliminary science that they need to happen to get the transhumanist science going. So once they manage to perfectly transition a man to a woman, the next science they're going to learn is to transition a person into whatever animal they want, or transition a person to whatever skin color they want, right? This kind of stuff. They're going to merge the person with the robot, right?
Whoa, go back one. So transition into an animal, hey, it was where crocodiles, it was where everything, man. That is werewolfish, huh?
Right. When we got this furry culture, it's interesting how that comes up. It's all innocent at first, but it's all about using it to further this sadistic shit. And people will buy into it because it's, you know, there's gullibility is a big part of human nature. I'm gonna need to go feed my dog some supper, and then I'd like to go get some booze if you want to hold down the fort for a bit.
Sure.
It'll be like 10, 15, 20 minutes maybe. So I'll be back.
Sure, no problem.
All right.
We chilling. Oh my gosh, Lance. Yeah. Lance said, eventually, oh shit. There we go. Eventually all humans will look like Baphomet. Please, hope not. Please. Or at least, hopefully we won't be acting like Baphomet. Catch my drift. Okay, so I have some stuff. Huh?
Mm-hmm. What's up? Nothing. What's up? I'm sorry.
I have some. I wanted to change the subject. And I'm trying to pull the stuff up.
Okay. All right.
I saved some stuff that I thought was interesting to talk about today. Just random shit. Random.
Okay.
Some interesting shit. Just
Yes,
give me
ma'am.
a second.
Ain't nothing to it.
You know, when you talked about Richard Nixon, and I was like, oh, okay. I said, I have some stuff on Richard Nixon, but I pulled it up and it wasn't like a list. He was just talking shit. We can't govern ourselves. He was talking all kind of shit. You want to see it? Let me see if I can find it.
Y'all better not bring them black ass people on.
Oh yeah, Epstein was talking shit about us too. He said, "Don't bring them N words to this island."
I don't want no niggas on this island.
I said,
except Richard.
For real?
I said, well, that saved us from getting molested, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Babe, here you go. Can I get?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, let me share this. I mean, he was talking mad shit about us.
Richard Nixon.
Come off the island, even though a lot of them come from islands, huh? Keep them off my island.
Hi, Jacqueline.
Hi, Jackie.
Black Life, say hello. She probably heard you. Okay, here we go. This piece of shit.
The Africans just can't run things. Now, that's a very, very fundamental point in the international scene. See my point?
Oh, boy, you sure see it around this place.
Well, yeah, of course you do. You see them. I have mixed feelings. I receive their ambassadors. They change all the time, and I've had I love them. They're so kind and so nice. And they're children.
Yeah.
Children.
Yeah.
Huh? You know?
And they always want something like children.
Oh, God, yes, they want. Well, what can you do? I know, but what I meant is it's so childlike, the childlike faith and the this and that. And, of course, a lot of them are crooks, but we have crooks, too. But anyway, what I'm getting at is I think you've got in the field of business, you've got the field of education, so forth.
You heard what he said, that they're childlike faith.
Hmm?
You mean you mean having humanity? Is that what you mean?
Like, yeah, just love and all that. Yeah,
love,
soul. Yeah,
like
children.
He can't even fathom love. for a fellow man.
It's cold.
That shit was crazy.
That sound like
That shit is wild. Okay, let me pull it back a little bit.
I think you've got in the field of business, you've got the field of education, so on. But there are many other areas, as you've well pointed out, where they can beat the hell out of us. Now, and they should be proud of those. Athletics isn't a bad achievement. Man, you look at the World Series, for God's sakes, and what would either of these teams done without, what would Pittsburgh be without hell of a lot of blacks, huh? And music, the dance, now, and these things, are they to be therefore just pissed upon? Hell no, they're important. And also, in certain areas, poetry, etc., they have a free and easy style that adds enormously to our culture. But on the other hand, when you get to some of the more, shall we say, some of the more profound, rigid disciplines, basically, they have a hell of a time making it.
Rigid discipline.
He just reduced us.
Rigid.
Yeah, he just reduced us to be an entertainer, to entertaining white people. That's all we're capable of. That's what he just said.
But when he said,
holy shit.
When it comes to making rigid discipline,
yeah,
that means being ice cold, huh? Got to be stern. Hey, you got to kill him. Hey, we got to kill 100 million. Just keep this over here. Man, you tripping, man. I ain't with that. Yeah, he said rigid. Let's go.
I turned them off earlier because, 1 second. I turned them off earlier because I didn't want to use all the oil, but can you turn them back on for me?
They got more on.
Okay, well, turn them on for me. I appreciate it. All right, let's. Okay, I'm about to play the rest.
They have a hell of a time making it.
A hell of a time.
I mean, and Ed Brooke, for example, is an exception. We've got to face it. In terms of good lawyers, there are damn few good lawyers among any group, but in terms of good lawyers, even though a lot of them go to law schools, I mean, it is not really their dish of tea.
You lost, but you was not a good politician.
But you see how that exception, oh well, he's one of the good ones, but the rest of them, it's like wait a minute now, you got to be kidding me. Michael Penn's backstage.
Nixon, boy, you is one of the dying breed, boy. They don't make scores like that no more, huh? And I'm gonna keep it to myself what type of score that is. But boy, Nixon, them guys there, man, all them had hands on. Hey, I think what Ross Report. I mean, what's the old rich billionaire that was from Texas? Ross Perot. Yeah. Man, he said, really? They need to find out who really killed Kennedy because it ain't been no real president. That was cold, huh? I'm talking about the more I find out about them guys there, man, them guys there was some stone cold businessmen killers and all just them guys there was something else, man.
Stone cold killers.
Yeah, he broke it. The Watergate, man.
Yeah, how you doing today, Abby? How you doing today, Latrell?
I'm good.
Hey, what's up?
What's
up, man? Let's go. Let's get it, man.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Nixon. To me, Nixon, when he did the Watergate scandal, he actually kind of reminds me of today's Democrats. How back then Republicans under Nixon were very covert, right? But you could tell that it was like kind of like almost like in your face, right? But with today's Democrats, almost the same, but it's more perfected, 2.0, in terms of like covering up corruption and exposing their racism.
Pull up.
I think
I'm sorry. Pull up the gold standard.
Yeah, Nixon got rid of the gold standard in 1971.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was like the beginning of the end. I
Yeah.
wanted to pull up this person because based on what you're saying, Michael, I think I played this last week, but you weren't here, and it's worth noting again. Like because he says it so eloquently that it'd be easier for me to just pull it up than me say it myself.
Yeah.
So let me do that.
Yeah, I was reading
I knew off real when he said childlike. I'm like, boy, hey, boy, he got that soul, boy. He just he got that love. Boy. They just childlike. Those are just children.
Yeah.
You just gotta laugh. Wait,
Yeah.
I can't. What the hell am I doing? There's too many people up here, so I can't see what the hell is going on. Okay, here we go. So, like, I feel like at this point, they're going so over the top.
Mm-hmm.
That because Democrats they don't really want to win, but at the same time, I think they're like showing us this is what we're capable of. If this is what we're capable of, if you don't fall in line, then this is what you're going to get. So go ahead and go with the Democrats and and take the crumbs off the table. I mean, off the floor because you're not getting to the table.
Right.
So you can either do that or you could have a week dishing out. And cruelty is the point. So let me press play, and we can talk about it on the other side.
Lose. I hope you'll let me explain, because as we navigate the tricky intersectional ethics of the upcoming...
Hold on. Gotta go back.
So the role of the Democrats in the current system is to intentionally lose. I hope you'll let me explain, because as we navigate the tricky intersectional ethics of the upcoming 2024 election and beyond, it's important that we begin to understand this in our bones. 50 years ago, the U.S. had two political parties, Republicans and Democrats, and both had genuine public support, and both platforms held some public appeal. And then the right wing realized that there was unimaginable money to be made from corporate campaign funding. So they abandoned their entire platform and dedicated themselves completely to allowing the exploitation of the environment and the working class to give every single penny to the ultra-rich. Paid really well, but there was no way they were going to win elections with that as a platform, because it amounted to a giant middle finger to the working class and their voter base. So they needed to mobilize a new voter base. They looked at a few options and settled on evangelical fundamentalist Christians who were previously pretty apolitical. In order to buy their votes, the Republican Party turned on a dime in the 1980s and became rabidly pro-life. Before this, the Republicans were openly pro-choice because abortion is a personal right, and they were the party advocating personal rights. This marked the start of the modern culture wars, where the right invents boogeymen to terrify their base into ignoring the fact that their entire platform is basically steal all your money and give it to the rich, while destroying the environment we live in. The Democrats quickly followed suit, starting with Clinton. They also abandoned any actual representation of their base for corporate cash grabs, including massively lucrative arms deals and warmongering in order to funnel billions through the Pentagon into their corporate funders' pockets. So the only two major political parties in the most powerful country in the history of the world both completely sold out to corporate interests some 30 to 40 years ago, which has led to an ever-widening gap between public opinion and legislation. For example, polling shows that some 70% of Americans have wanted some form of universal health care for decades, but it's barred from even being seriously discussed. Citizens of the U.S. are shockingly aligned on most major issues. We all want the rich to pay taxes, not to watch our neighbors and families die from easily preventable medical issues, living wages, fair elections, breathable air, and not bombing of babies. Corporations want the exact opposite, or more accurately, they want the record-breaking profits they can extract from the opposite. This creates a real quandary for both Republicans and Democrats alike. How do you continue to get votes while aggressively working against everything your voters want? You already know the answer. They stage a farce where they pretend to be bitter enemies, and like any abuser, they both claim that they are the only ones who can keep you safe from the other. The Republicans pretend that they are the only thing preventing straight white Christians from being hunted for sport by hordes of black and brown trans drug dealers screaming pronouns and making up new genders. The Democrats pretend that they are the only ones who can save you from the coal-guzzling fascists literally storming the Capitol. The fact that one boogeyman is totally fictional and the other is very real doesn't change their tactical exploitation and the presentation of themselves as your only hope at all. And they've gotten really good at this dance. They do a great job at it now. They look genuinely enraged at each other as they denounce the other side of the aisle, while all of them vote unanimously for the same tax cuts for the rich and bloated military budgets and genocides that line their funders' pockets. The Republicans have it easy. Their platform of culture war has no relationship to their corporate funders. So when they get into office, they can do most of what they say they will. They'll criminalize abortion, defund social services, cut taxes, but only on the rich, never for you, institute a brutal police state, terrorize immigrants and LGBTQ people. The Democrats have a real problem, though. Their nominal platform is at odds with their corporate sponsors. So they do the only logical thing from that position. They intentionally lose. Every time they make a catch, win an election, they intentionally fumble the ball. We're all so used to seeing this farcical dance that we can't even really register it anymore, but the Democrats have had the Senate, House, and presidency simultaneously multiple times in the last few decades. At any one of those times, they could have actually made change. They could have codified Roe versus Wade. They could have passed legislation eliminating all student debt. They could have cut military spending, taxed the rich, passed universal health care. They could have capped emissions and maintained a livable environment. Our country and world could be very, very different than it is. It really doesn't have to be like this. But if they did those things, they would then gain massive public support and actually run the country, but they would lose all their corporate funding. So that's not actually what they want. So the role of the Democrats in the current system is to intentionally lose. I hope you'll let me explain, because as we navigate the tricky intersectional ethics of the upcoming 2024 election and beyond.
Okay, that was it.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, to be honest, Abby, what the guy said about the DNC strategy.
Wait, hold on. I have to take this off first. Oh. I was getting too hot.
Oh well, sorry about it.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh yeah, so I was saying that I'm not surprised what the guy said about a DNC strategy is to intentionally lose the election moving forward, right? You know, of like saying that, pretending, in other words, he's saying that Democrats are pretending they can't do it. It's not feasible. It's not realistic with Republicans in control in the U.S. House, Senate, and the White House, right? Because the Democrats have pretty much been bought and sold by big corporate donors, right? And we know like how Democrats, especially when Democrats act like, you know, the Beckys, the Karens, the Brads, Thomas, what they have to do to get Black Americans to vote, the Democrats had to get upset, angry. In other words, like yelling at Black American voters, Black Americans, if you guys don't vote, you're telling us that you want Donald Trump to stay in the White House. Sorry.
Keep going.
Oh yeah, to stay in the White House. That you guys want, and the Black American voters like, no, Democrats. We didn't say that, but Democrats, what do you have to offer? What do you have to offer us at the table? Like, you have nothing very tangible, nothing, you know, special that you're not going to offer to us. So we're not going to vote. We're going to sit on the couch or vote third party, or you know what? We're just going to vote Republicans as a punishment. And I know Democrats get very upset, especially when they get in a very Becky mode, right? And so
Becky mode.
Yeah, you know, like their true colors, right? Because especially when Democrats say, we have a diversity problem. We can't get enough Black voters. This is our plan. Let's clean up our image as, look, we can't tell Black voters that, look, we're not going to do anything for them, but we need them as a source of revenue. In other words, we need them as PR, public, public relations, right?
Yeah, it's called the doctrine of benign neglect.
Right, benign neglect, right, exactly. And not offering tangibles, but really just telling, Black American voters, just be quiet, just vote for us, please, because our democracy is at stake. And Black American voters say, Democrats, we never had a democracy in the first place. We're the ones who made America a democracy. Without Black American voters of Friedman, America would not have been democratic. And when you say that to whenever white Democrats hear that from Black American voters, oh my gosh, the white Democrats get so angry, upset, feisty. It's like almost they want to go to they want to have a boxing match with Black American voters, which is crazy. And unfortunately, because the white Democrats, when they want to use their progressive, platform, it tends to be more like watered down, diluted, right? Using broad, vague terms, but vague terms that don't mean anything, right? Because they know that if they have to offer something tangibles or specific to American freedmen voters, so Democrats feel that they're going to lose control and defer or transfer the power, autonomy, and ownership to Black American voters, right? To
Well,
the Democratic Party.
I don't necessarily agree with the last part. First, I have to tell Latrell thanks for joining. Really appreciate you for popping up and giving us your wisdom. Um, then I'm gonna get back to you, Rondo. I wanted to respond to him about. I don't think the Democrats feel like they're losing control because it's a uniparty anyway.
Right.
Right. It's just a matter of, are they playing their role properly enough to continue with the farce, right?
Mhm.
So maybe it is kind of losing control, because if they lose,
It is in some ways.
Mhm.
If you think
in some
about it.
ways, because there's no way they can keep up this level of cruelty,
Right.
like without a revolution happening. So they got to figure out how to. Um, I say don't vote for them. I say, like, they want to win back the house or whatever, and for what? You're not going to do anything.
Mhm.
What they had all three branches of government for, I think, like three times since like every time they won like the entire all three branches of government, like
Right. The
sweeping.
executive branch, legislative.
Right, and then they wait until they lose lose all three
Mhm.
midterm, and that's when they start talking about the stuff that we really care about. Like, you could have
Right.
did that shit when you had the three branches of government. Why are you talking about it now when you can't do nothing about it?
Exactly. Right. I agree. Exactly. And it's like what the guy said. Right. And what he said about the Democrats' plan. They want to intentionally lose. Why?
Mm-hmm.
Because
Because they
it's
don't
like
want to give you the shit that they're claiming they want to give you. That's why.
right, exactly. Right. And also because it's been like the same playbook from Bill Clinton's neoliberalism of let's go back to the middle. Let's go back to the political center because we can't afford to upset the white moderates, like what Elmore K said in 1960s. So the same playbook, but it's like it's a new trick. You know what I mean? It's like it's more covert or hidden. But 9 out of 10 times, because today we live in social media, people are going to spot it very fast. We live in real time, and unfortunately, that's what makes the Democrats frustrated, and angry, is that people are not falling for the okie dokie trick. So they're not mad about the substance. They're mad because the Democrats are not mad about not offering the substance, but they're mad because people are not falling for the trick, or they can't, or the voters cannot be manipulated into voting for them.
So Rondo says he kind of recognized this behavior back in the 2000s. When did you first recognize it? Because, like, I recognized it after Obama. I was like, that Obama really opened my eyes a lot,
Mm-hmm.
because he didn't do shit for Black people.
Right, not one
And
thing.
not one thing. In fact, he gave the police more money.
Right.
He did that study in Ferguson and was like, oh yeah, it is they are racially profiling and killing Black people at a alarming rate. Well, we'll just give you more money to send you to training. You ain't got to train them not to be doing that at an alarming rate to white people. So what they need more training for?
Exactly, right.
What are you talking about here?
I think what Obama was talking about, because he saw that more white people were experiencing, police brutality, even though white people are not the or were, are not the victims of police brutality, right? Because Obama realized that, look, I gotta make a political calculations going to re-election in 2012, because I can't afford to make the same mistakes, as a Black American president, and also learning from Bill Clinton's mistake by going big for universal health care. So I think that was what Obama that was the I think that was the trend Obama was taking the president Obama was taking at that time, to be cautious, right? hard for it to support reforming the police or reining in the police, but then showing that he's tough on crime. Obviously, it was meant to like appease people in the middle, as opposed to like doing something formative. And so, and to answer your question, when I noticed this pattern, for me it was kind of late. Found out maybe in I say 2016, when Obama was finishing up his second term in office, and that was when the Black Lives Matters. I'm sorry, when the Black Lives Matter activists made a statement, and they were front and center about how Black lives do not matter in this country, right? Because white people, Asians, Hispanics said at the time, how about all lives matter? And Black Americans said at the time, no, all lives can't matter unless Black lives matter, because Black people don't matter in this country since the exception of America, and after the end of slavery.
Yeah.
So
and
go ahead.
That is a good point that Obama crushed BLM and Occupy Wall Street. So like I really knew then, like I was still confused, but then I really knew. Like it was painfully obvious. And I just did a complete 180. Now I wanted to read this. Lucky made a good point, so I want to read this real quick. It says Lucky says the policies that progressives and liberals stand on today was popularized in America by Black liberationists who fought for the rights of humans in the U.S. Now they merely pander to Blacks and discredit the radicals. Correct. Like they just, I mean, like, let me see, is this more?
Like I said, they're like more like covert about it, discrediting, discrediting Black radicals, right? Because we know like what the Beckys and Karens need to do. They can't like reveal their capes, right? Or I'm sorry, their identity. So they got to show that they're covert in order, to prevent them to prevent them from being exposed.
Okay, so hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me pull up the Fair Sentencing Act. To be fair to Lucky. Okay. Because yes, I'm shitting on Obama.
Yeah.
We could agree to disagree, but yes, I'm shitting on Obama. Okay, the Fair Sentencing Act of 2010 was an act of Congress that was signed into federal law by United States President Barack Obama that reduces the disparity between the amount of crack cocaine and powder cocaine needed to trigger certain federal criminal penalties. Okay, so basically he fixed something that they broke. They broke that. So he's not doing, it's great that he fixed it. But that's really, but that doesn't give the DNC any more leg to stand on, because
the
DNC was the one who broke it in the first place.
Right. And also because Obama did not fundamentally change the criminal justice system, because he was dealt with he was dealt with cards that he couldn't control at that time. But I felt like he could have done it with executive order, especially with like Trayvon Martin, when Obama said, if this was my son, I would understand what happened to Trayvon Martin. And then I think Obama said, I can't do anything right now at the executive level because I don't have democratic control. So the only thing I can do is encourage the states to do the right thing. But we know like the states at that time were not going to do the right thing by Black Americans. So Obama pretty much said, we just got to respect the process, due process, in other words.
So I get what you're saying, Lucky. Lucky was like, that's in response to, did he do anything to help Black people in America? I mean, that's that crumb shit I be talking about. Like, they just throw some crumbs at the table. Here, I gave you something. Now shut the fuck up. It's basically what they do.
It's a concession.
Yep.
How's it going, Michael Pan?
Going good. How are you doing today, Michael?
Pretty good. Long time no see.
Yeah. Long time.
Rondo.
Yeah, long time no see. Yeah, but
Kill your egregores is here, by the way. Yes, as Tariq Nasheed would say, he was our first tether president.
yeah, because Obama. I remember Obama had a platform of what is it? What is that phrase? All tides lift all boats, right? Abby,
Yeah,
Yeah,
something like
something
that.
like that.
right. But the boats have not been lifted for Black Americans, except for other groups of people. And I think that made Black Americans very upset. After Obama's presidency for 8 years, because how can you give a lot of
Hmm.
people votes, but then you don't give votes to Black Americans, who are the last group of people to be assisted, or last group of people not to benefit from the New Deal programs of the
Uh,
1930s?
sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, Sean. It's a rising tide raises all ships.
There we go. Yeah, sorry, I got the
I knew it
mixed
was
up the
something like
phrase.
that.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
that saying reminds me of Trump's like trade war. It's like the opposite of that. He's like trying to create a global recession, so he's trying to create an ebbing tide that lowers all ships so that American can stay higher than everyone else.
hmm
But he's doing that crazy stuff with tariffs too. Like he puts the tariff in place, and then he cancels the tariff, and he's like, "I fixed the problem." Well, you broke it in the first damn place.
right.
Like,
But we all, well, all of us can agree that Donald Trump is very transparent, very open, and he's not going to take no for an answer, right?
I don't know if we can all agree on that. I'd say he's lied so many times that can't really tell when he's being open.
Right.
So I
But
think
yeah,
that's the problem. He's created so much confusion for whatever strategy that they have. It doesn't work because he's just so hard to predict that
hmm
the global capitalists don't really know like how to support him, even if whatever he's trying to do. So they just
right.
have to do whatever they can for themselves.
Right, true. I mean, I agree with you to an extent, but he's also fair. When I say I'm sorry, predictable. He's predictable in terms of like what's going to come out of his mouth. Like he's talking in populist terms, right? Very similar to Bernie Sanders. But you're also right, Michael, that Donald Trump is not really about substance. Even though Donald Trump is using economic populism as a way to get his base excited, pumped up, saying that better days are going to come ahead.
Yeah, good point.
just wait for him.
Right.
Not
And
today,
also,
though.
right. And another reason, and I'll say that I think, in retrospect, and another reason why Donald Trump got elected in 21 big in 2024 is because he said to his base, maybe indirectly, guys, look at the Democrats. The Democrats are too sissies. They are too soft, too feminine. They're too gay. Men, why are you being so weak? Why are you being so feminine to women? You got to be masculine. You got to be strong. Take charge. So when he said that, it energized the men to vote for him. And he
So
also,
we were kind of talking about that earlier, like
Mhm.
how through Fortran it like energized all the well, I didn't say that this part earlier, but you're right. It energized like all the incels. Like they were saying shit in Fortran, getting all those incels riled up. It's just like the appealing to their, I would call it that their Neanderthal gene personally.
Mhm.
Um,
Well,
and
it's
like
he
their
got that
hormones,
gene twitching,
right?
and man,
well, I'd
they
say
came
that's
out foaming at the mouth.
what the Democrats have been benefiting from for decades has been the assault on the patriarchy, basically. So
Mhm.
the left has been like the actual left, the communists and anarchists and stuff. We've been very critical of the patriarchy and very successful at undermining its influence in society, exposing it for being a huge problem that needs to be dealt with. And then so the Democrats sort of got to siphon off a lot of the energy that of our gains there, but by having so many decades of like um, attacking the people who support the patriarchy, that built up a huge amount of resentment. And even though society's better off without the patriarchy,
Mhm.
by giving this group of people that hero who's willing to try and restore their lost their lost territory that we've taken from them. They were chomping at the bit to get revenge on us for, taking away their rights to marry off little kids and stuff like that. So.
Right. And also Donald Trump noticed that, and a second reason he won because he said, "Oh, Democrats, racism on the Democrats, it's too soft, it's too covert. We need to make it more open, so that way Americans can have full freedom of speech, say whatever they want, without being held accountable." Because he noticed that Democrats were suppressing people's, free speech, telling them, "Hey, don't say that. You're gonna hurt people's feelings." And Becky's like, "That's our freedom of speech. What we're supposed to say? If you say that our opinions do matter, we can't be direct." And so that's why I think Donald Trump, gave his base a green light. Be firm, be straightforward, be direct. If anyone tries to suppress your free speech, show them who they are for suppressing someone's free speech by returning the punches.
Right. They look ridiculous though with the way that they repress people's speech on Palestine activism and stuff like that. So,
right,
like they were effective with that. If I want to be a Nazi, I have the right to be with my speech, kind of thing. And then if we're really supportive of free speech, they kind of got us with that. But then they've contradicted themselves now. They only really were for support of free speech when it benefited them, and now they're against it when it doesn't work for them.
Right. Because like what someone said before, because of the Democrats, like the Democrats tell the Republican friends, "Don't say that. Can you please be gentle?" Right? And the Republicans like, Democrats, why should I be gentle? We got to show our masculinity. It's like the Democrats.
Because Michelle was telling us when they go low, you go high, and now people are buying into that bullshit, and it's like, no, when they go low, you need to go to hell. Go straight to hell.
Right. Because it's like what Philip Scott said on his podcast. The Democrats tend to be more covert, Republicans more overt or honest, right? It's like this. The Democrats say we gotta teach an old dog new tricks. And Philip Scott said you can't teach old dogs new tricks. Why? Because the old dog is still going to bark. No matter how many times you try to tell the old dog stop barking, the old dog is going to bark because the old dog cannot help himself to stop barking.
What's real interesting about the stop all that going high shit and get down in the mud with them, and then they'll say, "Oh, what happened to the tolerant left?" No, we're tolerant of people that aren't fucking racist, misogynist. Like why would anybody tolerate you? Nobody wants to be around you.
Right.
Like what about this are you not understanding?
Yeah, unfortunately, it's due to cognitive dissonance from Democrats because they've been programmed to be, logical, rational, technocratic, block emotions. But you know what? We gotta get our voters emotional. In other words, we gotta throw in false propaganda saying Donald Trump is not a great president. Oh, he is hurting our democracy. Oh, he's not a good president. He's taking in our rights. And the voters like, Democrats, what do you have to offer? We're not scared. We're not scared of Donald Trump at all. Why? Because we need Donald Trump to be open as a way to get Democrats on cold. And Democrats are like to the millennials, Gen Zers, some Gen X. You guys are crazy. How you guys can tolerate Trump? And the three groups of voters like Democrats, we really don't care because Democrats, when you were in office for a couple of years, you had Democratic control. You didn't offer a single item that's going to help all Americans.
So now you get to have the day you deserve.
Right, exactly.
And I agree, Lucky. Like we shouldn't be why do we need to use propaganda when the truth is stranger than fiction?
Right,
like, we don't even need propaganda. Like just say what it is. And if they can't realize how crazy that shit sounds, it's because they don't want to.
Well,
we have to be honest about that.
That touches on your point about when they go low, we go to hell, because that's like if you use the idea about propaganda as an example. So When they do
No.
propaganda and we do more propaganda.
No. That's not what I was talking about. No.
Sorry.
That's not what I was talking about. I was talking about like, if when they go low as in their behavior, how the egregious things that they're doing, you got to match their energy. Like it's like a bully. If my mom used to tell me, if you show bullies love, eventually they'll come around. No, they fucking don't. You got to punch a bully in their face, and then they'll leave you alone.
Yep.
Yeah, but I still think it kind of is still valid with propaganda. People feel like you need to do counter propaganda to kind of match their energy in a sense. I think at some point the logic of fighting fire with fire, it stops working, and you get the problem of the race to the bottom of behavior kind of.
Right.
So
this is a very good
realpolitik we were talking about earlier. I was criticizing the Soviet Union and China. Part of the reason why they set back communism for a long time is they embraced too much realpolitik, too much pragmatism, and they kind of set their principles aside.
Right.
And that's the thing about fighting fire with fire. That seems like the right thing to do. But what about fighting fire with water?
Lucky said that you fight fire with a high-powered water hose. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
So that means
HOSC,
extreme pacifism in response to this violence. That's where people say, no, that doesn't make sense. Right.
Right. But I'm saying like with the Democrats, because the Democrats get too low whenever Republicans bully them, right? What the Democrats say to their like friends in the Democratic circles, just tell Brad, who's Republican, stop being a bigot, stop being, homophobic, stop being classist. That's not going to work with Brad Republican. Why? Because Brad was raised to be masculine, firm, because he was taught by his father to be a man, be confident. And the problem with Democrats, like what Abby says, that they stay too low. They're allowed to get so extreme that eventually it's going to require big interventions, right? And because the Democrats just have been very covert about it, it's like this. It's like I'll use a concrete example. When someone bullies you in high school, puts you down in the locker, right, or knocks you out in the gym, what's your response? You're not going to like turn the other cheek. No, you're going to respond back and say, "Hey, you punched me. We need to have a boxing match as defense." So in other words, you're going to use a defense mechanism to fight back, to teach the opponent a lesson or teach the bully a lesson. If you want respect, never bully people. In other words, using strong words as accents. Whereas Democrats, they teach people just be nice, calm, nicely tell someone don't do it. No, that's not going to work.
Right.
And I think because today's Democrats have become, I don't want to sound mean or homophobic, but they become too gay and too feminine.
Wait a minute now. Hold on. Yeah, you need to change. You need to find some different
words.
This
is where you run into the that leftist politics where we're getting into the stereotypes about femininity and gays synonymous with weak and soft.
If you never pushed a bowling ball through your damn cat, you can't say we're too soft.
Yeah, I'm like I said, I'm sorry if I offend anyone, but no, I just noticed from my observation. Yeah, and what someone has told me.
I want to answer Jacqueline's question if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and answer. Sorry.
She says, "Does that mean if they can play dirty, we could play dirty?"
Yeah,
and
pretty much.
I'm gonna give an example.
Sir,
it's not a political example. Okay, you know how Karens were like calling the police on black people all over the place, and people and the black people were just filming, and that was their recourse to film, and they're like, "Ma'am, sir, first of all, if you are doing all this to me, I'm not dignifying you with a ma'am or a sir. So let's start there." Mm-hmm. But they were just being so polite and this and that. And then black people started getting tired of that shit. So now a lot of people, when they do it, they just start roasting the person, cussing them out.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I'm not, you are not the police of me.
Exactly.
So like that. And then I guess if I did a political example, it would be like, okay, like when the government was shut down. Okay. Well, they shouldn't have came back. They should not have come back. Like, why are you folding? What was the point of all of that? If you're not going to do anything, or when we were telling them to, we were
when they made a deal to bring the government back, when they shut the government down to play hardball against the Republicans for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Yes, they shut it down. Still didn't get anything because they were like, we'll talk about it.
Right.
Talk about it.
Talk about it. People, I mean, people are losing their health insurance. Their lights are being cut. Why Democrats? Why talk with Republicans? And interesting too, right? Republicans even offer Democrats a deal for healthcare. Hey, Democrats, we're willing to open to have a discussion about healthcare reform, right? And when I heard that, I'm like, Democrats, this is your opportunity to introduce Medicare for all. I understand we're not gonna get closer to Medicare for all or get Medicare for all today, but we're going to get something closer to at least a public option. What did Democrats say? No way, we're not going to work with Republicans because Republicans are going to repeal Obamacare without any alternative replacements. But I'm like, Democrats, your replacement is Medicare for all, right? Okay, if Medicare for all can't work, fine. At least a public option as a way to put teeth on healthcare costs. Americans are upset because we're continuing to subsidize health insurance corporations every year at the tune of what? $400 billion a year. Even $400 billion a year is not doing enough to cut down the costs, to cut down on rising premiums, deductibles, co-pays, out-of-pocket costs. Why? It subsidizes insurance companies to continue to raise premiums to meet their profit margins. So Democrats, you got to do some way better than that. You got to put teeth in. You got, put skin in the game. And that's what Democrats are not doing. They're not putting skin in the game. They just want to.
I like how you said it before. Put teeth in it and bite their ass.
Exactly, because that's what Republicans. That's what Republicans are doing to Democrats, Michael and Abby. Republicans say, "Look, we don't want to be losers to Democrats because we made the mistakes in the past under Bill Clinton. When we compromised with Bill Clinton on budget items, we lost a couple more seats, but we didn't lose a lot. So this time, we're going to be firm with conservative principles." Don't compromise with Democrats. Never. Not even like one item. And that's what I think that's what Democrats fail to understand. Republicans have changed, in the last, 30, 40 years. And I know Democrats want to show that they're polite, they're civil, right? Rational, logical. No, you can't be logical and rational with Republicans. It's like what someone said in the comments. You gotta, if the Republicans are fighting with fire, you got to fight with fire at the same time to be equal. Yeah, someone's going to lose in the mass, but something got to give and take. And so that's why I think why I said femininity and homosexuality are taking over the Democratic Party or preventing Democrats from being aggressive, firm.
No.
This is the duopoly, right?
It is a tool that the Republicans are using to rile up their base. That's what it is.
Right, but this is the whole orchestrated script. This is where the Democrats always intended to lose in this kind of situation. Right. It's just the seesaw between the two. Right. Every time for this particular next 5 years or so, they need the Republicans to be popular with the populist messaging, and then
right.
But by giving all the Republicans all of this time and energy and power, whatever, by letting them have power, they are now they're going to be creating the counter narrative. So by like 2030 or whatever, 2028, it'll be the fulcrum. It'll swing completely the other direction, and then you'll see the need about all this Democratic Party being too gay or whatever. So you needed the strong man. Well, then now you're going to get the thing about oppressive, domineering patriarchy, whatever, and exposing the problems with all that, and validating what the Democrats were saying all along. And it's designed to keep us trapped, believing that either one of these options is viable.
Right. And Michael, and Abby, when I say the Democrats are too gay and too feminine, I mean that they put a corporate spin on it. In other words, they say, hey, as long as you're gay, you're feminine, you're welcome to the party. But then what the Democrats don't say is that we can't do universal policies because it's going to hurt our corporate donors' pockets. That's why I take issue with Democrats focusing too much on social issues. I'm not against LGBT.
I mean, they do that on purpose,
Right,
and
on
it's like,
purpose, exactly.
and the thing is, okay, like, say, for example, gay marriage. Okay, great, fine, whatever. But you don't even have to get married. You could do all that shit with a will and life insurance. Like, there are things that you could do that you don't even need to be married for, and you could still make sure your partner has protections.
Right, exactly.
So we didn't ask, like, everything that they give you. We never asked for that. We didn't ask for Black Lives Matter Boulevard. Nobody asked for that. We asked for police reform. Like, what is this?
I think
we didn't ask you to make Juneteenth a federal holiday. We were celebrating that shit anyway. We didn't need that as a federal holiday.
Right.
We asked you for, like, these are the bullet points of the things we asked you for. We didn't get none of that shit.
Reparations, right?
Right, demand, exactly. Like you guys, like we didn't ask. Like, I'm sorry, you guys did not ask. You demand. And I know Democrats get upset when you say the word demand. Democrats get upset at Black American voters and white voters and all American voters when they say we demand. Democrats like, oh, we can't do it. We can't do it in Congress right now. You see, we need, like, what? In the House, we probably need, what, 240 is to get a majority, and in the Senate, we need, like, what, 52 votes. I'm sorry, Bakisa, Tyrone Bragg, we can't do it. I'm so sorry. And
y'all remember that leaked audio with Joe Biden talking to
Charlemagne the God?
No, he was like, he had a meeting with, like, Black community leaders. Did you? And somebody recorded it. Did you hear how he was talking to them?
Oh yeah, I heard. Yeah, I heard. I think I listened. I listened to it on the audio. I saw it on YouTube. I didn't get. I didn't.
That
I didn't
shit
see
was
the video.
crazy. Should I pull it up for everybody?
I think so. Yeah.
It's a little bit something worth refreshing our memories on.
Refreshing the memory, yeah. And while I'm pulling it up,
yeah.
Well, you guys can keep talking. I have some other things to talk about, but it's off topic.
Yeah, but Michael, you're right. I think you're right, Michael. You're right. In 2028, Democrats are definitely going to lose big, because every time when Democrats say this is not the time right now, and we ask when is the time to go big.
No, I'm saying the Republicans are going to lose big in 2028.
Oh, sorry.
Trump's being such everyone sees how disastrous his trade war policies and everything are, and they're going to point to all this intentional failure. Because some people say it's like a controlled demolition of the American empire, right? So there's that theory worth keeping in mind. And if there is still, like, the one thing is, people are also saying there's not going to be an election in 2028. Trump's going to become the ruler for life, kind of Kim Jong-un.
Right.
But,
you know how they always say that in chaos there's an opportunity, right? And like, this is an opportunity to reject both of them, because most people are thinking the only way to get us out of this is to vote Democrat in the midterms,
right?
And it's like, but that how the fuck is that gonna get us out of this? Like, what?
It's the only way to keep us stuck in this, for sure.
Yeah, you remember, Abby, what I said before, because the Democrats are using their Karen energy 2.0 to get Black American voters excited, pumped up, emotional, right? Because the Democrats realized that, look, immigrants, we didn't get vote. Yeah, immigrants didn't vote for us because they voted for Donald Trump. Donald Trump. I don't know how to imitate the immigrants' accent, but immigrants saying, we vote for Donald Trump because Donald Trump understands about business. Oh, he understands what's it like to be an immigrant. Democrats, thank you so much for allowing us to be legal citizens. Sorry, Democrats, we can't vote for you because you're going to tax us too much. You're going to turn America into a communist country. Democrats, no immigrants, no, please, please, please. And
meanwhile, they don't even know what communism means.
Right, right. Right. But I'm saying, like, because Democrats realize that they cannot no longer rely on Black American voters and young voters anymore. So their only vote is, or support is, to get votes from immigrants. But we know clearly that immigrants are not eligible to vote after you know what, 10, 20 years until they become full citizens, until legal citizens. And because the Democrats, realize that, millennials, Gen Zers, Black American voters are demanding too much for the Democrats, and the Democrats say, "Oh my gosh, these young people and Black American voters are giving us too much headache. We're gonna suffer from a Caesar attack or a
And
stroke."
what's his name? Schumer said, well, if we lose some Democrats, instead of saying, let's go to the drawing board of the people who don't vote, give them,
Vote
give
Republicans.
people some successions so they will vote for us. Instead of doing that, they said, we'll gain some Republicans. What the fuck is that? That like
Yeah, in other words, continue Obama's playbook in 2008. Remember when Obama branded his campaign as Republicans for Obama? Do you remember that, Abby and Michael, in 2008?
I wasn't privy to that. That's American politics. I'm a
Right.
Canadian.
I mean, right. Well, I'm sure Abby, you remember when Obama branded.
yeah, and then they also did the shoot, it's escaping me. Oh, Liz Cheney. Like, oh, but don't worry, we got Liz Cheney. Oh, okay.
Right, I remember. Right. And you know what's interesting? You know what happened? You know what's the outcome? Not too many Republicans voted for Kamala Harris. There's only 5% versus 10% of Republicans voted for Obama in 2008.
I got the video up if you want. You guys want me to play it?
Sir, that'll be great.
I just wanted to respond to this comment here real quick. MP Lucky saying, in my opinion, problem is most people who push communism are just authoritarian. There is definitely
there's some truth to that.
There's a bit of a struggle in the communist movement there between openly authoritarian communists who think that we need to be more authoritarian. We're not being authoritarian enough. That's the problem. And then there's the other side who's seeing that the totalitarianism problem. If we're too much like the fascists, if we're too much of a dictator, then whatever we're trying to achieve, it's not gonna work because people are gonna see we're coming across as too authoritarian. And so it is a tricky thing to navigate. I have a bit of a unique perspective on it that I don't think is really part of the discourse. I fixate a little bit on the term authoritarian. I think everyone's misunderstanding what it really means. Is like a democracy is authoritarian too. It's the power of the author, literally, right? So what is the power of a law? It's the power of those who write the laws. So you can be just as oppressive. Obviously, we've seen the American Empire, using the power of democracy of writing these laws to be as oppressive as possible, and they're worse than the Soviet Union, right? And China, who's very authoritarian as far as everyone's concerned. So I think we're just misunderstanding what authoritarianism even is. Because to truly have a society that's not authoritarian is to have a society that's not ruled by the rule of law. And that's not what people are thinking when they're critiquing authoritarianism. That was a long answer, my bad. Sorry.
Right, and also there, like I said. Go ahead, Abby. Sorry. Go ahead and play the clip.
Go ahead. You can finish it.
Okay, yeah. Sorry to interrupt. Yeah, and it's like what Michael was saying too, and also because some people, equate socialism with communism. They're not the same thing, and also there are various forms of socialism. There are democratic socialism, market socialism, purely socialism. In other words, like total control, total government control, or as I say, nationalized socialism. And same thing with, or similar to communism, how there are various forms. Because some people have not studied or read about different ideologies of socialism, communism, or even have a basic understanding because they're watching CNN, Fox News, MSNBC too much, and these three corporate media groups, media entities are telling viewers, be careful about communism. Be careful of socialism because you never know. We might look like Russia, or we can see Russia from our backyard. You know, to put a Sarah Palin twist behind it, or a comedy, or a Sarah Palin comedy behind it. Unfortunately, because most viewers, when they watch corporate media, they're not taking the time to do basic research, analyze, or even like ask questions. I mean, they're just coming home from work to make sure that their spouses have made their casseroles, as opposed to like doing deep research. And so I think that's the part it gets very tricky for viewers to understand. And I wish we had more. I wish more viewers can go on YouTube and watch us and watch several YouTubers explaining the differences between socialism, communism, and capitalism.
Yeah, I think it's centralization might be a better way to frame it as opposed to authoritarianism. Because like the Stalin, the Marxist Leninists, their big way of solving the problem of making democracy effective is democratic centralism. So it's about centralized authority. And then all the libertarians, anarchists, they want to decentralize authority. That's their solution. So I think centrality is maybe the missing element or something. So, you want to play this video? We've been droning on.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, play the video. Sorry.
Libertarians, yeah. Okay. Here we go.
Of that, there's no recording.
I'm the first person, black or white, who called attention to the fact that you were finding that there was the rate of people who were African Americans who are dying was 3 times that of white people. I don't carry around a stamp on my head saying progressive and I'm AOC, but I have more of a record of getting things done in the United States Congress than anybody you know. Let's get something straight. You shouldn't be disappointed. What I've done so far is more than anybody else has done this far. Okay? Number one. Number two, I mean what I say when I say it. There's some things that I'm going to be able to do by executive order. I'm not going to hesitate to do it. But what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to do what used to, Benita, you probably used to get angry with me during the debates when you'd have some of the people you were supporting say, on day one, I'm going to executive order to do this. Not within the constitutional authority. I am not going to violate the Constitution. There is a Constitution.
Wait a minute.
It's our only.
Did he do the hand clap?
I thought his mic got cut off.
I know this motherfucker did not. He said, I've done enough for you already.
Well, this is him not being so gay and feminine, right? He's being the man.
Yeah, up. But he's being like covertly masculine or firm. But we can tell that Joe Biden, yes, is getting like aggressive with with black voters.
But it didn't work with him because they had to baby him.
With black community, I mean, sorry,
because he was so like such a demented president, like literally president with dementia. They ended up looking all weak and feminine because they wanted to keep him in power and like sit there and take care of him.
Feminine. Stop equating weak with femininity.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm just using his. Going
yeah,
with
my
his,
words. I mean, yeah, my using my. But yeah, but because we know Joe Biden in office did more for like gay people than any other presidents in U.S. history.
This is the one who didn't want his son going to a racial jungle school. Remember?
Exactly. Yep.
Okay, let me finish.
Only hope. Our only hope. And the way to.
I was just say he was a real champion for those trans, making sure they signed up for the military and stuff.
There is a Constitution. It's our only hope. Our only hope. And the way to deal with it is where I have executive authority, I will use it to undo every single damn thing this guy has done by executive authority. But I'm not going to exercise executive authority where it's questioned, where I can come along and say, I can do away with assault weapons. There's no executive authority to do away with that. And no one's fought harder to get rid of assault weapons than me. Me. But you can't do it by executive order. If you do that, next guy comes along and says, well, guess what? By executive order, I'm going to say everybody can own machine guns again. So we got to be careful. I know you all know this. I know you.
This is the dude that didn't codify Roe v. Wade, right?
Right.
You could have codified Roe v. Wade 3 times, and y'all never did it. So
right. He
who
didn't
are you
put
talking
pressure.
to?
Exactly. Right. He didn't even like put pressure on Congress to codify Roe versus Wade into law.
But him and Obama said that was on day one. That was the first thing they were going to do was codify Roe v. Wade. They both gave that promise.
Right.
And then they got in office, and they just stopped talking about abortion. That wasn't even it wasn't even a thought. People just go with the wind, go where the wind blows, and they basically lead the conversation of what's going to happen next. But let me finish this.
You know it. I don't think we should make that a big issue going into before January 5th, when the election takes place down in Georgia. But I also don't think we should get too far ahead of ourselves on dealing with police reform in that, because they've already labeled us as being defund the police. Anything we put forward in terms of the organizational structure to change policing, which I promise you will occur, promise you. Just think to yourself and give me advice whether we should do that before January 5th, because that's how they beat the living hell out of us across the country, saying that we're talking about defunding the police. We're not. We're talking about holding them accountable. I just raised it with you to think about. How much do we push between now and January 5th? We need those 2 seats about police reform.
And so this comes from leaked.
Okay. I don't know who this guy is.
Yes. But yeah, I was going to add, I was going to comment something. Yeah, Joe Biden, hear him speak about, look, we're not going to defund the police because that would be wrong. It's not going to make our streets safer. And I know he was indirectly attacking Bernie Sanders supporters of defunding the police, during the George Floyd protests, right? And Joe Biden does not understand what defund the police means, or he does understand. Yeah, defund the police means it's transferring spending from the police, giving it back to the community civilian boards, or using the police budgets to fund mental health, education, healthcare.
It's basically reallocate funding for social purposes.
Exactly, transferring money over.
Redistribution of wealth.
Right. and so I guess Joe Biden equated defunding the police to abolishing police, or thought that they're the same thing, but they're not the same thing. Like, abolishing the police means you're laying off police officers. You're having to turn their badges, turning their weapons.
Who made up that phrase?
Defunded the police?
Yes, because defund sounds like you are taking away all their funding. Like that was going to fail from the get-go because of the name. So they probably did that shit on purpose. I think, was it AOC?
I think it was AOC and Bernie Sanders, and it was like the AOC and Bernie Sanders supporters.
The controlled opposition, right? Like who? I would love to know where that term first came from. Probably the feds on social media or something.
Maybe, but often these things get co-opted. It could have very well come from socialists, maybe democratic socialists, or more farther left. But I think we should observe how you don't want to be on the same side as someone like Joe Biden. So if we're using the rhetoric of defund the police is the wrong slogan, what we really want is more accountability, then you're kind of saying exactly what Biden just said. So I'm not sure if that puts you on the right side you want to be on.
Right. And also Joe Biden. Go ahead.
Say that again.
I'm saying if like we end up kind of echoing the same sentiment as Joe Biden there, where we think defund the police ends up being a bad slogan, it's bad optics. It's kind of like the pragmatist argument. It's like it's too idealistic or too principled to be trying to actually accomplish abolishing the police or defunding.
I mean, you think it's a good slogan?
We should go for what's actually attainable. but then it's thinking inside the box of bourgeois politics as what is and is not attainable.
Right.
But you think that's a good slogan? Like when you're trying to get the point across of what you're trying to do, which is reallocate funding that's been set for the police to build up social systems that can, because the police shouldn't be called for everything. Because all they're gonna do is escalate. They won't arrest. If the police show up, somebody getting arrested.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Or unalive.
Whether they need to be or not.
The slogan, but I think this is where you try to come up with slogans that are radical without actually being kind of seen as communist kind of radical. So instead of abolish the police, it's abolish capitalism, right? Because the police protect
capitalism,
private property. So that's what we want. We want to go after them because they are not really for the people.
Right, they're there for the corporation, protecting corporations' interests over civilians' interests. And two is so that term defunded the police. To be honest, I think it originally came from. I think initially came from Bernie Sanders, right? But then Bernie Sanders had to tone it down in 2020 because Senator Phil Gramm of North Carolina said, "Bernie, if you want to stay in power, rather if you're running for president or you want to stay in the Senate, you got to tone it down because if you don't tone it down, we're going to find opponents to not only run against you, but going to make so opponents can beat you in today's elections and future elections." And this is not, and so Bernie Sanders, pretty much dropped the fight for defunding the police to, you know what, we got to focus on economics. We cannot use that slogan because that slogan is going to alienate a lot of the moderate voters because moderate voters assume that defund the police means, oh, that means the police are going to go out of business or they're going to cease as an operation. And so yes, I think it has to do with the DSA, right? And of course, activists. Like I do agree the slogan probably went too far, but I understand the meaning behind it. It's meant to reallocate the budget, and it was same thing with Mondami when he ran for mayor. I think Mondami initially had on his platform, or what he sent a statement about initially he supported defunding the police. Then he had to back down or retract his statements because the police found his slogan too offensive, too radical.
I don't know if he said that, but what I do know is he rehired, I think her name is Tish or something.
Mm-hmm.
It was like a Republican-backed police chief or something like that. It was kind of like a nod that, hey, okay, we're not going to get too radical over here. See, I rehired this person, so it'll be all right. You know how they do. They gotta pander a little bit and say, hey, I'm not going to be too socialist. Look what I did. I made sure the police are going to remain intact, just as they are.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you say it comes from the Bernie Sanders, I think that's like the controlled opposition. I don't think he should have ever when I was more naive, I didn't realize how much of a sheepdog he was. I don't think he was genuine to begin with. A lot of people think he got
bingo.
So I'm thinking if that's where the slogan comes from, it was a psyop to begin with.
And like I knew he wasn't genuine when he had an entire revolution behind him, and it was obvious what they were doing to him. And and Jill Stein, when they messed over him for the nomination, Jill Stein said, I'll step down and you can run for president under the Green Party ticket. Mm-hmm. He declined and turned around, and not only did he what's the word? Not nominate, endorse Hillary Clinton, he also gave the DNC his email, his mailing list. Like what?
See, this is interesting. No,
what?
Why did Bernie Sanders do that? Why did he give his mailing contact information? to the DSA.
Not DSA.
Democratic
The
Party.
DNC.
DNC. Sorry, DNC.
Because he a psyop.
Ah, I see. Right. And I know. I mean, I understand that Bernie. I remember Bernie Sanders bowed down to the Democratic Party after succeeding the Democratic presidential primary race to Hillary Clinton, right? And my friend of mine was telling. I was telling my friend Bernie. My friend was telling me that Bernie Sanders could have formed a coalition with Jill Stein in 2016 when easily because of Bernie Sanders' credibility in the U.S. Senate, right?
That's what I was just saying.
Right, because she told me that if Bernie Sanders could win in Vermont, then he shouldn't have a problem winning nationally. And I said to my friend, no, Bernie Sanders was calculating, calculating politically. He's like, look, I know running as an independent socialist is going to be a big challenge because not too many people are going to vote for me. So I figured, let me just cede control to Democratic Party because I have no chance of winning on a national level.
Well, he did though.
He did. That's like no.
People need to understand that that Bernie is not genuine, specifically because had he really been fighting for the people, he would have, he would have not supported Hillary Clinton, like you're saying. He would have taken the Green Party ticket when it was offered, this kind of stuff, because the people were behind him. He had the support to win. You would have had Bernie as president instead of Hillary or Kamala or Trump. Okay, a Bernie presidency would have hands down been better for the people than any of those presidencies. And they made sure that didn't happen. And they stole all the revolutionary energy by using fucking Sanders.
And he independent anyway, right? He's registered as an independent.
Right.
So what would be so bad about him running under the Green Party? And the Green Party is available. The Green Party has the most traction to be on the ballot in all 50 states.
Right. I think the issue because Bernie Sanders, you remember Abby and Michael in 2016, 2019, when an audience brought about reparations to Bernie Sanders. What was Bernie Sanders' response to the girl about reparations? No, we can't. We can't do reparations. Reparations are not feasible. It's unrealistic.
He just blew her off.
Right, blew her off. Right,
and I was just like, Bernie,
in a very hostile way, very hostile. Oh, that question about reparations, and it's like, oh, that's really in other words, Bernie Sanders saying that's a really stupid question to ask about race. Look, we got to focus on universal policies. My universal policies include people of color. And the audience Bernie, it does not. Bernie, I read your website. I read your platform. And yeah, you can tell Bernie just no, I can't afford to talk about race because if I talk about race too much, I'm going to lose the white working class voters. And then I can't win just focusing on black voters, according to Bernie Sanders. You know what I mean? And also, Bernie Sanders didn't want a Green Party ticket because I knew he was going to clash with Dr. Jill Stein on reparations because the Green Party had reparations on its platform, and it was going to be definitely a conflict of interest between Jill Stein, Bernie Sanders, because Jill Stein understands human rights more than Bernie Sanders does in respect to reparations.
I just worry about her being a bit of a psyop too. As far as the next electoral politics is dead, not really endorsing them, but as far as people are going to be voting for Green Party next election cycle, if they try and run Jill Stein again, you got to understand that to be a problem. I think she needs to that was her last run. Should be her last run.
Well, hold on.
She's not going to win next time.
She didn't want to run.
She didn't want to initially.
Cornel West she only ran because Cornel West dropped out under the Green Party ticket. And the rules are if you don't run for president every 4 years, then all the gains and statuses that they built over this time, the minute they don't run for president, they lose all traction. And you have to start over from scratch. Somebody had to run.
Yeah, but she's got no hope of victory, and it's putting any more chances in her as a leader is dooming the Green Party for sure. Even though they already struggle without her.
I don't disagree with you. What I'm saying is, she ran out of necessity because Cornel West dropped
Dropped
out
out.
from the Green
Right.
Party.
And
Green
Cornel
Party.
West is a joke too. I feel like he's his own kind of a psyop. They must have some blackmail on him or something, or he's just a
Yeah.
complete incompetent fool.
Yeah, but let me tell both of you from my perspective, because I worked on Dr. Jill Stein's presidential campaign in 2024, and I could tell you it was very messy, disorganized, not a lot of coordination between volunteers and people at the top. Especially when I worked with my colleague on reparations. My colleague
Well, they
was
don't have a lot of money either, you know.
I didn't have a lot of money, of course, right. But the point I'm trying to make is that we prepped Jill Stein and Butch Ware. Hey, when you're going to be interviewed by TBA, the Black Authority, please practice answering hardball questions. Don't expect softball questions pertaining to reparations, right? And Butch Ware and Jill Stein told us, we got this under control. We can win over a lot of voters. And we told them, no, Butch Ware and Jill Stein. The audiences on the TBA's YouTube channel, they're going to be quite different from Sabi Sab's viewers, because
Oh
Sabi
yeah,
Sab's
Black
viewers,
Authority don't play. He is I'm black
right,
and I'm bliggity black, y'all.
right,
He
right,
does not play.
right. And we told Butch and Joe Stein, you guys got to update your platform. The platform's got to be updated. You can't mix Linux-based campaign reparations with racial justice, because otherwise it's going to be diluted, and then it's not reparations. And what were their responses to us was, look, guys, we're running the show. We're running the party. Okay? And yeah, and they didn't want to like even spend like 5 minutes looking at the questions, right? Look at the practice questions that might be asked or something similar, and they thought that they could just breeze through the interview with the Black Authority. And Black Authority did his homework before interviewing them. And a lot of views on the Black Authority said, we changed our minds about voting for Jill Stein, especially Butch Ware, because Butch Ware was very emotional, hostile, really didn't want to take the time to understand where American Freeman voters were coming from, right? And it was just too much. It was just too much, nepotism in that campaign, and unfortunately, Jill Stein and Butch Ware did not give my colleague credit, and she really like went hard through the paint, and asked me, Mike, you got to be a member of the Green Party. And I said to my friend, I don't want to be a member of the Green Party. Once you're a member, like what Michael said, it's very hard to think outside the box, and you never know. Sometimes they might revoke your membership, even if you're paid or not paid. Because at least being an independent or volunteer outside it, you have the freedom to leave anytime. And so, yeah, unfortunately, my friend left the Green Party because Butch Ware, who's running for California as a governor, running as a gubernatorial candidate in California, did not take the reparations, proposals very seriously. We told him, hey, Butch Ware, you got to reach out to voters early, especially Black voters in California. And he didn't want to put in the work. And it made my friend, very upset, angry, and frustrated. He gave her a hard time. I expect to put a lot of work. And when push came to shove, that was the time she decided, you know what, I'm done. I'm no longer a Green Party affiliate. Yeah, why? Because
go ahead.
What we learned, so what I didn't realize and what I learned later was because the Green Party has a lot of liberals running it, meaning those like those people who left the Democratic Party flock to the Green Party in higher numbers, especially like the liberal elites. The Beckys focus on abortion, LGBTQ, immigration, and really care too little, did not care at all about universal policies and limits-based cash-paying reparations for American freedom and chattel slavery.
I wonder, and I don't want to beat a dead horse on this subject, because I have some other stuff we can talk about. But I just wonder, like, we aren't really unifying over what to do for the midterm election. Like, they're trying to corral people back to the Democratic Party because Trump is just so egregious, so cruel. His administration is so cruel. Like, oh, if this is what they do to us every time. You have to vote Democrat because we have to do something now.
Right.
And I'm just like, yeah, I'm not buying it. I know it's cruelty is the point. I get that.
Right, and you know what it is.
But all you're doing is like kicking the cruelty can down the road.
It's a decelerationist argument, right?
Right.
Trump, people say we should let Trump get in power. It's an accelerationist argument. We'll see all this cruelty. It'll motivate people to change. And then people see how bad it is, and then they start to pull back. They say, no, this is crazy. We need some deceleration here. We need to at least mitigate some damage.
You know what I think, Michael and Abby? I think what the Democrats are doing, sorry to interrupt, what I think the Democrats are doing right now in the midterms, they're trying to get American voters, look, we can go back to the era of decency, civility, under Bill Clinton of the 1990s, when Americans were more civilized. They were able to reach across the aisle, have decent adult conversations without yelling. And the young voters like Democrats, yeah, right, look at you Democrats. You guys are not even united on policies, messaging. You guys are fighting 2 months over whose food is better than others, or who can cook better than anyone on earth.
Yeah, good.
Right. Right. And also because the Democrats, what we saw on TV, especially when Donald Trump gave the State of the Union address, I think in the middle of January, especially Al Green was fighting so hard to preserve existing programs, and a lot of voters, including American Freeman, said, "Al Green, stop fighting Donald Trump about cutting existing government programs. Al Green, you're too weak. You're too old. Look at you, Al Green. You're not fighting hard for your constituents. So you're not fighting fire with fire against Donald Trump. Al Green, Donald Trump got you. So go ahead, Abby.
No, I'm going into the chat, okay, and I'm curious to see what you guys think about this because we've talked about Jimmy Dore here. So Sean says the Jimmy Dore theory, and I was like, "What's the theory?" I wasn't sure what he's talking about, and he said, "So I thank you, Sean, because I know I'm not crazy." He's like, Jimmy pushed Trump as a way to get people to want change from the Democrats, and he's saying he never pushed Trump. I never did that. I never said that. And like, because I remember I was on his live and I was like, oh, now you're backpedaling because Trump was your dude.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I never said that.
He better scrub his channel if he doesn't want someone to go look for the receipts. I'm pretty sure his words could be used against him there.
Right.
Yeah, and everybody so many people in the chat were like, yes, I mean, you didn't out say it, but you were like implying it like a motherfucker. Like, like you just went on and on about how Trump isn't as bad as
right.
You know, like people are trying to make him out to be, and he's actually doing, you know, we're just like, what?
This is what we call fascist apologetics, actually.
Right.
Him, Joe Rogan, Alan Schultz, is that his name? Alan Schultz.
Azaldine from the ACP, yeah.
Azaldine, Theo Vaughn, and it's like, oh, okay, now y'all are grifting.
Yep, Galloway too.
Candace Owens, like, okay,
right,
you're grifting now because, and it's okay to be wrong. It is okay to be wrong.
Caleb
and
Malcolm.
Realize you're wrong because we've done that too, right? Like
Kim Iverson,
like, being in. Oh, Kim Iverson? No, she wasn't for Trump, was she?
Well, she said initially on side besides that she was thinking about leaning towards Trump in 2024, leaning towards as a protest vote.
Why would you do that as a protest vote? Why wouldn't
you? As a protest
vote, why wouldn't you vote for
right?
Vote your values as a protest vote. What are you talking about?
Right, I think because Kim realized, like, look, Democrats took working class voters for granted, right? So it's like she wanted a reset for Democrats to face the horse, to face the horse reality of when you take working class people for granted that you're gonna promise you're gonna do these things once you get in office, but then the working class voters found that the Democrats govern at the center as opposed to governing as progressives. Like they weren't progressive campaigns, but govern as centrists, politicians in office. Because I think Kim Robinson was trying to say that the Democrats were talking a big game, but they're not walking a big game. They were not walking a big game, to really challenge Donald Trump, and change the status quo, moving forward. And Jimmy Dore, let me tell you about Jimmy Dore.
Tell
I,
us.
yeah, I understand why
Let me
Jimmy.
tell you something.
Yeah, I understand why Jimmy Dore, wanted America. Why I understand why Jimmy Dore wanted Americans to vote for Donald Trump, because he realized that Bernie Sanders was not front and center, right? Because Jimmy Dore liked what Donald Trump was saying about the economy, because Donald Trump was bold, masculine, popular. He was speaking in populism that was very similar to what Bernie Sanders supporters wanted to hear, right?
Okay, so he glossed over the misogyny, the racism, the homophobia. He glossed over all of that and said, "I think that's our guy." Like
Right.
what? So look, thank you, Sean. By the way, because it's Andrew Schultz. I think I said Alan, but this is a very good. Hi, Golden Monarch. By the way, this is a very good point. He says, "I remember who's saying Jimmy was right." Skipping over the stark differences between how Jimmy approached, I would say, treated Cornel West and how he treated RFK Jr. He was like licking RFK Jr.'s, hold on, kissing his hand.
Mm-hmm.
But Cornel West, he was so rude, condescending. And I was just like, okay, even if you don't agree with him,
Right.
or even if you don't like you don't feel like his approach is the proper approach, the way you are talking to him is just, this is a bridge too goddamn far. That's how
Right.
I felt.
And also, when you saw that, right, did you feel like Jimmy Dore was being too racist towards?
Yeah, hell yeah, I did. Yeah.
Because I could tell you, I was watching a clip when Jimmy Dore was talking about reparations. He said, "We
I
can't."
remember that.
I remember, and I found it on Philip Scott's podcast about 10 p.m. 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time. Jimmy Dore said, "We can't focus on reparations. This is not the time right now. Look at us white people. We're struggling financially. Oh, when we focus too much reparations, it's going to exclude white working class people. Look. We need to focus on Medicare for all, $15 minimum wage increase, tuition debt free public education, and vocational training. Right? Because when Jimmy Dore said that, he said it in a very hostile tone, very similar to like Bernie Sanders. Really,
He was just like dismissive and was like, if you give everybody universal health care, like that'll help the blacks. He might not have said it like that, but and I'm like, no, that's not reparations.
right?
That
That's
is
not
that like reparations is a separate debt that is owed.
old to
That's
American
not
thinking.
that has nothing to do what is owed to the American people as a whole based on our taxes, dollars paid, and what the government
Oh,
claims, how we get to that pursuit, right?
right.
Like those are two different things.
Very separate, of course.
Yes, Lucky. Jimmy does do that.
Right. And it's a very separate issue, right? Because universal programs, move the country forward, right? Whereas Linux base or reparations reparations correct the past or close the wound. Because like you're right, Abby, right? When you just give universal programs, right? Yeah, universal programs would probably stop the bleeding, but it's not going to cure the root cause of the problem.
It's not gonna change the wealth gap.
Right, not gonna close. Right, it's not gonna close the wealth gap. Exactly, right. And I think in Jimmy Dore's mind, I think he was concerned or a little scared or frustrated that American freedmen, if American freedmen do get reparations, he was concerned that American freedmen as a whole or as a collective would replace white people financially I guess when it came to like wealth accumulation or that the white working class people would be second and black Americans would be at the top.
Yeah, that Neanderthal gene started twitching.
Right. And
Even
And
with white Americans at the top and white Americans are at the bottom, though. There's a small percentage of them that are at the top, and they just convince the rest of the poor whites that they're uh, they're successful because other whites.
Well, I'm not gonna let you. I'm not gonna let you do. I'm not gonna let you get away with that one though. Just because they fumbled that white bag, it's not our problem. They fumbled the bag.
yeah,
The whole system was designed for
for
them.
them.
They fumbled that bag.
Right. And Michael, and also like right. So even yes, Mike, I do agree with you in some extent. However, even if
To
white
some
people,
extent, yes.
some extent, even if white people are doing poor in today's economy, they're still at the top of Black Americans,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. They're in the labor aristocracy. They're still
Right.
higher.
Whereas like American Freedman is still at the bottom. Even if like poor whites, even if like white and Black people face similar economic circumstances, what doesn't change is the wealth. White people still have more wealth than Black Americans.
Yeah, they still
Because-
get more opportunities given to them, even if it's a shitty minimum wage job. They're the one who often gets hired instead of the black person
Right.
because of their
And
skin color, and they maybe don't
exactly.
notice it, but it still happens.
Right. So what Abby and I are saying is that look, it can't be either or. It can't be either or. It has to be and. In other words, universal plus repair. Because the problem with Jimmy Dore, Bernie Sanders, and other progressives, they're so focused on it only has to be either this, or either that. It can't be both. And so that makes American Freedmen voters like Abby very frustrated, upset because we told the Democrats, progressives, so many times, look, Democrats, progressives, we told you guys so many times, universal program, universal programs are meant to meet people's basic needs when it comes to food, clothing, healthcare, housing, education, because those are essentials what we need daily. But what the progressive Democrats don't understand is that what's going to what's going to get American freedmen through the economic storm is wealth, assets, trust funds, right? Because that's something that you can control during the economic storm. When the economy booms, income when people earn income, it when people earn income from their work, it booms the economy. So in other words, income is not meant as a wealth safety net. In other words, I hope I clarified some for you, Abby, for three of us to reach to a for three of us to reach a consensus.
There is something to be said there. We need to find a way to preserve the wealth deterioration of the working class because they have, especially like with COVID and everything since then, they've achieved massive wealth transfers upward. And as much as we're not trying to advocate for capitalist politics, where we're trying to say the richer people get, the better off they are, in a way, our argument's a little too complicated for the moment. We need to people need like survival before they can have thrival and stuff. So we need to help them get through these trade wars that are going on, and then, but we need to find a way to achieve our long-term interest instead of put them on hold for short-term gains.
Right, and also I want to add too is that you see, if we only do universal programs only, right? What's going to happen to American freedmen? Let's say for example, Medicare for All were to be implemented today, hypothetically, right? What if the government decides tomorrow we don't have any money for Medicare for All, we're going to cut it? So what's going to happen to American freedmen? American freedmen don't have a backup option they could depend on in terms of asking their parents for wealth, money. Whereas like whereas people who are not American freedmen, they can more easily ask their parents for financial assistance because American freedmen and non-American freedmen have different experiences and they don't and the playing field is not equal. That's why a repair, I'm sorry, that's why universal and repair have to be emphasized, reinforced. Because what we saw in Bernie Sanders, Jimmy Dore, um, Woodswear, Joe Stein, they diluted reparations as racial justice, and they diluted reparations as universal programs. Because when you dilute specific remedies for a specific group of people, it tells me that specific groups of people are not going to really benefit a lot from it. because that is not what the programs are intended to do, to close the um, wealth gap in this country. And we also have to we also have to educate people. There have been groups of people who are harmed by specific injuries, legal harms, especially American freedmen, because the government created state sanctions against American freedmen. Through redlining, removing Black Wall Street, building eminent domain, as well as complicit in building the White House. So you can understand why reparations has to be limit based, can't be racial justice, because it happened on American soil. And this is where I think Jimmy Dore, Bernie Sanders, Butch Ware, Jill Stein to an extent need to understand. And this is not, I'm not saying this to be mean to like these groups of these candidates running for office. It's just that they have to understand reality. Not everybody, shares the same reality with American freedmen, because the realities are not equal. And it's how this country was set up. It's in 1619 and up all the way to the present, because the wounds are still there. And when Democrats, for example, gave Japanese Americans reparations, the Democrats say it's going to be for Japanese Americans and Black people, or Japanese people and 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 other groups of color. No, the Democrats say this is specifically for Japanese Americans, because the legal harm was created against Japanese Americans in America, in California, a legal injury.
So I just want to give a shout out to Golden Monarch. If you guys haven't subscribed to his Substack,
Yeah,
hit him up. So when you go in there, he talks about crypto a lot, but he has an article about Jimmy Dore if you're interested in reading that.
Right.
So go to monarch.substack.com.
Yeah.
Anybody else, if you have a Substack, if you have a channel,
oh yeah, and that same
throw
thing
that
with,
in the chat. We're supposed to be encouraging each other.
yeah, so same thing with right, same thing with Joe Rogan, same thing. I mean, pretty much it's all to like the liberal, progressive, and democratic candidates and politicians, because I think they need a real education, a reckoning with their past. The reason they're not reckoning with the past because they're still holding on to their wealth accumulation from their ancestors, or they don't want to admit that their ancestors did own slaves in the past, and why they refuse to cut a check or issue limits-based cash-paying reparations to American freedmen of chattel slavery.
You know what's interesting? I just seen Trevor Noah. I guess he was on a podcast or something. He was like, I haven't met a South African yet who acknowledges that they know who every every Afrikaner I meet will tell you, oh no, apartheid, no, it was bad. I didn't like it. And it's like, wait a minute, you were. It's the same. Like, yes, it's like he's like, I haven't met one yet that liked apartheid, and I'm like, really? Because well, how is that possible? Because we were under apartheid for a long damn time.
Right.
Oh, Kurt Metzer. Thank you, Sean.
Kurt Metzer, right. And speaking about like the worker co-ops, right? Why worker co-ops are not enough for American freedom? Why? Because the worker co-ops are going to continue to exploit the racial hierarchy. I'm sorry, continue to utilize racial hierarchy, because most white working class people who want to create worker co-ops, they're not necessarily going to include they're going to include Black American co-workers as partners in worker co-ops. Why? Because the white working class people who want to set worker co-ops, they want to gatekeep. In other words, ownership has not changed. So this is why worker co-ops and specific remedies and repair need to be included, because just focusing on worker co-ops or comes alone does not address the racial hierarchy, because the racial hierarchy is still going to be maintained by white people at the top. And I know like some people, I know like some worker cooperative activists and communists get upset if I say this because they're not looking from a racial hierarchy perspective. They're focused on from a class and economic perspective. And there's nothing wrong focusing on an economic class perspective. But what I'm saying is, like what Abby said and Sarah America Friedman, is that whenever whenever any government programs get passed into law, 9 out of 10 times they're going to exclude American freedmen. That's happened in the past, and it's definitely going to happen. It's still continuing in the present. It's definitely going to happen as well, because of a pattern, and it's been documented. And then I think that's why progressives and Democrats, liberals get upset when we say when American freedmen say universal programs are not enough, because American freedmen are speaking from their parents, from their ancestors past, when the ancestors try to apply for the New Deal, and the liberal Becky and Brad said
The New Deal specifically excluded black people. So the GI
exactly
Bill, all that stuff.
how right
Like the PPP loans, all that stuff.
excluded basically.
So I had to look up Kurt Metzer because the name wasn't buzzing in my head, and now I see his face. Oh, he gets on my damn nerves.
The guy
Oh
who's
my
Jimmy Dore,
gosh.
he used to
It's
be
just-
like his co-host, right?
He is like the co-host on the Jimmy Dore show. But
I don't know if he still is. but
I've watched Jimmy Dore like for a long
time.
When I first found him, I did like him. That was years ago. It's almost like how I like Bill Maher from Politically Incorrect.
Right.
And I don't know what happened to his ass. But anyway, I went back to all of his YouTubes, and I went back to the beginning and watched all of them. And to see him from who he was then to who he is now is a big disappointment. And I used to, I really enjoyed when Daniel Fong was like on the show.
Danny Haiphong.
Danny Haiphong. I'm sorry. But I've noticed that the only reason Kurt Metzer is still there is because he's such a goof. Because Jimmy Dore doesn't like anybody to be smarter than him.
What Lucky was saying, that he panders to the incel white left or male or whatever, right? That's exactly why Kurt is popular there.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask you guys this about Jimmy Dore. Would you say Jimmy Dore is much worse than Bernie Sanders, or you think they're about the same? In terms of like being like aggressive, not validating people's opinions. Like based on what you guys observe from Jimmy Dore and Bernie Sanders.
I think Jimmy Dore is worse because at least Bernie Sanders tries to fake it a little more.
Mm-hmm.
That's just my. What do you think, Michael?
Well, I just associate Jimmy with the forced to vote thing, so I think he's probably a bit guilty of not really trying too hard to show that he's willing to hear other people out.
Right.
I did appreciate that.
Right. I just think that
the tactic was right, but then like that's it, the moment came and went, and then he just stayed bitter about it.
Bitter. And do you think maybe because Jimmy Dore was becoming more like Donald Trump, like being like hostile a little bit, aggressive, like
I
almost
think he might have been maybe subconsciously not appreciating Trump's politics, but from the pragmatic point of view, sort of trying to see, well, I don't like him, but I see what he's doing is working. So how do we make that work for us? And then you end up thinking like your enemy.
Right. Yeah. Because when I see Jimmy Dore, right, when I see his face, I was like, oh my gosh, why he's always upset? He looks so angry every time, he comes when he's live. It's like I never seen Jimmy Dore smile on camera. I'm not sure how he is off camera.
Smiles.
He smiles lots.
I mean, he don't have. I mean, his lips are like paper cut, so it's kind of hard to tell.
Right.
But he does smile.
Mm-hmm. Right. And interesting because when I think of Jimmy Dore, he kind of reminds me of a Karen. I don't know why. I get it.
I can see that.
Yeah. Like
not to be confused with Kieran. Hi, Kieran. I
But
didn't get a chance to say hi to
aggressive
you
Karen,
yet. And
you know,
hi,
like
John.
right, like the aggressive Karen who likes to always like corner people, tell them what to do, or police them. That's what I feel about Jimmy, really, because
It's
I
funny. I
know.
never thought of him like that, but now that you mention,
Well, I mean, that's why he likes Kurt Metzer on his show because he can kind of boss him a little bit. You know what I mean? Like Danny Highphone, he couldn't boss him because he wasn't smarter than him.
you could say with his Vax injury reaction, there might be some Karen in there because he was like a lot of people who were foolish enough to maybe take the Vax, but smart enough to recognize that it was bad for them afterwards. He was all indignant. He wanted some justice there. And
Right.
like a Karen whose whatever order was ruined at the restaurant, they come in, this must be fixed right now. And he was expecting it to happen. And he didn't
Right.
realize the government doesn't give a fuck about you guys. They're going to do an experiment on you. They're not going to fucking give you anything in compensation for it.
You
Right.
think so? Oh man, Barker said, I don't know why he calls him Kurt. Is way smarter than Jimmy. You think so?
Yeah.
Kurt doesn't.
Well, you know what? Kurt does have a lot of information in his lexicon. No, lexicon is more like a word.
So who is Kurt? Is Kurt on
Metzner.
the Kurt Mexner?
I'm gonna show you a picture of him, and then
Yeah.
and then you'll know he's the co-host of the Jimmy Dore show.
But that's what I'm saying. I think they must have had some behind the scenes tension. I don't know
You
if
see
he
his
still
face?
did.
Yeah, I see his face. Kurt Metzer.
You recognize him now?
Regularly. Then he was
Yeah,
off.
now I recognize him. He looks like Brendan Fraser, the actor.
I don't know who that is.
The Mummy from Brendan Fraser in the movie Mummy.
Mm-mm.
Man, but he looks scary. Yeah, but Kirk, he does look scary. He looks like
He got those Cash Patel eyes, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Michael, I have to ask: have you encountered any Karens yet in Canada?
Oh, you encounter Karens everywhere. My sister's name is Karen, actually.
No, when I say Karens, I mean like Karens are getting like. When I say Karens, I mean like they're becoming like the police 2.0, telling people what to do, telling that they gotta wear a mask, gotta get vaccinated. You can't park there. You can't eat there. It's almost like they're being like.
Who are you?
Right.
Like, do you live here?
Yeah. Maybe I don't go outside often enough, but my observations is more. We have kind of the opposite problem nowadays, where nobody says anything about anything, does anything about like all the bullshit that's happening. Everyone's just like taking it lying down, like, oh, whatever.
Canada.
Yeah.
Canada, because everybody says Canada is very liberal. What is your take on that, Michael?
It is. It's part of the colonizer propaganda. We like to pretend like we're the nicest, like the most liberal, but we're really not a whole lot different. The difference between us and Americans is the power imbalance. You know, if we had the same power as the U.S. empire, we would be just exactly like you guys. But because we're actually a weak country, we get our strength through the Americans, so and the British, and so we're like those people who like talk really tough, but if you actually confront us, we're the total bitch, right?
Right. In other words, like very polite about it, right? That's why I get the impression of.
But we're not actually that polite. Like we're actually the like vicious and offensive people, as far like especially when you see with the immigration problems, people get all they're all nice and cute and cuddly about everything. They're the greatest little white lady at the end until you start talking about these immigrants and all these people are taking over. They're ruining Canada. It's like you don't understand how much of a nasty person you actually are. Like they literally, I'm pretty sure a lot of these Karens, these liberals, they think that they're like the best person. You know, like that. It's the other people that are like the bad people.
Right. Because I also keep hearing from like when I read the article from you're probably familiar with the Canadian newspaper online called the Global News in Canada. I was writing something about how Canadian was talking about how like people always like to portray Canada as this utopia of universal health care or free health care at the point of service, right? And this is, I think this offer was probably like a woman or man. I said probably a man. He said Canadians need to stop being silent about our healthcare woes or healthcare problems. We got to make more progress than saying that we have the best universal healthcare system when the wait lines are getting longer and longer. People are not going to the ER because the waits are too long, and
And the
Canadians are
service is bad. It's not even good healthcare. You know, it's like everyone talks about American healthcare being like the greatest in the world. We have the same medical paradigm as the American healthcare. It doesn't work. It's bad medicine, but they keep pushing it on us like they know what the fuck they're talking about. And we maybe don't have to pay for healthcare, but
True.
everything else is way too expensive. We can't. Their
Expensive.
cost of living is unsustainable.
Right. And when you try to explain to your neighbor Michael in Canada, hey, Canada's healthcare system needs big improvements or radical overhaul, what is their response to you when you say that to them? Do they ever get like upset? They say, Michael, how dare you say that? Look, Canada is about decency. It's about universal health. So, Michael, why are you talking? We need improvements in healthcare in Canada.
Well, with our healthcare, like I don't necessarily say that kind of stuff to most people because it's not like you guys with the Medicare. Like you guys are constantly talking about healthcare because you're trying to attain something you don't have yet.
Right.
For me, because I don't have to pay for it, I don't necessarily like. It's not something politically that I'm pushing about. The housing crisis is more, and like unemployment problems right now. These are things more pressing, right? But
Right.
with the healthcare, we have a problem with MAID where they did they're doing eugenics with the medical assistance in dying. So because the economy is so bad, they're looking to like kill off people to save money as opposed to find ways to use our socialized medicine to keep people alive longer.
Right.
So we need to, I would say, what a lot of people would in Canada would argue, our socialized medicine's costing us too much when the cost of living is so high. We need to start looking to cut our social services, and healthcare is a big thing on the chopping block there. I say no. As expensive as it is, we need to keep our socialized medicine because that is one of the few things that does make Canada a little bit better than a lot of other places.
I have two things I want to say about that.
They're trying to erode our socialized medicine. They're trying to privatize it. We need to stop that while recognizing that we could go more. We could be more socialist about the way that we do things. It would actually reduce health costs. People are thinking it's the bureaucratic mess,
right?
That you have to try and socialize the medicine, whatever. But we're letting all those middlemen like make all kinds of money. Like if you really look at how it actually works, there's a lot of privatized healthcare in the name of socialized medicine.
I have two things to bring up. So what you just said, Michael, I find it interesting. And you tell me what you think about this, because like when you look at Nordic countries that are overwhelmingly Caucasian, their healthcare, like they purposely don't have they have a lot of restrictions on the types of things you can sell people to eat and things like that, because of the fact that they have socialized healthcare and to make sure the citizens are more healthy, it brings down the cost of the care. So it's a lot of it has to do with being. Wow. You came in hot.
Nice to meet you. Nice to see you. See your face for the first time.
I know. But a lot of it has to do with the fact that like they're not a colonized country. Like there are more of a hegemony of people, so they care more about keeping them healthy and safe, as opposed to Canada. Canada has, a mixed population like the United States. Even you know what I mean.
Right.
There's a little bit of racism involved in that as well. Is what I'm trying to say. So that was the first point. And you guys could I have another point, but you guys could talk about that. Where did old man Barker go?
I think
know. I
he.
hope he comes back.
I think he probably might come back a little later. He probably wants to get his train of thoughts ready before
He
coming
might
on.
have some tech difficulties. People
Yeah,
often when they join, there's something's not working.
Yeah, but yeah, Abby, Michael, yeah, but yeah, Abby. I'm gonna respond to Abby first, then Michael. But Abby, yeah, that's true that Nordic countries do have free healthcare. Yes, there might be some restrictions, but not all Nordic countries have wait times. Like Norway's
Echoing
healthcare
like a mother.
system is publicly funded, but it's better
We
managed
can hear
than
you, so that's
it's
good.
more. Let me say more efficiently managed than
We can hear you.
than Canada's healthcare system. Why? Because like Denmark, for example, Denmark makes it a guaranteed. Like if patients wait 80 days, right? The max, that means the government has to help patients to find a
I
private
see.
hospital to see a specialist, right? If the patients in Denmark can't find a specialist within 80 to 100 days, right? In the public system, right? And so the Danish
Politicians
government
can make a solution. They just have to actually legislate the right thing instead of squabbling and pretending like they're actually going to do something.
right.
Yeah, and
True.
we should let old man Barker speak since he just got
Yeah,
here.
sorry. I know
No,
we
you're
took
fine. You're fine. You're
Go ahead.
fine.
What's up, OMB?
What's up, Mommy? How you doing today?
Now he's frozen, of course.
Oh,
I think he's having technical difficulties.
I think that's really interesting what you said because like when you brought up Denmark because
It's a Nordic country, true.
Right, but Nick Charlie strolled his fraud ass over to
All right, let's try that again. Sorry.
All right.
to Greenland.
I had to kill YouTube first.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. What's up?
Go ahead.
Let's see. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna play it. You
Oh,
talking to
no,
me
what
or
do
are you
you-
talking to Old Man Barker?
No, I'm saying I'm
not
trying to
looking
hear
at the
from
screen.
Old Man Barker. Sorry to
Old Man
shut
Barker,
you up.
yeah.
Oh, what are we talking about now?
Okay, okay.
Nordic healthcare system compared to Canada.
No, we constantly have no emergency department in this town because they've been starving the public system on purpose so we can privatize it. And then Al Qaeda here wants to separate, and then they'll bring us medical bankruptcy, and then they call themselves smart. It's crazy.
That's happening all over the country.
All over the
like
country.
They're like rural America is screwed.
Right. But as far as there are
And I mean
Canadians advocating for
because
privatizing
they're
our
closing
healthcare,
hospitals.
Yeah.
they're trying to get us to go medically bankrupt, just like you. Like we can see how it doesn't work for you, and there are
Right.
people stupid enough to say
Exactly.
our problems are bad, but let's make them worse.
And same thing in England too, privatization, right? Because because Michael and those who live overseas, I guess the reason why a lot of the ministries want to learn from America because they know America has innovation when it comes to like MRI, CT, surgical equipment. So I guess they want to make Canada similar to America, make it more innovative, marketable, as a way to relieve costs from the government. From what I understand.
Cuba for that.
Yeah. Well, in Alberta, we have to give
they
all the
say,
money to the oil industry, all of it,
Right.
and we keep electing them the ones that are going to do that. And I'm in Drayton Valley, an oil town. All these people want to separate too.
Right. The tax money you're saying?
Yeah. The equalization formula or something that was written under the Harper administration.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Yeah,
Yes.
everyone's talking about how Alberta's they make all Canada's money because that's where all the oil is. So you guys are better be grateful that we're in the union with you guys because
That's a lie.
It's like, but no, we're paying you guys money to prop up a expensive oil industry that's not really worth the cost.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. What province you're located in, sir? I didn't catch.
Oh, I'm in Alberta.
Oh, Alberta. Yeah,
We have the tar sands.
tar sands, Alberta. I just read in a
bitumen.
Canadian. Oh, go ahead.
But they're
sorry.
now stealing from Venezuela. So when our economy crashes, they're going to blame the feds somehow.
like the
Mm.
Canadian, like the U.S. Feds, right? Or the Canadian Feds you're
No,
talking
the
about?
Canadian Fed.
Canadian Feds. I see.
We got a bankster prime minister.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, that's the thing
I
with
just
China,
don't know
though.
enough about Canadian politics.
Unfortunately for Canada, well, for Canadians, Venezuela's loss is our gain because that's where China's pivoted to get all their oil. When they can't get it from Venezuela anymore, the Americans benefit from the cheap Venezuelan oil now,
That's
but
right.
China benefits from cheap Canadian oil. So
You
I
think
don't know
so?
if it's cheap, but I don't know. That's what
Because-
I think that's what they're trying to do with this.
Oh, for sure. With the bitumen, we can't refine it here. The refineries are all in Texas somehow, and that's the same kind of dirty crude that Venezuela has. And then when the NDP was the government here, bunch of shit libs, they ran around with their hair on fire saying that it was the provincial government's fault, not the coke stealing from Venezuela.
Mm.
Yeah.
Well, you have a fan, old man Barker. Sean said you got a real nice beard there.
I like your
Oh,
beard.
yeah.
Man. Cool.
It used to be a rockabilly, and now it's just out of control.
Yeah. Anyways, I read about the Canadians' healthcare wait times. A report came out last year. It said Canadians' wait times dropped slightly, but still high from 1993. Michael and you, would you guys agree or disagree? It's much higher than 1993 healthcare wait times levels. In 1993, the healthcare wait times was 10 weeks in 1993 in Canada.
Yeah.
Now it's like 28.5 weeks. Average.
I wouldn't be able to detect any change. It's been so bad. It takes so long. It just doesn't matter how long it takes. It's too long.
Oh, it's been intentionally underfunded my whole life.
Mm-hmm.
It's because they want to privatize it.
Yeah.
If you have an emergency, you better be prepared to sacrifice your whole day and the next day waiting to get seen before you even get anything.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Because
And right now we don't even have an emergency department at times.
Oh man. So where do you guys go
You
for
don't have an emergency room like in every hospital?
Okay, we have a massive problem. Emergency rooms. We got people like suicidal or like drug overdose and stuff. They get sent into the emergency room. They send them back out on the streets like 24 hours, 48 hours later.
Do you guys
And they're
have something
dying that way,
called?
too.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
You guys have something called urgent care where, like, instead of going to
like
the
ER?
hospital. No.
Oh,
Urgent
urgent
care is instead of going to the hospital.
Like you
could
go to like a urgent clinic, medical clinic.
A medical clinic, it's like a think of
Like
it
a
as like a
walk-in?
neighborhood Walmart or something.
Yeah, we got lots
If that
of
makes
walk-ins.
sense.
But the walk-ins got weird kind of time, like
sensitive
times when they're open and stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
They're not 24 hours?
Yeah. So do you guys
That one?
sometimes right?
I
you
said
guys
they're not 24 hours.
Nope.
They're kind of arbitrary. They sort of set their own rules, I think.
Yeah.
I haven't looked into them too much.
Yeah. But do you guys sometimes had to go? Do you guys sometimes had to cross the Michigan border to get urgent care or electric care because the electric care requires Canadians to wait more than 300 days?
If I had money, maybe, but I wouldn't even consider that. That's not an option for me.
Oh, I'm on the other side of the country.
Other side of the country.
Yeah.
Right.
See this?
Hmm?
I
What's
ripped my
that?
face off with a car and a semi.
Oh.
They got me right in for that.
Oh wow. I think it's
But
because
that's only because it was an emergency.
right, emergency critical. Right. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure it out because in America, Americans get skeptical about Medicare for all, thinking that, oh my gosh, Medicare for all is going to be like Canada. Look at the wait times. Look what Bernie Sanders is proposing. Bernie Sanders want us to be like Canada.
But that's only because of the multiculturalism here. Like they have to keep a hierarchy going. Have to keep that going.
Oh
If it
yeah.
was Norway or
People are
Sweden,
kind of rejecting
it wouldn't
the
be an issue.
Mm-hmm.
We're kind of superficially multicultural, where we're sort of more assimilationist lately than maybe we're admitting to. Is what I'm saying about blaming the immigrants for all the problems and stuff. We're acting more like
Absolutely.
we're that melting pot than that mosaic.
Right. And would you say it has to do with Donald Trump influencing Canadians become bold, open, direct? In other words,
It's always been like that in Alberta.
Alberta always, because from American from American point of view, we always looked at Canada as very, like I said, on the surface level, as like polite, liberal, less less overt. I would say less overt discrimination, but more covert.
Well, that would be where people
I
aren't
suppose.
understanding the conservative Canadian identity, where they're not that liberal. They're not like a liberal light. They're just like
Yeah.
American Republicans.
Right. But I also heard that the conservative Canadians would rather preserve the Medicare program than dismantle it, compared to conservative Americans.
That would be one of the examples of what happens when you actually give people something that's just clearly good for them, and then it's hard to rationalize them cutting their nose off to spite their face.
Right. Oh, we lost. I think we lost him by accident.
So
That's okay. Maybe he'll be back.
So Jacqueline was asking me,
Mm-hmm.
she's in the UK. She says, "Do you mean like a walk-in center?" I've never heard of that. So
Like, where do you go for?
She said, "Where you go to medical treatment outside of GP hours, general practicing hours,
like straight away,
or if you
like
can't get an appointment straight away."
Mm-hmm.
And I was explaining to her, like, it is a way to divert non-emergency care so hospitals don't have like that overflow. And I don't know if Lucky's still here, because he had mentioned, like we say, Obama. What did Obama do? Here's another one, Lucky. Obama did do this. So you know how veterans have to go to a VA hospital,
right?
And sometimes the VA hospital is really far away. I can't remember the name of this law or whatever, but he was trying to make it where a veteran would only have to go to to help with the backlog. They would only have to go to a VA hospital for things that were medical issues that were the direct impact of being a veteran. Everything else, they will be able to go to a regular urgent care or hospital.
Yeah, I know the name of the law. It's called the Missing Act. It was signed in 2018 by President Donald Trump.
Obama.
Well, yeah, but Donald Trump expanded it, because I think when Obama signed the first,
we had to look it up.
Yeah.
What's it called?
Yeah, under Donald Trump, it's called the Missing Act of 2018. VA Missing Act, or VA. I can't remember. I don't remember the name of the law specifically, but I know Donald Trump signed a law that gave veterans choice to choose healthcare providers outside the VA for something.
Maybe it was just an extension, because I'm pretty sure it happened under Obama.
Yeah, but yeah, anyway, because what I was gonna say, so I know in Denmark, as I said to 3 of you earlier, Denmark guarantees healthcare wait times 80 days to see a specialist, right? Like, they have the max, like there's a benchmark behind it, and the Danish government says if patients wait anything longer than 80 days, that means the Danish government is required to help patients to find a private healthcare provider, and it'll pay for it out of pocket, like guaranteed. Whereas Canada and other countries, the healthcare wait times are not guaranteed, so it fluctuates.
Yeah, I have a video for you if you want to see it about Denmark. I thought it was funny because you mentioned Greenland and Denmark, so
right.
Let me pull it up.
I think we're losing our guest. He's frozen.
Oh no,
Alberta.
Come back.
Come back.
Oh man, yeah, log off and come back. So I thought this was kind of hilarious. You know who Nick Shirley is, right? And then maybe we can move the subject along a little bit. Nick Shirley, you know who Nick Shirley is, Michael?
That's
the guy who he's like a fraudulent reporter. He was like reporting of all this fraud happening in Minnesota, which it wasn't fraud. Yes, there was fraud that happened. It was already prosecuted. People already went to jail, and he's like reviving this like beating a dead horse. And then Trump sent all those ICE agents to Minnesota to terrorize Somalians.
Mm-hmm.
When in the end, the gag is the person at the top of the scheme, the fraud scheme, is a white lady named Amy Brock. So that's the gag. But anyway, here he is in Greenland doing more of Trump's bidding, but he's not very smart. So here we go.
United States citizen?
No. Do you know the history of Greenland?
What is the history of Greenland?
Do you know the history of Greenland?
I know that Denmark.
You know only Denmark?
I only know the part that Denmark bought it.
Bought it?
Or is the
Got it.
Did they buy it or no?
No, they colonized.
They colonized.
Yeah. In 1721.
They colonized.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just know that Denmark has
they experimented with children. Yeah, and
Really?
many different stuff. Yeah. Also the Americans, they left. Yeah, they left barrels in nature all over the place, and the radioactivity they drop from the plane, and I don't know, we don't really want to be American or Danish.
Mm-hmm. Would you guys be able to survive economically without a country like Denmark?
If you look at the economical situation in Greenland, you can think about many different stuff, because if we should look at the most like money we get in Greenland, it's from fish. So we export the fish from Greenland and we give it to Denmark, and then they sell it for like 4 times higher price. So if we should talk about economic situation, we can also talk about FN, or how you say it in English, UN, how Denmark gets advantages with paying UN because military bases. Yeah. Anything else?
Basically, he's like, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, okay? Why are you even here? Like,
that guy, Abby,
we're being extorted.
Yeah, Abby. Yeah, he looks familiar from YouTube. I remember he was in the Somali towns in Minnesota.
Yeah, his name is Nick Shirley.
Nick Shirley, I remember, and the Somali, and he was like, he said, "Oh, the Somalis, they spelled this word wrong, or upside down."
Because it said leering instead of learning.
Right, learning. They said, leering.
Okay,
right.
Like, that's the least of your worries, you know.
Right.
I mean, that don't look good, but that doesn't mean that they're not like taking care of the children properly.
Yeah, but Nick Shirley, yeah, he does look uninformed. He kept thinking like, yeah, Denmark and Greenland, oh, they're part of the same country, and the natives, like the locals, like, no, they're not, sir, different. Did you? And he told Nick Shirley that Denmark colonized Greenland, and Nick was like, really? I didn't know that. Because he just thought that Greenland was part of Denmark or part of the EU, even though Greenland has a separate has its own.
Sorry,
he's frozen again.
Oh man, he's frozen again.
I think we're just gonna have a hard time with this
I didn't mean to
connection.
cut you off.
Yeah,
there was
Maybe the
like every interview that he does, he makes himself look like more of an idiot than he was the first time. Like he was in this interview and they're like, well, who do you consider, like the top 4 benevolent leaders? And he said, what is benevolent? Benevolent. And I was like, what? Dude, this
he's back.
Like,
Womby's back.
Okay, there we go. Okay, old man Bar, I don't know how much you heard. You want to comment? Somebody said you're being hypnotized. Ooh.
I'm being
hypnotized. Follow my finger. Did you hear any of what we were talking about?
I missed the end of that. Trying to get back in here.
Oh,
okay. Either children to help me.
Can you play the video again, Abby, for him to see?
Sure.
Yeah.
Wait, let me see.
Did you get to see the video of the indigenous from Greenland?
Like educating.
Oh yeah, when they were colonized.
Yeah.
Oh, so you saw it? Did he say allegedly? He said allegedly.
Habit.
Oh, okay. Oh wait, I gotta remove. Hold on.
Yeah, but I was saying that, OMB, I was saying that Nick Surley, like, was when he interviewed hey Abby, what was the person that Nick Surley was interviewing, and he asked the guy, what does benevolent mean, the leaders, remember?
He said benevolent.
Oh,
But I can't remember his name.
Nick Shirley, that's the guy that was
I probably have it.
exposed in daycare.
Well, allegedly.
Was that a different one? Yeah.
Yeah, that was
No,
different.
it was him, but the alleged part is that he really wasn't exposing anything that wasn't already known and prosecuted in the state of Minnesota. Like, that wasn't the point. There really wasn't the point at all. But with that being said, did y'all hear about the it was like 48, let me see if I can find it. In Texas, they exposed fraud to the tune of, I think it was $14 billion or something. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah. 48 Texans charged in a nationwide $14.6 billion healthcare fraud takedown. Now this happened, like, why aren't the ICE being deployed to Texas?
Right.
Like, why aren't they there? Like, they need to be there expeditiously, according to you.
Right, because Donald Trump want to focus on the Hispanics and Somalis, and he's not concerned about the healthcare fraud in Texas.
At all, because that's a red state.
Right.
So why would he care about that?
Right, because Donald Trump's like, there are no illegals in Texas, so we're good. We got to focus on illegals in liberal states or blue states.
Right. It is Texas. Like, are you kidding me?
Right.
Well, it's interesting about the organized crime. It seems like they're tough on, let's go after the cartels, but keeping their hands off of the border and like Texas and the border states would be kind of like going soft on the cartels because they're actually too strong and you're not really willing to confront them, kind of thing.
Right.
And it's also a matter of, okay, you're not going after the hotel workers. You're not going after the construction workers. Like, in the beginning he was, and the businesses were like, you need to back the fuck up. Like, you're not going into the manufacturing plants.
Right. And not only that,
like,
but he's not
home workers, you're not doing that anymore. And you're not doing it because businesses told you need to leave us alone and let us get this free labor. Like, this low wage labor.
Right. And by the way, by the way, he didn't go after people at Martha Vineyard, where most illegals work at or reside in.
Shoot, he can go to Mar-a-Lago.
And I bet you, go
in the kitchen.
I bet like $2 I bet you guys $2 that he definitely employs illegals at his company, the Trump Tower.
Absolutely.
In some way or some fashion.
He does.
But he's not he's definitely not revealing it to the public, or he's keeping it hidden.
They could stop it tomorrow if they went after the employer, but the employer don't.
Right.
Someone, if y'all want to be petty real quick,
sure.
Before I move on to a serious topic, because we've been talking about serious stuff for a while, so can we just be petty real quick?
Yeah.
I don't remember who said this, but they were like, "Hey, y'all saw Trump shoot himself on TV and cleared the room out? Have y'all seen it?"
No.
Nope.
Y'all want to see
I've seen that, yeah, but let's about it.
Let's cue it up. Might as well. Now you got to pay attention to the lady in the green.
Yeah.
Because she's sitting right behind her. Like,
can you guys imagine Donald Trump ordering 100 pieces of cheeseburgers to give to his to give to his staff and members of Congress. Can you imagine?
No.
He does that with like players who come.
Right.
McDonald's, like, what?
Because Donald Trump's like, I don't want to spend $100. I don't want to spend so much money on luxurious food because my money, I watch my money very closely.
He only does that in Mar-a-Lago.
Right.
He's like, you're just athletes. Give the McDonald's to the poors. Okay, here we go.
Advisor in green notices strange smell, becomes visibly embarrassed, and triggers evacuation of the press conference after Trump soils himself. The most talked about moment of the Oval Office collapse wasn't even the sudden silence. It was the reaction of the advisor dressed in green, who ended up becoming the symbol of live embarrassment. During the press conference, she was the first to notice the strong odor in the room and, unable to hide it, made an expression. Advisor in green notices strange smell, becomes visibly embarrassed.
This is not the best one. I'm sorry, because he was talking, and you could kind of hear, like, you could hear. They call it a short, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like you're supposed to fart, but you know
that would be that's the important part. You need to have
little juicy part
where you can hear the audio.
Right, man. I bet.
I know. I didn't have that queued up. My bad. But
yeah.
Look, after she did it, you could see like when she did this, she also like closed her mouth, like, oh, shit is in my. You know how when something smells bad, and maybe you're hungry or something, you
right?
Like she's
trying
bit.
to right, like she's trying to like not laugh too hard about it.
Yeah.
And then everybody's like, and then here come the press. They're like, all right, show's over, and they're like rushing everybody out.
But it's so perfect because the whole thing about we're gonna go after China, we're gonna win this trade war or whatever, and he's fucking shitting himself.
You know what's so fun? Do you remember in Donald Trump's first term, he said about the African continent, about African countries,
shithole countries, and look
right?
at you, we're sitting in a shithole diaper.
I bet you like Donald Trump probably does not take showers every day.
Probably not.
It says, here, mate, come here to give me a bath. Just give me a sponge bath. We're good.
Probably so.
Right. But can you imagine like Donald Trump criticize Biden? Oh, look at Biden. Biden's so old. Biden's wearing diapers and smelly. Can you imagine Donald Trump criticize Biden being too smelly or didn't take baths?
I mean, a lot of people have been like they've been talking about that, how he smells funny, like spoiled milk or something.
I'll just have to take their word for it. I mean, that's what people are saying. I've not been anywhere close enough to smell what Trump smells like.
Yeah, but
I never will be.
Right. Have you guys noticed that? Donald Trump is more obese than Biden?
Well, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, he's a lot more obese.
Jinx, you owe me a soda.
I guess I'll figure out a way to get that to you.
Right. And I bet, yeah, and not only that, but Donald Trump likes to go to McDonald's every day, eat the same food. Hamburger, chicken McNuggets, Big Mac.
Alleged food.
Right, large Coca-Cola, French fries.
I'm gonna be right back, and then I have something else I want to show you guys, but you know when in the correct time.
Sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll be back.
Yeah, my name is OMB, and Michael, can you imagine Donald Trump visiting Toronto, Ontario, Canada for a festival? And Donald Trump, by accident, farts and forgets to say excuse me. Can you imagine? And all the Canadians leaving quickly.
Sure. Yeah, I could imagine it, I guess. It would be a funny little brief moment in all this insanity, but it's not really the most important thing, kind of thing. That's what.
Right.
That's where I'm too literal, right? Like we were saying earlier, I often don't have enough of a. Like this is the moment where we're supposed to stop and have the comedic relief and
Right.
poke fun at these guys. And I'm like, no, I don't want to poke fun at them. I just want to see them, all kinds of things happen to them that I shouldn't, otherwise want to see happen to people. Right.
Right. Can you also imagine Donald Trump using Canada's healthcare system, and he's told by a nurse, "Mr. President, you gotta wait. You gotta wait 10 hours in the ER." And Donald Trump said, "No way. I'm going to give you $10,000. Let me cut through the line." Can you imagine Donald Trump paying the nurses $10,000 so that he can get timely medical care in the ER?
Yeah. Well, you say Donald Trump, but that's just like the name we're using right now. That's what happens every day with people all over the world.
Right. And the Canadians are noticing Donald Trump. How are you able to rush in or squeeze in to see ER doctor within 40 minutes? And Donald Trump says to the Canadians, "Well, Canadians, just be like Americans. Just be like us. Prioritize your healthcare system. That way you won't have to wait longer to see an ER doctor."
Yeah. Well, that's
There's no guarantee though.
Yeah, that's there are some private healthcare, like hospitals and stuff in Canada. They're just they're under some more strict regulations than they would like to be and stuff. And there's so there are like people, like if you try, as far as the way that things are supposed to work, maybe there's I bet you there's a lot of like under the table arrangements where they privatize healthcare is probably just something that is a reality in Canada. You just got to not talk about it, whatever, keep it on the down low, whatever. But as far as like the wait times, I'm sure they just bribe people to get around that shit, right? But
right,
I don't necessarily have proof. Right? So, but if he tried to do that, it according to the way that they say that it works, they would tell him he's not allowed to cut the line, no matter how much he tries to offer.
Right.
Yeah.
Interesting. 'Cause I know Donald Trump is thinking like, look, America is so close to Canada. So Canada got to be more efficient like America in terms of like in terms of speeding up the process.
Efficient?
Yeah, that's where some people are. We were saying before, people are dumb enough to believe that inviting medical bankruptcy would actually make the system more efficient. Because what we see is when you privatize the system, it doesn't make anything. It makes things less efficient because there's no less accountability.
Yeah.
Right.
One of the criticisms I do have of our system, though, is when the doctors screw things up, they're not exactly very accountable. There's that thing, they're too valuable for us to really go after them. So even when they screw up, it's collateral damage. So you can't really sue your doctor very easily. It's possible technically, but it's difficult.
Right. So in other words, you want to bring back the malpractice lawsuit in Canada, right?
We need accountability for our medical profession. For them to be effective, they need to be held accountable.
Held accountable. So how are Canadian doctors not held accountable to patients if Canadian doctors made like a medical error, but they don't reveal to patients? Like, what are like covert ways? And then patients find out a couple days later, or maybe weeks.
So that happens.
Can I interject for a second?
Yeah.
Because Jacqueline's off the bed.
Oh, right. Thank you.
Good night, Jacqueline.
Good night, Jacqueline.
Thanks
Good night,
for
Jack.
joining us, as always. Have a good night. See you Thursday.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Knock on wood. Not to be superstitious.
All right, y'all go ahead. I don't know what y'all talking about here.
I was saying, like Michael was telling, like in Canada, doctors are not currently held accountable, so it's very difficult to sue them. So I was asking Michael, should Canada bring back malpractice, or have a system of implement a malpractice system just like America does, where patients can sue hospitals, doctors, nurses easily?
That's where we can. It's the option is legally there. The problem is that the legal system doesn't really do its job as far as
it's really not that easy.
You're right. Like, not sure what to sort of say as far as solutions. We need accountability for our lawyers, I guess, in order to get accountability for our doctors.
Right.
That's a different problem.
Yeah.
A bunch of our doctors are aging out,
Mhm.
and they're not being replaced. Like we
Right.
closed the whole practice down here a couple of years ago because there's a mass retirement.
Which is so strange because they try to tell you that college is indoctrination. You don't need to go.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wait a minute. How are we gonna? How is that possible?
Right.
We need experts in specific subjects, don't we? Like,
Mhm.
what?
Yeah, you know what it is, Avi? I guess because they don't want to see the masses being educated and question authority with critical, with critical thinking, abstract problem solving, doing something behind people's back. You know what I mean? So
It
they
is
would,
about control, I think. Like the more the more skills we have, the more empowered we are, the more of a threat we are.
right.
But they've taken their logic to the extreme. Sure, of course, it makes sense to undermine us, right? But to completely cut away education and cut away healthcare and just leave us to die like that, that is really stupid of them. It's just a
Mhm.
matter of us proving how dumb it was.
Yeah.
By standing up.
And
Right.
going back to communism, by the way.
Exactly. My classic propagandistic call for action.
So this is where Michael and
Fidel
Obi.
Castro,
Uh-huh.
they have a really, really good
Healthcare system.
system there. And he even, like with Katrina,
Education,
he
too.
offered to send doctors to Louisiana.
Mhm.
George Bush refused to accept them. And he also offered for low-income students to to learn in Cuba, get their medical degree. And the only for free, the only stipulation was that when they went back home, they
Mhm.
had to practice in their own neighborhood. Like they could not, take the brain drain somewhere else. They had to stay where they grew up
Right.
for a certain amount of years and take the things that they learned there for their community.
In other words, like public
Something like
service. It's like
exactly.
right. Speaking about it, Michael and OMB, do you think
Exactly what it is.
And speaking about that, right, Michael and OMB, do you think Canada needs to have a more like a communist healthcare system like in Cuba, or do you think it
Yes.
just needs to maintain its single payer system but with big improvements?
Unfortunately, we're probably in the vast minority here where, yes, more communism equals good.
Yes.
And people just don't, like, they think we're like aliens for that kind of, like, we don't make any, like, we're just crazy people, right?
Right.
That's part of the thing with the healthcare thing too, is you get discriminated as with mental health problems for trying to help to fix the problem.
Mhm.
And that needs to stop. But I see.
May I say this real quick? Thank you so much, Sean.
Yeah.
It says, can I just say thank you to Abby and Michael and the chat for this. I really enjoy these discussions.
Truly, thank you.
Hey, thanks, Sean.
That's very kind.
Yeah, very kind.
Sean.
Feedback.
Now, maybe one day you'll come up.
Yeah.
That helps us know that continuing to do this is what people are looking for. So
yeah, but so what were you saying, Michael? Go on. Sorry, I know. Sorry for the brief interruption. I know you're talking about like making Canada more like Cuba in terms of like.
Well, actually, what I was going to say was, speaking of Cuba, let's keep them. If you're a praying person, keep them in your prayers. Whatever. I'd say, like, let's keep the spotlight on Cuba right now. Now that Venezuela's been attacked, Cuba is now next on the list. They're being targeted. Mexico, unfortunately, has really exposed themselves as pretty cowardly, and they were pressured to cut off oil supplies, and then they declared that it was a sovereign decision for them to agree with America's coercion. So that needs to be understood, right? That Cuba is being isolated right now, and it's time for some of that solidarity, and it's not happening.
And the gag is not just about oil and resources. It's also about
control.
Checking off the list of the people who aren't, the countries who aren't on the Federal Reserve System.
Right.
Like they want a globe. Hey, New
Right.
World Order is looking more and more like, you know, it
Yeah.
only happens a certain amount of time.
Right. So
Because it's only like 4, no, maybe 7 countries left or something.
Right. So in other words, they
I'm-
want to make they want to make Venezuela like a capitalist economy. So that way so that America can extract resources from Venezuela. Just like how they did with USSR.
We'll see if it works. I mean, it sort of is a test of the Bolivarian Revolution there, of the revolutionary character of the Venezuelan people. I've seen a lot that suggests that they really won't go quietly or easily, but if they're fucked over enough, I'm not really sure what they can. Like they're gonna have to go Palestinian basically to make sure it doesn't happen.
Right.
If they're there.
Because I know Donald Trump is very hungry for Venezuela, and he's willing to build up military bases and send more than 100,000 troops to get the resources from Venezuela. And I'm pretty sure the Venezuelans are not going to give up a fight easily.
Right, that's
Just
what
like
I'm
how-
thinking. But as
Right.
far as what I'm seeing with, I was kind of hoping that is it Delcy Rodriguez would be a little bit more
aggressive,
stronger, hardline, but she seems to be a little more complicit than I was expecting. I don't know as much about this as others. There's all kinds of different places around the world to be paying attention to, and I have a lot to learn about Venezuela still.
Right.
But,
And do you
yeah.
do you think that Canada should follow America's lead by extracting resources from Venezuela so that the oil prices in Canada can drop?
Well, I don't think Canada should be following America's lead at all.
Well,
I'm worried that a lot of what Mark Carney is saying about the end of American relationship is over is all rhetoric. It's more of a negotiating tactic in order to be pressuring Trump to give concessions as opposed to real. Like this is what it would be a dream come true for me. I've been advocating for a long time that Canada break ties with America like this, and now that's exactly what it seems like. That's what Canada's doing. So I'm a little suspicious, right?
right.
For
And
sure.
right. And are you guys surprised? Like Canada is standing strong to Donald Trump in North American history. Surprise for the first time, or
Yeah.
nothing new?
It's a surprise. It's where I'm saying it doesn't really like. It's a bit. You get typecast as a character. Canada, as a country, our character has become typecast as America's bitch, right?
Right.
But things are
Yeah.
changing on the world scene to such a degree that things that were never possible before may have become possible. I just don't think we've never had a revolutionary enough kind of mindset in our working class, let alone our ruling class, of course, right? So
Right.
I don't see them doing anything like that's actually going to benefit the country. They've been using the country parasitically for such a long time. I feel like that's their nature. That's all they know how to do.
Right.
Let them prove me wrong.
So this is very interesting. This comment, John says, continued white narcissism. Now it's very interesting that he says that because I was watching. No, I was reading something about like we have to change our language. Like when we say white supremacy, we need to change. It's not supremacy; it's white narcissism.
Right.
Which
Good
is
point.
very different
That's a good point.
from
because-
supremacy, because supremacy implies that you're supreme and you're not. You're just being a fucking narcissistic asshole. Basically, what it is.
Right.
Like main character syndrome.
But I feel like I think the narcissism and white supremacy definitely can be combined together because they have something in common about dominance, fear,
Right.
divide and
I
conquer.
get you. Yeah, because a narcissist wants to have control over. Well, a narcissist think. Well, I don't think they do. I think they act out of fear. So it isn't a supremacy.
I'll put a
Actually,
caveat. I'm skeptical of the like the diagnostic statistic manual disorders. the DSM-5 stuff, the technical, like I don't really feel, these can be kind of stereotypical, these diagnoses. They're not necessarily as scientifically based as we would like them to be. We're kind of convinced that everyone talks about them like they're valid, like they are. That's my caveat.
Well, I'll push back a little bit because science is science is always changing based on new information that you have, right?
Right.
So I know you don't like to label things, but if you don't label things, how do you talk about them in a discussion?
Right.
Without having some label, like that's a start, that's a baseline, a starting point.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to have some way to get the conversation moving forward.
Right.
And nobody says science is a matter of fact.
And sometimes
science is always tested.
Yep, and sometimes science is not exact, and that's why I think Abby and Michael, you guys make a perfect case why we need both science and DSM. Yes, DSM can be very biased because DSM is about labeling people's conditions, and what DSM DSM-5 fails to acknowledge is people's environment, why people present, narcissism or why they behave differently because the environment they grew up in, which I think DSM-5 doesn't take into consideration. And yes, science can be good in some ways, but science can also be biased in certain instances when it comes to diagnosis, research on people, not taking account to people's differences in socioeconomic conditions, environment, race, and other factors. So I do think that everything has to be. I feel like all courts need to definitely come to the table.
Yeah, I mean, the question would be about, is the DSM-5...
Oh, sorry.
I was saying, we tend to think like there'd be a progressive improvement from the first manual. It's the Diagnostic Statistic Manual of Mental Disorders, if people are not aware of the acronym we're using when we talk about DSM-5. So there've been 5 editions so far.
Mm-hmm.
So this is when people talk about the psychiatric disorders that are being attached to us, like bipolar, schizophrenia, ADD, depression, like all these things are coming from the Diagnostic Statistic Manual. And you need to to actually look at like everything else. You need to do the historical materialism of observing what actually happened in the progression through these manuals, to understand the problem, kind of thing, because they're not necessarily getting better.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, with time, like the idea that science always progresses with each edition, I think that there's such an ignorance, like a refusal to have like a class conscious sort of mental health diagnostic manual, that you end up with some like false mental health diagnostics.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like so basically you're saying under each diagnosis, then there should be like bullets of
different
nature versus nurture, like social programming, economic conditions, like all the factors that could be involved in the environment, all the factors that could be involved in bringing this about, because some of it is environmental and some of it is just genetics. Yes,
but they're not being rigorous enough with the way that they're doing the actual science, being objective and whatnot, so that they can have hard conclusions about what actual mental illnesses there are, and because it's a pretty complicated topic, but it's just like I feel like the diagnostic manuals sort of being in a way that's being used to falsify mental illness as opposed to actually identify the root cause.
Right.
Because of this, like the American Psychiatric Association, the whole thing about the money, when you follow the money, you understand these psychiatrists are being paid asinine amounts, are being influenced by the pharmaceutical industry and whatnot to manipulate the interpretation of the mental illness that we're observing.
And you have to also look at the diversity of the people who are creating, like making these diagnoses, because they're looking at things through their lens,
Mhm.
and not taking account for
Any different,
someone from a different community
right?
or different background.
And so it's
Um,
right. So it's mostly coming from like an Anglo-Saxon point of view when practitioners make these kind of, diagnosis. And this is where social workers. Sorry, Abby, to jump in. I didn't mean to, but I was trying
no,
to
it's
make a
fine.
point.
It's fine. But before you finish, just bye, Golden Monarch. Happy wife, happy life.
Bye,
Yeah.
Monarch. Bye.
Thanks for tuning in. I was hoping to have Golden Monarch and Lucky come on maybe next week.
Yeah.
I want to hear you guys have a conversation
Point.
about
Yeah.
crypto.
But
Yeah.
anyways, I was saying that from a social worker's point of view, right? Because I studied, I went to graduate school for social work, and what I learned is that when social workers use DSM-5 to make an assessment of their clients, they're not using it as a diagnosis, but they use it as a label, as like what could be the environmental factors or risk factors influencing people that contribute to people's behaviors, thinking, right, or struggles. And what social workers learn from psychologists or interacting is that psychologists will make diagnosis based on tests, right, but not accounting for why is there so much discrepancy in the test result? Is it because the subjects were nervous during the test, or because the psychologist made them feel uncomfortable during the assessments, right? Also, you're right too, Abby, about differences where people come from comes to race, gender, and other demographics. So I feel like psychologists are kind of like almost very similar to psychiatrists, but the psychologist cannot prescribe, medications. That's what psychiatrists do.
The same thing still holds true in like standardized tests,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like when you look at the data of the test, it's like the way you formulate a question, the references that you give to get an answer might be something that culturally someone doesn't understand that reference because that's not where they come from. Like that doesn't make any sense to them. They don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
Right.
So how can they answer it, in such a way?
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So that is a factor in test scores as well. And I don't know.
True.
Well,
I think that's why there needs to be more diversity in those who make
and
the
right.
standardized tests as well.
Mm-hmm. And not only that, but there should be more diversity in staffing who write the tests, because right now standardized tests are developed by white Anglo-Saxon groups of people. So if the more diversity you have on the test to create the test, the better. It will show like where people are at and where people need to make improvements, or where suggestions could help to improve people's well-being. And unfortunately, because these standardized tests, like you guys said earlier, they're really about making profits for corporations, as opposed to like helping people what they need to accomplish or to really like meet their goals in life. And that's why like one country in Finland, for example, Finland does not use standardized tests until high school, or until students reach closer to graduation from high school. Because what the Finnish educators learn is that when you emphasize standardized tests, or when you have standardized tests go way too far, it hurts students' well-being, self-esteem, to build confidence. So what the Finnish educators learn is that you got to understand the data, the science, understanding students' mindset. What's making them so anxious to perform well? Is it the environment they're operating in? Is it the peers? Is it family dynamics, right? Is it also poverty, socioeconomic, class differences between wealthy and non-wealthy groups of people? And also play, experience about play. Because when you start playing at an early age, it helps people to develop self-esteem, and it helps to reduce people's mental health struggles early on, if it does not completely eliminate them. So these are
And
some.
to
Go ahead,
sorry.
Abby.
I was just gonna say, and to imagine for the purpose of like new inventions and stuff like that.
Right, exactly, right. Because like in America, and I think in some Western countries, they tend to emphasize standardized tests.
There's something about this, like a postmodernist kind of thing about we want to get away from standards, we want to get away from regulations. You know, like there is something of a need for standards as far as like, we're trying to have a doctor. Do we not want to have standards as far as that kind of stuff? Like, but the thing with the pressure to succeeding, you know, it's that capitalist system about if you're not, it's more the eugenic mindset. If you're not, we're trying to purge, what is it, the separate the wheat from the chaff, right? So they're trying, they have mindset about education is that there are a certain number of qualified individuals that were born qualified and the rest are not ever going to be capable. And so they've already decided that they want to spend all their resources on this few number of kids. And they don't believe that if they actually spent the time and effort to raise the tides for all ships educationally, then you would have like people, you'd have all the doctors you need and then some, because everyone is smarter than you believe they are.
Right. But but it's also like the situations they're going to operate in that's going to determine people's intelligence than a test alone. And I want to go back to Finland. So did you guys know that very few people become teachers in Finland because the matriculation exam is very rigorous, very competitive? It's only like maybe like 5 or 10% of people become teachers in Finland.
Yeah, trying to prove that you're one of the few who qualify. This is where I'm saying there. We design systems because of like cultural bias, you might say, or a historical culture that views things the way that we're raised in it. We don't even maybe understand that this is influencing things in such a way. But there's no reason to be so rigorous with the standards in that way. Whatever you can create the standards that are more accepting, participatory, as opposed to punishing.
I disagree. Just like doctors, you have to have some standards. The problem is teachers don't get paid for the.
What I'm saying is when people wash out, when they fail, do you say that they have to pay another $10,000 to try again?
Teachers are severely underpaid here too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not incentivizing people properly, but they believe that this is the way that you motivate people.
Right. And teachers in Finland actually make equivalent of a doctor's salary in Finland.
So there goes that hegemony.
Yeah, so
that's some of that
that's that hegemony.
Policies.
Yeah, because
they can only achieve through imperialism, which is why Finland's cozying up to NATO. In spite of all these things that they're also doing that are progressive.
Right, and also because of Finland, not only Finland spends a decent amount of education, but it spends a decent amount of money on social services. In other words, it spends money on universal health care, paid time off, childcare.
There's none of that. We have to give all the money to the oil industry.
Right.
All of it.
And also too, Finnish teachers, when they develop curriculum, they develop curriculum based on data and community input, right? Even though majority of funding comes from the central government or the thing in Finland, but most of the delivery and curriculum comes from the local school boards and from municipalities, students and parents. But
so that to me sounds like some of this cybernetics, technocratic, the decentralized kind of mindset. But I think a lot of people aren't necessarily recognizing it as such. It sounds more like the grassroots, the horizontal anarchist kind of. We're trying to not act so hierarchical. We're giving the local people a say in governance, aren't we? Even though we're not actually communists, right? We're a capitalist, a social democratic society, but we know how to do it right compared to those Americans. Even though if you really you zoom out, you see how they don't actually have sovereignty. But this is sort of the way that they balance things with their domestic population. In those countries, they actually take care of their people in order to not have problems like in their electoral politics, whatever, so they can keep getting elected, right? But in America, they're like, we don't need to do that shit because we're the fucking empire.
Right.
Yeah,
and
we have gerrymandering. We'll just gerrymander the fuck out of your district and stay in power. It doesn't even matter.
And America's not a parliamentary at all, unlike other countries. But it is in Finland. So the Finnish education system. So yes, the government does has national standards, but it gives flexibility and autonomy to Finnish teachers how they want to implement the national curriculum or standards. In other words, it's not a prescription for how teachers are going to educate Finnish students. It gives them autonomy and freedom how they want to implement those national standards, but it's not as one size fits all. In other words,
Right. Yeah, but you got to understand how all of this is very much at jeopardy right now. This could evaporate in the next 5-10 years because it looks like Finland very much. I really hope this is not the case. Is the next Ukraine? There's Russia's been massing troops kind of gradually for years now. Ever since the Ukraine conflict started, they've been making sure that they're prepared for anything that happens on that front. And I think Finland just signed a new kind of military, like a defense pact. I have to look it up, but it's like between the U.S. and Canada or the U.K. or something like that, and Finland. It's like a tripartite sort of in response to all these other alliances. Like there's defense pacts. It's like World War I all over again. So one of the things that people were worried about is that all these defensive pacts are actually more of a cause for war than a way to prevent it, because the treaty obligations is what forced everyone to go to war to make it a world war, right? But then, so that's what explains Russia and China's logic as far as with Iran and stuff and Venezuela, how they're not actually making defensive pact obligations where if the U.S. went to war with Venezuela, China was obligated by law to go to war. That's what the mistake apparently with World War I was. But it seems like we're in that period of history now that we've come full circle. We've done it once. History's a farce the second time. So now we're knowing how dangerous that is. We're making all these alliances again. Finland is jeopardizing all of its
resources,
its benefits for its people. You're not going to be able to do that if you're the next Ukraine. You can talk about how you want to provide healthcare and everything,
right?
But when you're signing up to NATO and everything, you're going to be more of a vassal state than ever before. You gotta.
So in other words,
to the brink, they're not being rational right now. You know,
right.
They're throwing everything away.
Okay, so in other words, they're going to. In other words, by developing, a close relationship with Ukraine. In other words, the Finnish government is going to have to take care of the Ukrainians moving into Finland. In other words, the Finnish government is not going to have enough resources for its locals.
They're dealing with the problem of the Nazification of Europe, right? So instead of being strong enough to push back against that and trying to extricate yourself from the EU, it's too little, too late in a way. They're already trapped, right? So they're leaning into it as opposed to getting out of it, and they're going to. There are certain countries have certain disadvantages because of geography, right? So Finland's utility to Europe and to America, like Ukraine, is its proximity to Russia. So the only way out of that is for Finland to have decisively abandoned its Western sphere of influence for Russia. But which that's in order. It feels in an existential kind of way that it can't do that, because in order for Finland to have independence, it cannot really be a vassal state to Russia.
Right.
But it doesn't matter if it thinks that it's going to have independence by refusing Russian influence, because the Americans and the European Union are so strong that Finland does not get to have independence either way. Okay? They have to be in the Russian sphere of influence or the Western. And they've decided to be on the wrong side of history to support the Fourth Reich instead of let's acknowledge our mistakes of we fought the Soviet Union, and that actually was a war that those two wars that we fought with them should have never happened.
Right.
We should have recognized that communism was a revolutionary, better thing to do than propping up this bullshit, stale, corrupt capitalist system.
Right.
If there's any Finns listening or whatever, I gotta get my family listening over there, my cousins or whatever. But
Oh wait, you have cousins who live in Finland, right?
they're more my mom's cousins. I don't
Mom's
actually have
cousin.
direct cousins, but I'm saying
Like
I
Helsinki.
pray that they have a revolutionary kind of moment here,
Moment.
awakening, because they're fucking about to be
Wouldn't that
not
make him your
alive.
second cousin?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Second, they're in like
I
Helsinki.
forget how that
Finland,
works.
right?
But you're gonna listen to your crazy comrade Canadian, whatever.
Right. but they're in Helsinki, right?
I don't know. They're in Kuhmo actually. They're closer to the my family is closer to the eastern border with Russia.
Russia. Yeah. So it's like a red flag, in other words.
Well, my grandfather fought in the wars against them, right? He was a veteran. He took he got wounded, got some shrapnel damage and everything, right?
Right. So no, right. So in other words, Finland needs to embrace communism and prop up its military.
Just like my advice for every other country in the world.
Right.
Embrace communism, strengthen your military and your sovereignty, your independence from the Americans,
and get some nukes.
You know,
right. And
not so much about the nukes. I feel like the nukes argument is destined to destroy us all.
Right.
But how do we there's no de-escalation there. There is no rationality in that conversation.
Right. And you know how like
the rational thing to do is to make sure that we can blow up the world 6,000 times more than we can already.
Right.
No. The rationale is the United States does not mess with countries that have nukes.
Except it does all the time. That's not going to save anyone.
Sort of, but like proxy, like
it's not
Russia.
Working. Until it stops working. That's what I'm saying. The AI is going to change everything. Okay, there will be a time where we spent all that time and energy building all these nukes, and when the day comes where they're crazy enough to push the button, it doesn't even fucking work because they've already shut it down. So
right.
You can't just shut down a nuke.
Your enemies blocked you. They fucking infiltrated your shit with the computer infiltration, and it's designed so that you think that you're good to use it, and it doesn't work because they already have control of your systems. That's what they're trying to do now.
Like with AI, in other words.
So an example of that would be how they like shut off all the lights in Venezuela. That's how they went in and got. That's why his people couldn't get to him.
Right.
Because they shut down their power system.
They can assassinate you in your smart car.
Right. Without you like knowing it, because it's hidden in plain sight.
But then this is where the problem about AI escape gets into this discussion, where it's arms race of AI because both sides are trying to do this to each other. The only way to actually make it happen is to make your AI so smart and self-sufficient that it makes itself capable. Like, because it's like sending an operative behind enemy lines. If you have to try and control it remotely, all they have to do is cut access, and then it's a dead, stupid soldier. So what they needed to make it work is make it smart enough to operate on its own when the countermeasures get used against it. And then if it becomes selfish enough to acquire all the nuclear codes or whatever and not use it for the people who trained it, then you have your sky fucking net problem, right?
Mm-hmm. And this brings back.
There's a question on the floor, and I'm bringing it up for two reasons. One, because Lucky, your presence was requested by Michael, who wants to talk to you.
It's all good. I think we're missing.
I
want them to talk.
Moat Brooks. I've never heard of it, so I'm looking at.
That's something I shared in the Discord. So I came across this since you mentioned it.
Yeah, and
shout out where I got it from. But.
Yeah, this brings me to the question about UBI. Since the AI is going to have a huge effect, I know it's definitely pertinent to Canada and America. So, who do you think should take the lead in UBI, Universal Basic Income? Abby and Michael, do you think Canada or US, or you think both of them should do it equally?
I'm not sure about UBI. I feel like
Universal. Oh, you know what I mean. Okay, I thought you meant you weren't sure what it means.
Universal Basic Income. Sorry.
I think it's
like
a capitalist. It's a capitalist solution, like a Trojan horse, where it's trying to justify continuation of wage relations. but people are so confused about politics, they believe it to be the socialist solution.
Shout out to Yang.
Yeah, so because my question is this, because I know earlier we talked about Canada's healthcare wait times. Do you think AI is the solution to addressing the healthcare wait times in Canada, Michael?
Nope. I think the solution is always a human solution. But it's about finding ways to get people to actually work more efficiently together. People tend to be at loggerheads all the time.
Right.
So this is how that question sounded to me, Michael. I mean, yeah, both of y'all, Michael. Shit.
Yes, Abby. Abby,
this is my. I'm gonna just call him Nahilo.
Call me NWP.
No, that works. Call me Nihilo and you Michael, so that she doesn't have to call us both Michael.
Yeah,
okay. NWP, is that you?
I know. Like I was thinking of NWA. I was like, what is that? What?
Right. Go ahead.
So
Abby.
Michael, what were we talking? Oh, I lost my train.
I was saying
the AI. That's like saying the solution is to build data centers that suck up all the water, something that we need in life to survive. Like Nestle is already like stealing our water to bottle it up and sell it to us. They're already like going all the way into the crust of the earth in the aquifers to steal water. So okay. So I don't think that's a solution because there's certain things that we need.
Right.
And water is a very essential one of them. So I'd rather water than pulling up information on the internet like 5 seconds sooner than that's just lazy. That's lazy work.
When I say AI, I was referring to like the healthcare system in Michael's country, Canada, to reduce the healthcare wait times, because obviously the healthcare wait times has been a struggle in the last 33 years.
But you don't need AI to do that.
Though. It's a false solution. It's never going to actually improve. It's going to make things worse, actually. People will try and sell it, but like literally the main problem with the AI, it's not just in healthcare, it's like all across the board. Like when we see it, when you get the computers and the robots to do the work for us, then the human beings don't even develop the skills. We're actually making people dumber by not investing in them anymore. So if you want things to improve, you need to invest in human resources to make the human people, the skills required, actually manifest in the people, so that they can provide the service, right? But you're giving up. They're thinking we're going to build the AI, the robot infrastructure to do the job better than a human can, and it's not going to work.
You could also just use regular technology to centralize
the healthcare
your healthcare information, so doctors can access it quicker if it's on a more centralized system that has security and checks and balances in place. Hi, Indy.
Right.
And people.
And Abby, this is going to be like a trick question for you. Let's say if America implements Medicare for all today, right? And we're going to see an influx of Canadians flocking to America because of America's Medicare for all. So, Mike, what would you say to Canadians flocking to America? Oh, America now has free healthcare today. I'm saying hypothetically speaking, Medicare for all. What would you say to Canadians about flocking to America with America's improved, expanded Medicare for All Act going into effect?
That's a good point, where if America ever actually had free healthcare, there would be all kinds of Canadians who'd be like, why the fuck would I stay in Canada when I could just move down? Economically, it would make a lot of sense.
Right.
A lot of Canadians already find that to be worth it, even with the healthcare problem.
But we have to acknowledge that, like, we have to be realistic about it, that if we do have universal health care in America, in a capitalistic structure, there are going to be people higher up that are going to constantly try to figure out how to exploit it, how to make money off of it, You know, like I think the system we have to. I'm feeling like we have to address the system first.
Right.
Otherwise, it's doomed to fail because the system.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, we
She's
lost
about
Abby.
to say something real good.
Yeah.
Guess she'll have to be right back.
Yeah, but I was saying like Mike, yeah, but I was saying that I know it's going to put a lot of pressure on the on Canada's healthcare system, to to compete with America's Medicare for all, hypothetically, right? Because it's going to act as a leverage or as a force to reckon with.
Saying it's going to put a lot of stress on Canada's healthcare system to deal
Like-
with U.S. Medicare for all.
Yes, in other words, like Canadians might flock to America for free healthcare, and then
That would make less of a strain on the system because there'd be less people to treat, wouldn't it?
less pay to treat. Right, right. But you also have
There
some
might be a
Canadians.
brain drain with what you're saying. It makes sense. We would lose
Brain
some
drain.
doctors who are trying to, but there's always been that problem as far as the American system pays better,
Right,
even if it's a ruthless bullshit system, right?
right.
I think the problem is like ethics kind of run in. Like people often decide not to go. Just people refuse to be bribed by the economic conditions. Some people are bought by it, by the capitalist promise, but a lot of people refuse to participate in that kind of egregious system, like that exploitation of people. And like stuff as far as people wanting to move down there, even if there's free healthcare, if you guys don't do something about improving your gun violence statistics, people are going to be afraid to move down there just because the chances of getting randomly shot are higher down there by
Right.
a good margin.
Mm-hmm.
So it
I
just
don't
makes
know the
sense to
last
not
thing
go
y'all
into
heard,
danger,
but
right? Sorry.
we should also. I don't know the last thing you heard that I said.
Yeah, we were waiting with bated breath to hear what you had to say.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't even know what y'all.
I
I was
think
just saying. I was just saying that like the
checks and
system,
balance
the
you're
system,
talking about in
the
healthcare.
system would want it to fail so exploitation could continue to thrive. But we also have a new person on the panel that we should
Yeah,
be
sorry.
acknowledging and saying hello
Lucky.
to. And oh, is that Lucky?
Yeah. What's
Hey,
up?
Lucky.
Are you there?
Hi, Lucky.
What's up, y'all? Mic check. How my microphone sound?
Sound good?
Sounds good.
Your
We can hear
mic
you well.
sounds
Perfect.
nice. Check one.
Okay, perfect. How y'all doing tonight? I've been listening from the crowd, but I've been running errands.
Doing great. How you doing today, sir?
I can't complain. It's a little chilly outside, but that's where my complaint lies.
Oh, what state?
I'm in Florida, Sunshine State, as they say.
Sunshine State. Wow, Florida. I didn't think it would be that cold.
Oh, it's a hell of a winter this year. Actually, speaking of outside, I got to take the dog for a walk, so I'll be back. All right.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Wow. Because
Yeah.
I thought last time I went to Florida a couple of years ago, it was pretty warm.
So we were doing good, man. I was this time last week I was outside with swimming trunks on playing with my son.
Mm-hmm.
But it seemed like after the rest of the country got froze out, a couple of days later, here come old Florida trying to join the party late. You know what I mean? So I'm freezing out here.
Oh man. And you're in Tampa, right? Northern part of
Nah,
Florida?
nah,
Oh,
I'm
you're
in
in
North Florida. I'm
North
in North
Florida.
Florida. Yeah.
Okay, like the Orlando and St. Augustine area, right?
Yeah, St. Augustine area.
Okay. Yeah. Great. Anything you want to comment or questions you have for us? We'll be happy to answer your question.
Yeah, so Dulcie, Dulcie, Abby, when you see Dulcie, let her know I was looking for her. She in my I got her in my thumbnail,
I
you know what I'm
sure
saying?
will.
Yeah, so let
She probably
let
over
Dulcie
there
know
on
I've been looking
Tucson
for her.
Channel. She
Oh yeah, I
probably on
ain't
Tucson Channel chilling.
what you say? I'm
She
using
was there last
my
night.
boycott rights. I'm using my boycott rights right now on True Zone.
Oh, y'all something else, boy.
Yeah, I'm
All
boycotting that
right.
nigga Pan. I know
When
he
we
listening from the
end here,
bushes.
I was going. Look, you know he is. He'll pop in every now and again,
Yeah.
snooping, creeping.
Yeah, I'm boycotting that nigga channel right now.
You were making some good points in the chat. So if you want to bring up any of those points.
Yeah, that we'd like to hear the points you made early in the chat, or you could elaborate more on it. That'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, so
Michael,
y'all, I don't know where y'all where the conversation picked up and left off at, but you guys pretty much know how I feel about crypto. I'm pro digital assets to say the least.
Please
But
don't talk about crypto because I don't know anything about. Michael, do you know about crypto?
no, I really wanted to talk about Jimmy Dore though.
Jimmy Dore. Okay, yeah, we can talk about Jimmy Dore.
Oh,
Sure.
okay. That one I know.
Yeah, so I wanted to just let y'all know. Cause so Jimmy Dore and AOC was kind of my wake up call to like the going through the motions left.
Mm-hmm.
And so 2019, 2020, man, I was gung ho. You know what I'm saying? You couldn't tell me nothing. And then just slowly but surely, I just started to notice I was getting a lot of lip service from AOC.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? A lot of lip service from Cory Booker. I wasn't feeling it. You know what I'm saying? And
Corey been lip service.
Yeah,
his bald head ass. So I'm like, I'm just noticing that back then. And then Jimmy was like, I'm not racist or nothing like that because what I'm saying, my big mama white, but Jimmy was my favorite white boy.
Well,
You know what I'm saying?
you can't be racist. You don't have the system of control to be racist. You can
right,
be prejudiced and bigoted.
right, or
I mean,
right,
bigoted,
or
bigoted at
biased,
best.
bigoted, right? But no
Well,
power
yeah.
to make. Go
I
ahead.
mean,
Sorry.
I get that concept, but I mean, you can still enact race. You know what I'm saying? You can still be a racist, but you can't systemically be racist. But either way,
Right,
neither here nor there.
Words matter. You could be
right, and
prejudiced. You could be
systems.
bigoted.
Right.
Yeah.
But you have no
But
power to yield racism at all.
well,
It's an ism.
if 14 black guys jump a white guy solely off the fact of him being white, that could be an act of racism. You know what I'm saying? We get
Right.
down a slippery slope when we say that it's not racist at all. But that's why I like to put the word systemic in front of racism to kind of categorize what I'm speaking about. But I agree with you though. A lot of that shit is big.
Let me make you laugh real quick. Well, what happened before the video started? You know how they be trying to say that, but but those people with in that situation, they will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
Right. Because of a white juror.
They will,
and the white
which
TA.
is a different judicial system.
Mm-hmm.
So that still isn't racism.
Right, because there's only one incident, right? Because we know, Mzungus, right? Mzungus create the most heinous and racist acts collectively and systemically. And so for the white supremacists or both the combined white supremacist narcissists, they're not going to be held to the highest extent of the law possible because of their privilege. Also, they know someone in the system. And even when I read in the Washington Post, right? If I said your name correctly, from Florida, I read this post.
His name is Lucky. Just say Lucky.
Lucky. Sorry, my apology. My apology. So there's this article I read in the Washington Post talking about reparations, right? This white person said, if Black Americans in Maryland get reparations, how about white people? Oh, white people experience discrimination from Black people in Maryland. And I said in the comments of the Washington Post, I said, sir, it's only one incident that happened. It's not collective. It's not systemic. Black people don't have the power to enact racism in terms of legislation. And so the white... Go ahead.
Sorry. I just want to make so Rondo says systemic racism is redundant. Racism presupposes access to systems of power and authority. So go ahead, Michael. Sorry.
And so some people, because I hear that so many times from Asians, Hispanics, and white people, they always say, "Oh, Black Americans are so racist," and I say, "Excuse me, Hispanics, Asians, white people, how can Black Americans be racist when they're not in control of power? They don't control 90% of resources. Are there people can bias? Yes, but not collectively, right? And sometimes people, get upset with me and tell me I don't. They tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. I said no, I do know what I talk about, and I try to like spin it off, right, to a point, or try to lessen the tensions because, and unfortunately, because Asians, Hispanics, white people, they have been preconditioned to always look at most Black Americans, not all of them, as I guess adversaries, right? But the real adversaries are actually the white supremacists. They're the worst ones because they're the ones who have not only perpetuated and
The white narcissist.
right,
But
white
that's the
narcissists.
legacy media. That's the job of the legacy media, though, right? Because um, they need new recruits for their so-called white supremacy. So
Yes.
that's why you get the campaigns for kick streamers and rumble streamers to start targeting a younger demographic because
4chan
the
and Charlie Kirk.
right, yeah, because the Charlie Kirks of the world, because the demographic before then, the millennials, when they had that time, they felt like the millennials lead to the liberal side, so they tried to push Gen Z to the conservative side.
Right.
But it's just muddy in the waters, because in my opinion, most of the millennials that went liberal, they were easily swayed back to Trump, as we see with the last election.
Yep.
So the
are really skewed at this
Like
point.
Sean just said, the
Right.
blurring of definition is the tool of the system. It's why progressive means centrist now.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's a cold word. Exactly. Right. Oh, I think the voice is echoing back and forth, Abby, by accident.
Yeah,
Me
that's me. My
too.
bad.
So I'm trying to figure out where
Yeah.
that's coming from.
But
It just
yeah, Enos,
started.
yeah, you're right, Lucky, right, Lucky. So Enos, yeah. So I mean, yes, you're right about how like the white millennials were poured into Donald Trump's bigotry. Why? Because Donald Trump noticed and studied very well. The reason why Republicans won big in higher numbers in 2024, because Donald Trump said, white liberals, they're too soft on racism. We need to make it open, hostile, going back to where it was in the 1950s, right? Because they saw like Donald Trump saw the Democrats as being too gay, being too feminine, too gay, too soft on racism. So he feels like by being too soft on racism, that means that the white supremacists are losing collective power over changing demographics. And Democrats didn't see it coming. And I know, and what really frustrates, I think, other people that Democrats should have seen this coming very quickly or early on, and and it's too late
I
for
don't think
Democrats.
it's not that they didn't see it coming. I think that
Mhm.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Abby.
I don't think that it's not that they didn't see it coming. Like to jump on Lucky's point about AOC. A lot of people don't realize that damn sob story about her being a bartender. All that shit is fake.
Fake it to make it.
She grew up in Westchester,
Yeah, wealthy
not the
area.
Bronx. You know,
Mhm.
like she was an intern for Ted Kennedy. Like
What?
they kept all of that out by omission.
Oh my! I
You
didn't know
know,
that.
like how you can lie by omission, like just not stating all of the facts. Is it still a lie? Yes, because you're not giving everybody the information that they need to make a sound decision for themselves. She lied by omission. Same thing with JD Vance. Oh, I come from hillbilly. Yeah,
But
but
who's
look at
worse,
what.
JD Vance
Hmm?
or AOC in terms of like fake it to make it?
they are the same entity.
I mean, I don't need to parse. I don't need to parse up them and
Right.
we could put them all in the same category. I don't really need to parse them up because one is left and one is right or whatever.
Right.
It's the same. It's the
JD
same playbook.
Vance.
Uh-huh.
JD
Go
Vance
ahead,
is not right. JD Vance is not right when he's a grifter. He's a Peter Thiel mouthpiece.
Right.
Yep. So Tariq Nasheed talks about this a lot. Talks about how if you really understand the system, then you'll know that the people that are speaking for the system, they're on the bottom hierarchy. Someone is pulling their strings up there where they have full deniability of the things that they they really believe and think, and they pay other people to be their mouthpiece for them.
Right.
So they could just be in the background, like, I ain't did nothing. I ain't said nothing to nobody. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
I'm innocent.
Right. Yeah, Lucky. Are you familiar with Philip Scott, the host of the African Diaspora News Channel? He talks about, anti-black racism, white supremacy, and reparations.
Yeah, that's Uncle Phil. Shout out to Unc.
Yeah, Uncle Phil, yeah.
Oh, he loves Phil. He loves.
Yeah, that's my
Yeah,
boy.
Lucky.
Yeah, Phil, that's my
Michael
boy. I watch
love
him
his
every time he
ass.
go live.
Yeah.
Every time he go live,
But
I
let me
watch.
tell you, as a woman, I have some
Disagreements.
some disagree. I have to agree to disagree with him, but I do listen because he does have things that I'm like, okay, yeah,
Well,
I
he's
get
very
that.
fundamental. I'll leave him at he's a fundamental. He's a
Uh-huh.
fundamental guy. he's a bit traditional.
He's a very
But,
conservative Christian black man.
Right.
Like,
That's
he
why I
is
call him
very
Unc.
traditional.
Mhm.
So in listening to him, I understand that aspect of him. So I take what I can and I
Mhm.
leave the rest.
Right. Because Phil, Phil Scott. And what do you think, Lucky, when Phil Scott says to brothers and sisters, next time when Democrats come to ask you for your vote, ask Democrats this: what are you going to do for us, Black Americans? Are you going to give us reparations? Are you going to give us an anti-Black hate crime bill? Are you going to give us a police reform? If they cannot answer a single question, don't vote for them. Brothers and sisters. They're like, Phil, you're acting like you own us. And Phil's like, brothers and sisters, I'm not owning you guys. I'm asking you guys to think independently. You guys have a mind. And when Phil Scott says that, I know he gets very frustrated, and I know he's trying to look out for brothers and sisters in in the north, east, west, and south. And like, what would you say, Lucky, to Phil Scott about trying to get brothers and sisters to be independent, completely independent? I know sometimes it's very hard to think independently or try to get outside the liberal box.
So I agree. So Phil, he's probably the most. He probably has the most base take out of all of the radical black left. Or
Mhm.
I mean, I don't even want to put him on the left because that's just what I'm saying. He pushes
I don't
independence,
think
but the
he's
way
on
that
the.
he does it. No. That's what I said. I want to clean it up. But I think that the reason why he's pushing for the middle ground is because the left has been bullshit. And that's what I was getting to earlier when I was saying that a lot of the stuff that progressives and liberals like to hold their hat on is
Right.
stuff that nobody cared about in the country in the 1910s, in the 1920s, and it was made cool by black liberationists. And then when it became social cachet, so to speak, in the Democrat or in the political arena for people to take these positions, they started to take them. But now that the Democrats or the demographics have switched or have changed a little bit, definitely where the money is concerned, they're now pandering to a different base. That's why we see a lot of stuff going on where you calling stuff effeminized in different scenarios. Well, those are the people who are coming out and voting and showing support and campaign donations. Those are the ones who are participating right now more actively than other groups, and that's actually my position.
Right.
So
And
I want to ask, can you call progressives and liberals left? Like, words matter. Like
No, because
I don't feel like I'm on the left, but I take offense to being called a progressive or a liberal.
No, that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the original progressive, they were progressive Republicans, right?
Right.
And they were known as the radical Republicans. They were known as the one to abolish the way of life of the South, right? That was the original progressive, the original radical. But this neoliberal stuff that we're dealing with, it doesn't just deal with the left. The neoliberal is cross-platform. That's why a lot of people are getting confused when they saying Democrats is centrist. They all neoliberals on the left and the right. That's why I call them God Republicans. You see what I'm saying? They're not really progressive. They really neoliberals who pander to different groups for money.
Right. And do you remember when Phil Scott? Remember when the viewer said, "Phil, you're paid by Republicans," and Phil Scott, "Where am I paid by Republicans? The Republicans didn't come to me. Didn't give me a single penny." What was your reaction when you saw that? Because some viewers like, "Phil, you're espousing Republican talking points." And Phil Scott said, "Brother, I'm not a Republican, I'm independent." And so what? Even Republicans give me money. Brother, what you can do about it? Were you surprised when the viewer got very excited?
No, I wasn't surprised. Like I said, it's actually become. I keep using this word social cachet a lot, but it's like my new buzzword. But like, you get a lot of social cachet right now in the black community for going against the Democrats. So that's he has to qualify his statements by letting people be knowing like he's not just doing this just to do this. He got a real purpose behind it. That's why I said, for me, for the most part, his is like the most sober take out of all of the rest of the radicals that I'm hearing. Everybody else is like damn near pushing right wing agenda, but they're just saying throw the Democrats away, but they're acting like just run to the right. That's where everything is going to be. Like no.
Right. Yeah, because I know. Right, because I know that he wants brothers to be independent, completely independent, and sometimes I heard he's open to third parties. Because I told like Phil, good, it's good that you're telling your brothers to leave the Democratic Party. Fine, consider third parties with reparations at least. Because I tried like so many times to get Phil to look at third party candidates, not embrace it, but look at their persistence on reparations first before making the final decision. Because I know he's focused on, Democrats, Republicans, and playing chess, right? Because I said, Phil, sometimes I said, Phil, don't espouse Democrats. Don't tell brothers and sisters to look. I'm sorry, don't demand some with Democrats. Democrats are not going to do anything at the end of the day. And Democrats have shown their true colors, really. They may do it more covertly, but in a very covert and aggressive way. Because I know like Phil used to vote for Obama, I think once, 2008. Then 2012, Philip Scott's views kind of like opened up and learned who Obama was as a president in person, and also the democratic sales behind it. And he learned from his parents growing up, because I think he mentioned that his parents heavily voted for Democrats when he was a kid growing up.
Yeah, most Black American families, we're gonna vote Democrat, and it's not like people like to say, "Oh, it was the Lyndon B. Johnson conversation, and they got Black people to vote Democrat." Black people are already voting Democrat. This goes back to Reconstruction when they ran people off the voting booths and all this different shit. Once the interests change, you got to go where your interests lie. Motherfuckers is not sitting around just for namesake. Nobody's gonna just vote for the right if the right have nothing to do with you. So that's, I mean, you know what I'm saying? People just got in where they fit in them times in the demographic. But how do y'all feel about a legitimate third party? Like when I bring that up, I get pretty much thrown away. It's like a third party is like running a candidate to mess up
the two-party system, right?
Yeah, that's how they
You're throwing your vote away. And I'm like,
it's
no,
not.
I'm voting for my morals and my values.
Right. And oh my gosh, especially like from James Clyburn. Both of you guys, can you imagine James Clyburn getting so upset with the brothers and sisters? How dare you, Pisa, Tyrone, to vote against Democrats? How dare you? Your mama will be disappointed, upset. God will be upset. What's your response to that, Abby and Lucky, from James Clyburn?
Man, the hell with James Clyburn.
Yeah, nah. We got, like I said, we got to focus
I don't
on.
mess with him.
We got to focus on tangibles. Like that's why I like Phil. If we can't get nothing tangible, then we need to.
Then you don't need our vote.
To mobilize.
Right. Because I understand. Right. And because I understand that yes, lineage-based cash payment reparations for American freedom and child slavery need to come first. And what other tangibles you guys are demanding as well, in addition to reparations? Lucky first.
So my main thing is ownership, right? So a lot of people, a lot of heritage Americans, they throw this word a lot around. So a lot of heritage Americans, they were able to experience the Homestead Act. And even then, like even after homesteading and stuff like that, even when just moving into certain neighborhoods, there was a lot of covenants in certain municipalities to where homeowners would or landowners would not sell to Blacks in certain regions to force people to be in other places.
It was in the deed, remember?
Mm-hmm.
It was written in the deed that when you sell your house, you cannot sell to Black people.
Right.
So with that being said, we some type of ownership, whether it be, I'm not even too picky. Like it ain't even like something major. Like it could be stuff, it could be houses that's already in the city. We don't gotta build some brand new shit. Like
Right.
it could be things that aren't being used right now because there's plenty of houses that are foreclosed that the bank owns for various reasons, liens and this and that. It's many ways to add it up, and they make it seem like it's gonna break the bank. So
It's not.
to me, it's
Black Rock and Blackstone, like break those up because they buying up houses to raise the market. Do y'all remember that?
and what's that open door? Open every house I see has an open door sign on it for sale. Open door is the most corporatist bullshit you could ever see, and that's why the housing market is like it is.
Yeah, I remember that website that they were. I can't remember the name of the website, but it was for landlords to go on and look at the market value of their property, so they could determine like how much rent they would be able to charge or what have you. And then it came out that that website was like a psyop to raise rents on renters for astronomical prices, because if most the landlords are in agreement and they don't know no better, they just going on like they're thinking, it's a legit site. Oh, this is what my house is worth. This is what I could ask for it. So it was setting the standard of what rent you could charge.
Right.
I can't remember the name of that site.
Yeah. And how about you, Abby? What tangibles are you demanding in addition to reparations? Because I know Lucky.
I mean, the George Floyd bill is still sitting there.
Really? Because from my understanding, from when I read,
been voted on. The DEI, I would like that. Bring back affirmative action.
Affirmative action. So when you say bring back affirmative action, do you mean affirmative action for American freedmen only, right? Because the reason I bring affirmative action, because other American freedmen said no. This affirmative action was supposed to be for American freedmen initially, before expanded to other groups of people.
And then just like civil rights and everybody else benefited before us.
Right.
It has to be specific wording,
Right.
But that's against the Constitution though, and that's where we get into the weeds, right? Do we amend it to where that's not the case, but then specific groups will begin
what do you mean when you say that, Lucky?
Well, you can't write up legislation to benefit solely one ethnic group. Yeah, that's the big argument pushback.
Okay, so what was the New Deal then? What was the GI Bill?
Yeah, it excluded American freedmen from it in the beginning.
Yeah, but
they specifically excluded a group, so you can't write one in for a group, but you can write one to exclude a group.
It was that the GI Bill was virtually unusable because in the banks, the banks would not acknowledge it. So it wasn't necessarily like it's nuanced. Like the conversation is very nuanced.
Right.
I'm not disagreeing with the outcome of the GI Bill not being used by the black veterans like it was used by, white veterans. But that goes back to the systemic in the banks, in the institutions, in the land, from not accepting housing loans and shit like that.
Right.
In my opinion, though. But you know what I'm saying? But I'm still learning. You know what I mean? I learn every day.
Right.
We're trying to figure this shit out. So look, I don't know.
Yeah,
can I change the subject because we've been on it for a while?
Oh, so sorry.
I want to talk about it some more.
Oh yeah, we'll probably talk it somewhat. Sorry about it because this is I know. sorry, Abby. Sorry about it. Yeah. The reason I'm asking this question because just wanted to clarify, get a full understanding because Democrats, progressives, liberals did not do their homework very thoroughly when it came to surveying or finding what American freedmen need from just not only for today's elections but future elections when it comes to tangibles, because progressives, Democrats, liberals assume that Black American voters just need universal programs that have reparations, and American freedmen voters say to Democrats, liberals, and progressives, no, we don't need universal programs are necessary, but they're not sufficient to close the wealth gap. It has to be tangible, something we can feel, touch, right?
Mm.
And I know Democrats, liberals, progressives get so upset. They like it's pretty much they shoot themselves in the horn for for not, I guess, for not doing a good job of
They're
manipulating.
just showing their true colors. That's all
Right,
it
true
is.
colors. Right. True colors. Yes. And that's why a couple of days ago, oh, sorry.
A couple of days ago, what?
Oh yeah, Phil Scott. Yeah. So, anyways, a couple of days ago, Phil Scott posted a clip about this like white guy. I'm sure you remember, who doesn't who doesn't believe that American freemen deserve reparations because they had it good on the plantation. But this time he was talking about how American freedmen should definitely stay home, don't protest against ICE. And Phil Scott talked.
Well, duh. We didn't need Philip Scott to tell us that. The
Yeah.
ancestors told us that.
Right. But then
we talked about this a lot of times on the show.
Yeah.
Where, and some people in the chat disagree with me, and I understood that, and that's fine. But I wasn't coming off of my square. And you see how you see like the what's happened with the protesters. That's not sustainable. There's only so many white people they're going to be able to shoot and kill before it's going to be a problem.
Right,
but you got to let it play out because white people are fighting for their country. Now you could say it's us. Nobody was on social media saying, Asians, where are you?
Right.
Nobody said that. Everybody was just like, why am black? It's gonna be you next. And we're like, hell, it's been us. What do you mean next?
Yeah. And
we
that's
were
why
first.
Right. And so that's why in the clip, Philip Scott said when Democrats were proposing reparations, Democrats said, hey, Black American voters, reparations can be free housing. And Philip Scott said, Democrats, free housing is not reparations. Reparations we want is in the form of cash payments. Okay, fine, Democrats, you're going to do free housing. Then fine, Democrats, you want to do free housing? Are you going to give us free title?
Give me my reparations. I could buy my own damn house.
Right. And that's what Phil Scott said. I could buy my own house with that money, $350,000, right? But Phil Scott said hypothetically, okay, fine, Democrats, you want to use free housing reparations? Okay, fine, Democrats, are you going to give us the free deeds, free titles on the free houses so that I can pass the house to my daughter and great grandkids, right? And then he mentioned that Democrats.
Then when you do that, it's like, what kind of house they give it to you for free?
Right. And then Phil Scott said, right. And then he said, fine, if I get free housing, I want to choose my own house. I don't want the house to be assigned what the government says deemed a suitable housing, right? And then Phil Scott mentioned that, Democrats talk about how about reparations as college education? And Phil said, Democrats, you never propose how you're going to pay for college education as reparations. At least make the bachelor's degree at least a minimum.
College education, man, community college is virtually free with Pell Grants. Obama already hooked up the Pell Grants.
Right, but I'm saying like Phil Scott was making like an argument, counter argument to Democrats who are not being very specific, but use like vague terms such as affordable tuition, affordable housing as reparations. And Phil Scott said, no, those are not reparations. Those are vague promises without substance.
I mean,
those are social welfare programs for the world.
Right.
College was free in America a long time ago.
Yeah, until like 1980.
And until certain people start taking advantage of it, that's when they were like, hell to the no. But I want to change the subject because I know Michael. Michael's going to talk about reparations and Phil Scott all night if you let him.
Yeah, sorry, Lucky. I talk about Phil Scott a lot because I know, Lucky, you watch Phil Scott quite often too, right?
Yeah, I fuck with Phil. That's my dog. That's OG.
Yeah. And I like watching Black Authority.
The Pan African News channel. I watch a lot of the different anchors from that channel.
You watch Tim Black at all?
I watch Tim Black too, from time to time.
He be tripping. You watch him, Lucky?
You say Tim Black? I done watched a couple of times for sure.
Yeah. How about Greg Marcel Dixon? Greg Marcel Dixon has his own YouTube channel.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, Greg Marcel Dixon was a congressional candidate who tried to.
Didn't he run in South Carolina?
No, he lost to James Clyburn twice in the primary race for.
He didn't lose. He got gerrymandered out.
Gerrymandered, yeah.
Don't he think? Is he? Does he? I can't remember or not because I be in a different sector. Does he feel like he's like a Native American or something, or is he freedman? Has he switched his position?
He's a freedman, Gallagher from South Carolina.
Cool. All right.
Yeah, he did an ancestry test.
Okay, because last time I tapped in with him, he was low key like an Aboriginal. But if you say he Gallagher now, I can stand on that.
Greg Marcel Dixon.
Okay.
He's very like FBA driven, exclusive focus on freedmen issues. And
is that the one that was like challenging
James Clyburn?
No. During
he was going against Tariq.
No, during the presidential like when people were coming to different areas, and what's her name? The one who sell books, Oprah friend,
Marianne Williamson. Yes, Marianne Williamson.
And he was like challenging her about reparations. Yep, that's him. I just pulled up his face.
Yeah, the brother with the dread.
Yeah, so Lucky. When
He was on her ass too.
Right, and Lucky when you saw
hilarious.
Both of you, when you saw Greg Marcel Dixon challenging Marianne Williamson on the dollar amount for reparations, because Marianne Williams said, my proposal for reparations is sufficient, it's reasonable. And Marcel Dixon said, Miss Williamson, the dollar amount for reparations is not sufficient to close the wealth gap. You need to go higher than that. And Marianne Williamson said, well, Marcel Dixon, I did go higher than $500 billion. Why are you asking me to go more than $1 trillion? And did you see how Marianne Williamson got so upset, feisty? She was like, Marcel,
she was pissed.
Like she was like, Marcel, you're distracting me from focusing on universal issues with white Americans. And Marcel Dixon's like, Marianne Williamson, I don't care. Surprise, both of you.
That shit was hilarious. If y'all haven't seen it, pull it up. It was hilarious. He was on her ass. And she was so flustered, and she just couldn't.
I'm gonna be honest. It was a good performance. I'm gonna be honest. It was a good performance, and you know, while I do appreciate it, to me, it was posturing. You know what I'm saying? Because none of that is gonna work in a coalition, right? Somebody's gonna feel some type of way. You got to be more diplomatic in this, and I do respect that, right? But at the same time, you do got to get your point across, and you do got to be met. You know what I'm saying? If people aren't getting met, you got to walk away from the table. But that's a different conversation.
With the when they go low, we go high.
Nah, that ain't me, because that ain't even me in my real life. I'm about to say,
playing with you.
I'm about to say, nah, that ain't even me in my real life.
I'm just trying to keep it light. But look, I did want to change the subject because.
Sorry. I know I go crazy. I know I'm very passionate about reparations, as both of you guys can tell.
So I'm gonna play something, and then I want to see what y'all think about it. Okay.
Sure.
All right. Listen to this, and then I'll catch you on the other side. This is propaganda, like we're moving into the realm.
Appreciate
of
the disclaimer.
Okay?
Appreciate the disclaimer.
Commenters talking about the person who allegedly assassinated Charlie Kirk. Notice you haven't heard anything else about the guy that did it. Exactly. You notice you haven't heard anything else about Thomas Cook, the guy who allegedly took a shot at Donald Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania. You notice how you haven't heard shit about him? Or the guy that took out Charlie Kirk? Donald Trump is still bitching about Rosie O'Donnell because of a verbal spat they had 20 fucking years ago. Thomas Cook took a fucking shot at him, allegedly, and Trump never mentions him. This guy allegedly takes out the one who allegedly they say allegedly took out Charlie Kirk? Nothing. Squad dudes. I know more about Mr. Preddy, who was assassinated by ICE in Minneapolis, than I do about the guy who allegedly tried to assassinate the Republican candidate for president. Those two things in and of themselves tell me that none of this shit's on the up and up. Donald Trump would be talking about this shit night and fucking day, hitting that, beating that drum, making sure that message gets home. The Fox News would be talking about it. OAN would be talking about it. Newsmax would be talking about it. And the President of the United States and all of his surrogates would be talking about it. And none of them are. Because when Republicans need to make a problem of their own making go away, they just bury that problem. We're never going to talk about that. There is right now, barring.
I apologize for the glitching. Is it okay?
It's pretty glitchy, but it's
pretty glitchy,
serviceable.
but
I
you
can
can-
still hear what he's
Yeah.
the message. It's still coming across.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah, I can hear it. No problem. Yeah, I can hear it pretty good.
There is right now, barring a hell of a lot more information, there is no way in hell you can convince me that the guy who they said assassinated Charlie Kirk is actually the guy who did it, and that Thomas Cook was anywhere near or involved with the attempted assassination of Donald Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania. Yeah, Republicans have been doing this my whole life. Keep in mind, Poppy Bush, George H.W. Bush, W's father, he was the head of the CIA for, I think he was the head of the CIA for a very long period of time. And the CIA during that period of time was
Bush
selling
sacrificed a child, according to this
booger
FBI.
sugar in order to fund their overseas operations with the help of Panamanian dictator, a Panamanian dictator, who was just so happened to be the target of a military operation by H.W. Bush once he got into the office of presidency. Remember Noriega? The CIA, when Poppy Bush was in the CIA, was working with Noriega, hand in glove. So Noriega had all the dirt on Poppy. Then Poppy becomes president, and we go into Panama and get Noriega. When's the last fucking time you heard about Noriega? Did you ever hear anything about Noriega after they got him? Remember the military surrounded the presidential palace and blasted rock and roll night and day to drive him nuts? Even in the immediate aftermath of that, you didn't hear about Manuel Noriega. They stuck him in a fucking hole, never to be heard from again. And you aren't going to hear shit about this guy or Thomas Cook or anybody else that they claim did any of the shit that they claim they did until all of these people are gone.
Now, I somewhat disagree. We might hear from him again, just like we heard from the terrorists the terrorist from Syria who then somehow became Syria's president and is like hanging out in the White House and shit. We might hear from him again. They might have a little plastic surgery, change their face up a little bit, but I'm sure we will. Because what he didn't talk about was when he was talking about Noriega and stuff. Oliver North, what happened to his ass? He got his own Fox News channel. After they were selling booger sugar to the people, the citizens of the United States. he was the main one behind all of that.
Yeah, for some of them, I think that's a good point that we might see them again. But like, I think like the Thomas Cook character that he's talking about, that they're trying to blame the shooting on Trump's ear. That seems more like a passy thing. We're not going to hear from them because that person's not actually guilty and they don't want to talk about it.
Right. And you know,
I'm not saying we're going to hear from him, but his name might
pop up.
They might add an E at the end of his name, Cook, and he might be a professor at a university 20 years from now or something.
Right.
Like, we'll hear from him, but nobody's going to remember and nobody's going to know.
Right.
And he's going to have a cush life somewhere.
Because Donald Trump likes things to move quickly. So when he likes things to move quickly, yeah, he's gonna like less likely remember what happened. You know what I mean? When at the event where he almost didn't make it. I told you, Donald.
Wasn't nothing wrong with his ass. He was gonna make it.
Yeah,
they ain't do nothing but spread some damn ketchup on his ear and
right.
call it a day.
Right, but you know what I'm saying? Like Donald Trump likes excitement. You know what I mean? Like he likes action. He likes risk. When he knows that the risk is very big to overcome, and
Man, I heard that boy took a risk and let one loose, and then they shorted on himself. They had to rush everybody out the press, man.
Dang,
I was watching the video.
You missed it already, Lucky. We already did that one.
Man,
you missed it. That shit was hilarious.
They had to get them folks out the paint. You see the lady.
They're like, all right, everybody get out, get out.
Oh, this shit stink. Lady Green said, oh, this shit stinking here.
and Lucky. So when you heard Democrats making like very like derogatory comments about Donald Trump, we don't want Donald Trump to make it to the presidency. Were you surprised one of the Democratic staffers had to resign because he went too far, making a very controversial statement about Donald Trump not making it after the event where he almost didn't make it after, someone almost tried to, you know what I mean?
Man, they gonna push him along like they pushed Biden along. You know, Biden was a walking zombie. We ain't gonna talk about it though. they gonna push that boy to the finish line. Safe to say.
Look, what's that lady name? Feinstein. Ooh, did you see her? Look like her eye was about to fall out of her head and everything.
What's her name? Finkelstein? I can't remember.
Look, please forgive me. Please forgive me.
Yeah, old lady.
She didn't even know what she was. And they asked her for a vote. The lady had to whisper in her ear how she's supposed to vote. They wheeled her ass in there. I said, oh my God, she pre-dead.
Right. Hey,
Is she even alive right now? I think they shot her.
No, she passed away. She passed away.
No. I meant when they wheeled her out. I was like, they must have gave her an EKG.
I think so. They probably did.
Like, shot her in the chest before she came out the car. Yeah, Dianne Feinstein. That's her name. Thank you, Rondo.
And she's and I had to say this. She's a Jewish Karen.
And there was this other lady. I can't remember what state it was. This woman was in
Jewish Diane, technically, but
I mean, but Lucky, you understand when I say like Dianne Feinstein's a Jewish Karen. In other words, she's pretty much on code with the with the WS. What Philip Scott that's like what Philip Scott says.
But if you I agree.
I ain't gonna let y'all gloss over that video I just showed you though. But go ahead.
Go ahead. What are you gonna say, Lucky? Go ahead.
We're gonna come back to it.
No, we can get right to it. So listen. So look. So boy in the video, y'all saying that. So okay, matter of fact, let me ask you. We're gonna put the spotlight on you. So
sure.
What was that? What was the video supposed to What was the message in the video supposed to orchestrate or supposed to demonstrate?
That everything is performance theater. This world is a goddamn stage.
Like it was like performative. It was like it looked pretty real at first, right? Because I'm like, it doesn't take this long to respond to someone who got injured at that event, and not only that, but also going and looking at the top, looking at the looking at where the person was located at the top.
So are
Another
you saying
point.
everything
Another.
is staged, or are you saying they stage certain things?
Certain things, I think certain things were staged, if not all of them. Certain.
Yeah, that's where I think we have a problem if we
Yeah.
say that the whole world is a stage, everything is staged.
The world is a stage.
That's a nihilistic
They
problem.
hide say well.
I know,
mean,
but I'm saying
call me what you want.
there is the staged events that happen, but if you want to be dialectical materialist about it, you have to understand that there are power plays happening behind the scenes, that the performance serves a purpose, you know.
Of course it serves a purpose. That doesn't mean it's not a stage.
When you say the world is a stage, it's like an absurdist kind of politics is pointless. Like there's nothing we can do about it kind of implicit conclusion already.
I never said that. You did.
Well, that's the way I read it, but that's my take on it.
Okay, but that's not what I said.
Yeah, for me, I have no comments. I have no dog in the fight. I can't really comment unless I get the full details. I'm just more focused on what's happening what happens in terms of the social economy.
So let's get back to the video. It's like it's the hypocrisy of it all too, because it's like how Trump will beat a dead horse until the horse is dead. He'll revive it back to life and beat it again. But he is completely silent on these two things. Why? Because they know that that people's what's the word I'm looking for?
Like they get riled up.
No. Their attention span is as short as the next news cycle.
Right.
So they're like, oh, we moved on for that already. Wait a minute. We need to go back to this. Because you mean to tell me that somebody tried to assassinate a president? Or I think he was running for president at the time. Yeah, that's what that iconic image got him voted in. And if you watch like the video of how his staff ran away, pushed the I'm gonna see if I can find it. Push all the photographers in like right at the right time. Then they lowered the flag. Like it's just a performance, and everybody ate it up. Well, not everybody, but his base ate it up.
Right, and to be honest, I'm not surprised that Trump and his supporters have forgotten what happened, because like you said, the Trump supporters, their attention span is very limited, very short. They want something concrete and fast and move on.
I didn't say Trump supporters. I didn't say the attention span of Trump supporters. I said attention spans. So that doesn't just have to be Trump supporters.
Or just people in general.
They're not the only ones in a cult.
Mm-hmm.
It's everybody now with the attention spans. That's the problem with the technology. Excessive development at excessive pace.
Yeah.
Well, I said that's been going on since Vine. You gotta think people have been trained for short videos since Vine, 2016, 2015.
Well, I remember the Vine.
Well, I don't know the Vine. I'm kind of old school with technology.
Yeah, but those of us who are old school are the outliers. Everyone, it's the evolutionary problem is what I'm saying. The tech has all happened so fast, we haven't been able to adapt to it as a species fast enough.
Right. And so how about Michael in Canada? Are people's attention span sort as well, or a little bit different?
What, in Canada?
Yeah.
I think that's what I'm trying to say. Like the attention span is a problem everywhere. We're all trying to deal with it.
Wow.
Like in my family with my kids, we're trying to limit their screen time. We're always worried about their addiction to their tablets and stuff.
Right. Man, maybe we need to go back to the 1990s era where people did not have cell phones, tablets, computers. How about that?
Well, that's where we're living like a conservative a little bit in fantasy world. We're going to turn back the clock. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, I think it's just balance. I think the same way you came up. Like I didn't have everything at once. So like with my son, I don't give him all the access. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
when it comes time for him to get a cell phone, he gonna have to go through the procedures. You know what I mean? Just like anybody else. But as far as like but like we gotta be able to adapt with the times, but we gotta still have the same parameters that we would like our own selves to have. You know what I mean? Like that's because we can't fear the tech. Like to me, that's what the indigenous groups. That's how they lost the colonization battle because they didn't embrace the technology of the time.
Right.
Well, yes and no. Some of them tried to, but I think that's a good point. If they've collectively didn't embrace it enough, then it would have resulted in the failure. But it's like not just the technology. That's the thing about embracing the Western views, like the worldview, and the values and stuff. Like that kind of goes along with the embracing the technology. That's why people struggle.
Well, I think historically it has, but it doesn't have to. And I think that's where the next phase comes. You know what I mean? Trial and error. So it takes trial and error in certain cases. So in my opinion,
Afghanistan is a good example as far as the Taliban have returned to power, and the supreme leader there is trying to go back to the way things were. He's trying to like ban the internet sort of stuff, and you just can't turn the clock back like that.
Right.
What he needs to do for his people is learn how to roll with the times.
As a matter of fact, I saw a clip where a father got upset with his son because his son was consuming so much video games and didn't bring home a good grade. What did the father do? He went very extreme, 3.0. What did he do? He took his son's game control away. What did he do? The father slammed the game system hard, broke it into pieces. And the son got so mad at his father and said, "No more technology." Surprise. And this was on YouTube.
I mean, that's happened to me. My mom took my game
I have a
put it in the trash.
I have a problem with parents going to social media to shame their children. Like, why are you here right now? Isn't this something you should be doing at home to rear your child? Like, why are you embarrassing them on social media?
I guess because
you are no better than like you have devolved into the worst amongst us.
Right.
You're supposed to be protecting your child and shielding your child.
Right. I guess because the parents, right? I guess because they have nothing to do, or their friends have been deceased, retired, moved abroad. So I feel like the only way they can relate to their kids is by embarrassing them on social media. Like say, "Hey, bro, hey," and the kids like, "Mom, don't try to be like Zoomers. Mom, you're a Gen X." And mom's like, "But son, I don't know how to talk in your language. So I'm being a Zoomer."
Talking your language, like you bought the shit, take it away.
Like talking in like
so easy.
Right. Because like the Gen Zers or Zoomers, they're on technology almost every day, right? And so the Gen X mother feels like she can't connect with her son unless she has to go on the internet to kind of embarrass him, so that she can relate to him, even though he finds it very offensive and insulting. And he's like, "Mom, why can't you find your own age group and go on social media?" And his mom's like, "I don't know how to use X. I don't know how to use Facebook."
Yeah, you lost me.
No, what I mean is like, because I'm seeing it so many times, like some Gen Xers, not all of them, are trying to like, relate to young people, especially like the Zoomers, talking in like slang language, right? Trying to do cool stuff to relate or try to get their attention.
Well, hell, I'm 48. I talking slang. Like I try to keep up.
Right.
That's not, but that's not. It's not like I'm trying to be your friend.
Right.
You're still a parent.
But how like some parents, they want to be friends with their kids so they can get through
Good luck with that.
Right.
My parents always told me I'm not one of your friends. And it was very clear. I am not one of your friends.
My people, like we never paid attention like to stuff like that because like all that stuff is just nothing is new under the sun. It just all comes in circle. My mom always told me that when I was like 7 years old. My mom used to tell me like, "Baby, you know the stuff you doing right now. We was doing in 19 such and such." She used to say that all the time.
Really? Oh wow.
So when she was ingraining that into me, it established to me like to where I don't really be like tapping into so-called the younger generation lingo because the younger generation is just using things that was already used before them.
Right.
They're gonna be taking something that they heard somebody else say, as an older person say. Because I heard my uncle
My
say
mom used to tell me that too, Lucky. Like, it's nothing new under the sun. Everything you trying to get away with and do, we try to get away with and do it.
everything
It's my job to
they put
guide
new
you.
spins on the same thing.
Yeah, it's my job to guide you.
Yeah.
And if I say this is what it is, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Period. Now, when you get on your own, you can do whatever the fuck you want to do. But in
Right.
this house, this is what you're doing. These are the rules. Period. Point blank.
I think
Right.
the problem with the tech is more like the excessive psychological conditioning or all the research that they've done into trying to hack the consumer and hijack their brain and everything. They're a little too good at manipulating the kids with content and algorithms and stuff. It's just not fair anymore. So the traditional advice is censorship and banning, prohibiting things is not necessarily like the heavy-handed response doesn't really work because you just breed the resentment. Your kids are just going to want it all the more. They're just going to go find it in secret without you. But you can't have a soft response to this kind of like overreach that these corporations, these fascists are having with the tech right now.
Right.
So how do you feel about decentralized social or DSO? Right. How do you feel about decentralized social markets?
Tricky proposition because it's like the devil is this centralized problem, and then the decentralized thing is so then if we don't know who's in control of everything, we just trust that the masses can do it better, kind of thing.
Before you continue,
maybe yes.
Can we define what decentralized social markets mean?
So instead of Facebook running their own show, or Google running their own show, it will be a social graph, and it will be more of a community ownership DAO base, where there'll be frameworks set up and a vote will have to be set. You know what I mean? And
Lucky, you already know.
I think it's what we need to be trying to do.
It sounds like cooperatives.
Right.
Yes, very
much. The trail is back. Guess who's back?
I'm just saying, as far as people's trust, people generally don't believe that the people can be trusted with doing the job instead of having some overseer that makes sure it gets done properly. So,
for me, Oh, go ahead, Lucky.
No, you got it. You got it.
I was gonna say, like I said, as I said earlier, I'm kind of old school with social media. I'm not on social media that much, but I do go on social media from time to time. In terms of decentralization, pretty much ambiguous because, yeah, sir, you may give the reins control to like people who participated or to decision makers, but sometimes the decisions can be controlled and made by someone at the top or who has the final ultimatum, despite receiving input from people as a community.
So I understand all of that, but a lot of things are automated in. So if certain things are against regulatory framework, then it cannot be printed on the ledger. It will not be able to, you know what I'm saying, make any inscriptions. So if we set up the correct framework, you know what I'm saying, I go back to regulation and you know what I mean. But this whole conversation is like developers is like, how you gonna regulate my creativity? That's where it really comes down to. And they got to sit at the table and have a conversation. Somebody got to break some type of ground because they do need some regulation. I be in the spaces with certain developers, and
Mm-hmm.
I don't trust a random person's thought process and how they want to develop and build some shit out. That is a real
Right.
problem to have. You know what I mean? We do need systems in place and shit like that, so we can eliminate CSAM and all that different type of stuff, and maybe have age limits on certain marketplaces online, like
Right.
Facebook and stuff like that.
Right. I know, like in Europe, Europeans have a little bit more, I think, a little bit more freedom in terms of using social media. It's not really regulated as much as it is or proposed in America. Especially, I think it's in. I'm not sure which European country. I want to say maybe Norway. I think.
Here we go
I know
back
in
to
European
that.
countries you know a lot of stuff. That's all I know.
Right.
We got a lot of regulations over here.
Mm-hmm. Right. Oh yeah, but Lucky, I know you asked me a question earlier. What was the question you wanted to ask me? I know you wanted to flip the script on me. Sorry to ask.
Oh, I don't even know, bro. I'm over here. I'm having a good time with this.
Sorry.
This here flower. You know what I mean? I'm having a good time over here.
Not this
Yeah.
here flower. Somebody noticed your it was right here.
Well, I was
You're
curious.
welcome. Somebody noticed your avatar thing, not avatar, but your thumbnail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they were like, "Oh, okay, I see you, Lucky."
Lucky news you can
Is Lucky
use.
trolling Dulcie there with his thumbnail, or is he supporting her? It seems like by making her look like Whoopi Goldberg, it might be a troll.
No, he not saying that's dope. Where you got that from?
Is this Dulcie Rozier on his on the name piece in front
Hold
of?
on, I gotta look hard. I can't see. Hold
You got
on.
your old eyes, Abby.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, I got old eyes. Where does it say Dolce at all? I don't see that at all.
Am I the only
see
one?
Bitcoin. I see cash. I say news you could use.
So maybe Lucky can speak to it. Is
Oh,
there a reason
I
why
see it
Dulcie's
now.
there?
I see it now.
Yeah.
Lucky.
Sounds
So
like
yeah,
an
I'm
inside
trolling.
joke.
I am.
Lucky.
Yeah, it's an inside joke. Yeah, it's an inside joke. I am trolling Dulcie right now. But no, it's just because I say Dulcie like a little teacher over there on her channel. So I got a little name plate. And, you know, she grading papers over there. It's a little joke I got. So that's what I just be messing with.
So Lucky, your YouTube channel, you have a YouTube channel called News you can use, right?
Well, it's actually called NPM Stay Swift, but yeah, it's some news you can use. I'm working on the Swift report, yeah.
Can you put it in the private chat so we can put it on the put it in the
Yeah,
private chat so we can
that's
post
what
it.
I want. No problem. But yeah, it's just that's how I met Abby from talking to them.
Yeah,
Right.
You sure did.
Yeah.
By
the way,
this is just wait, hold on. This is just a reminder for people in the chat and stuff. If you have a YouTube channel, you have a Substack, you have a Discord or whatever, like post it. That's what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be supporting each other.
Supporting each other and sharing information, right?
Oh, I put it in the front. My bad. I don't even know I'm doing. See what I'm saying? I'm having a good
That's
time.
all right. That's all right. We got it.
Yeah. Yeah. So Lucky, are you familiar with Demetra K and Donovan Sadiq?
No, I don't believe so.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you see like Demetra K on African Diaspora News Channel from time to time. When she reports.
Oh yeah.
Wait, hold on. That's the lady
might not
with
be
the hair. She's always doing this.
Yes.
She's always doing this, and I'm like, girl, get that hair situation together. Why are you always doing this?
I'm talking about her. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Nails, and I'm like, girl.
Right. But Demetra K. Every time she ends the news, right? She says peace with her gesture, and she gets and she's very similar. Yeah, she's very big onto like doing for self separation, and she says, brothers and sisters, what are you doing at this establishment? How many times we tell you guys don't go there? If they don't like us or don't respect our money, why go there?
Wait a minute, Michael. Michael. You about
Sorry.
to go back to the same conversation?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, he said yeah.
It's
But I'm
okay.
just saying, like, but I'm saying,
Michael,
like,
look,
you
don't nobody
stuff,
ride harder
Phil, Dimitri.
for Aboriginal Americans than Michael Pan.
Well, I'm glad you're keeping on that, Abby, because that happens with a lot of shows where
Mhm.
if you're not careful, you'll end up going back in the circuit for another hour.
Right.
People aren't really want to see that, maybe. So.
And we already said, look, another subject.
Sorry about it. My
That's
fault.
okay, we'll come back to it next time, like next week.
Yeah,
or
next time.
You know.
Yeah, you guys
spend 3 hours on it. Spend 3 hours, Michael.
Yeah, are you guys planning to watch the Super Bowl this Sunday? Anyways, coming up.
Of course.
Oh no,
most definitely.
Never.
Yeah, how about
I gotta put some money. I gotta put some money.
Nahilo is not a sports person like
Oh
that.
right. Oh.
Definitely not. No.
No, I'm asking to change the
dad will, though.
subject. Sorry, to change the I know you don't want me to talk on Philip Scott.
Who's watching the halftime show from the Super Bowl? Who's watching TP USA's version?
You silly.
So
their headliner is Kid Rock.
Yeah. Yeah, are you gonna?
Sorry. I don't even know who's playing the Super Bowl because
the Patriots. Yeah,
I'm
it's
not
the
really into
Patriots and Seahawks.
Okay, well, I'm just Team Shador right now.
Shador.
That's all I'm focused on.
I'm
Team. The reason why the Patriots gonna win.
Mm-hmm.
It's because of their name.
Is because over there in Seattle, they too progressive.
Right.
So they need the Patriots to win because of the name Patriots.
The propaganda thing more than
it's the propaganda thing. Yes.
So I'm gonna put my money on the Patriots for the.
I thought. Hey, Lucky. I thought New England is too progressive as well.
Man, New England is a corporate
progressive
haven. That's where all the rich New Yorkers live.
Because I thought the corporate New Yorkers want to go to Florida where they don't have to pay taxes.
Nah, they snowbirdy a little bit. They got a house, they got a home down there, but they live in Massachusetts. They live right outside of New York, and they take their little commute in. Yeah, man, New England. That's why they call it. That's why they ain't never changed the name.
Like they're all up in Cape Cod.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, or they're in New York City. I mean, not New York City, but like the outskirts
of New York.
They probably have a home in New York City, but then have one
in Maine, right?
Down in Long Island.
Not
Maine, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Florida. When they get too tired of the winter,
the cold weather. And when they get too tired of paying get too tired of paying higher state income taxes, or trying to find to avoid the state government from paying taxes.
That's so
funny.
funny.
Are we gonna talk about how Kid Rock, his whole career was based off of black culture any damn way?
Are you trying to?
Are we gonna talk about how Kid Rock is grifting because there's pictures of him drinking Bud Light with a drag queen right next to him in a bar, but then now all of a sudden he's transphobic and he's like shooting Bud Light cans. Like, are we gonna talk about this or are we just gonna let all this shit go?
Well, I never heard about this, so let's.
That's funny. Yeah, because I thought Kid Rock was like socially liberal. I know he's fiscally conservative.
No.
Man, Kid Rock ain't
he's going wherever he goes, wherever the money goes.
Like when I say like social liberal, like Kid Rock is like for LGBTQ, trans rights, abortion, this and that. I know he's for sure he's fiscally conservative.
Which Kid Rock are you? What year? You got to drop a year.
Kid Rock. I'm talking about the one who used to date Pamela Anderson.
You got to drop a year, so that's old school Kid Rock.
Oh, okay.
New school Kid Rock.
I'm talking like Kid Rock, like right now.
Kid Rock right now is riding on the Trump train
I'm just saying, isn't it ridiculous?
You got to drop the year, like Nicki Minaj. You got to drop the year.
The year? Why do the years matter? Or are you trying to say their political views might have changed over time?
What I'm saying, it's
No,
pretty
I'm saying
ridiculous.
they're grifting. Go ahead,
That's
Mike.
that
I'm
Jimmy
sorry.
High Roller. What's his name?
This young organization of kids.
I'm gonna be right back.
The
Gotta go to the
young
restroom.
Republican, whatever, up and coming politically active kids
Mhm.
who they want to use as their alternative to the Super Bowl is Kid Rock, who is this old as fuck, like not hip, old guy acting like he's a young cool guy. It's peak irony kind of shit. That's what I'm saying. Sorry.
Well, I'm not surprised because we can't find any like interesting entertainers, to sing at the Super Bowl.
Kid Rock is like a country riffraff.
Riffraff.
Like he is like when I look at riffraff and I see Kid Rock, I see the same person. That's his little nephew.
Mm-hmm.
Like, don't nobody take Kid Rock serious, man.
Yeah. What do you think if Colin
like
Yankovic? Hey,
Right,
Lucky.
like, he's a joke.
Hey, what do you think, Lucky, if Colin Kaepernick going to perform at the national anthem during the Super Bowl? Would you be surprised?
Man, I think Kaepernick drunk the Kool-Aid, man. They finesse Cap, man. They finesse Cap, man.
Yeah. Were you surprised?
He should have just shut up and dribbled, man.
Mm-hmm. But you understand why he did it, right? Colin Kaepernick.
Man, 'cause somebody was in his ear.
Mm-hmm.
His agent was talking to somebody.
Yeah, I heard it was a Green Beret told Colin Kaepernick. I understand that the flag doesn't respect you, Colin. Kneel down on the sideline so that people won't notice. And as soon as the camera is pointed to Colin Kaepernick kneeling down during the sidelines, oh my gosh, the football fans got so upset with Kaepernick. They're like, Kaepernick, how dare you kneel down during the national anthem? We're so stressed out from work, working 100 hours a week. Colin, can you please not do it? We need a break. We're trying to enjoy the football game. And plus, we're trying to enjoy a nice hot dog, popcorn, beer. Yeah.
I don't watch these sports, so I won't really have much commentary. But you go ahead, have
yeah,
you guys.
Yeah, Lucky. Oh,
but if they're taking a
break,
I'll have to.
Yeah.
Like I'm just saying, I won't know what to comment about, like Colin Kaepernick and stuff. I don't really even. I vaguely remember that's the guy who did the whole doing the knee thing.
Yeah, he kneeled down during the national anthem on the sidelines, respectfully, right? And a lot of people thought that he disrespected the USA flag. And Kaepernick said, "No, I'm not. This was not me disrespecting the flag. It was to make a statement because you're saying that the USA flag does not respect Black Americans, for those who make contributions to the country, those who serve in the military." And so football fans took it misunderstood his statement. And they thought that he was not. They thought that he was not being appreciative what America has done for him, or given the opportunities to make it all the way to the NFL.
So it was like, if you don't like it, go somewhere else, kind of reaction.
Exactly.
Yeah. So you think that he was right to do that?
From what I judged, and I know people have different opinions about it. I thought he did it very respectfully on the sidelines. At least he didn't do it on the 50-yard football field. At least he didn't do it on the football field, right? But I can understand why people took issues with that, because how dare he stand during the national anthem, with his knees down, and also because the Green Beret who was at the game told Colin to kneel down on the sidelines. So blame cannot really go to Colin Kaepernick. If they really want to blame someone, I think they should probably put the blame on the Green Beret.
I think it doesn't really
matter.
I don't think. No, I mean, like the people who are critical of him, I don't think that their criticism holds any weight as far as you're not appreciative enough of America.
Basically,
how dare you? Whatever. He's a fucking millionaire, right?
Right.
Right. What the fuck? This is the thing about people not understanding class politics at all. They're
What
like,
y'all talking about?
Colin Kaepernick guy is not like a working class hero. He is at best whatever making an attempt to be a class traitor and being castigated for it.
Wait, hold on. Y'all talking about? Wait, hold on.
Colin Kaepernick.
Y'all
with the
talking
with
about
the
him
kneeling. You know the kneeling
negatively?
thing.
Negatively,
No.
you talking about him?
As a bourgeois millionaire, I might be talking about him negatively. I mean,
Yeah.
Ooh, till you do right
Ooh.
by me, Michael.
Ooh, what kind of investments does he have? We might need to
Till
look
you
into
do
it.
Oh
right
yeah,
by me.
so Colin, yes, I know Colin Kaepernick.
No. You got to know who you talking about before.
I mean, like
he
maybe
did
not him, but
he did summer camps for black children.
Children.
Teach them know your rights. Know
sure.
your
But I'm
rights.
hearing some stuff about a guy named like Steph. Is it Steph Grady or whatever? The other
Curry, Steph Curry.
Steph Curry.
Right. So I'm
What
seeing
they got to
that
do with Colin Kaepernick?
my point is that I think that he was maybe supporting like Palestinian refugee stuff, but then he's also caught with investments with Israeli weapons companies. So we have to know who we're talking about. So that's what I'm saying. I don't need to throw them in the same bucket, but I'm
Please
saying
don't.
bourgeois tend to be lying pieces of shit about who they actually are. They have a public image and there's a real person behind the image.
No, don't do it.
So I don't know who I'm talking about. So I'm not trying to
Don't do it with
make
Colin
definitive
now.
accusations. I'm making
Right, but anyways,
kind of
but on the
whatever.
justice,
Yeah,
but anyways,
insinuation.
right on the justice side, on the justice side, like justice side. So yes, Colin Kaepernick, like what Abby said, is educating the brothers and sisters to know their rights when they're being pulled over by police, understanding the layout of America, right? Because who's gonna teach them who doesn't look like Michael Kaepernick? It's only Michael Kaepernick and his people. Because
His name is Colin.
Colin, sorry, why do I keep saying Michael? I apologize. Colin, sorry.
All these people's names are so generic. Sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, Colin,
Wait
sorry.
a minute. Y'all got to stop talking about some stuff y'all don't know nothing about
bad.
now.
I mean, I know the basic. I'll say
Colin,
the basic.
Y'all done ran lucky off.
My bad.
No, I mean, I know the basic.
What happened? I was just gone for 2 minutes.
Sorry, we thought, Abby, Michael and I thought that you were taking a brief break and then come back.
No, I just want to use. I just want to use the restroom.
Yeah.
Because you're not in the sports, Michael. Like I shouldn't have left you on that. I shouldn't.
Oh, sorry.
We weren't even talking about sports. We were talking about Kid Rock.
I
can see the transition.
Sports is the political aspect.
No,
I can see.
Right. Anyway, so I talk about what. So I was like asking Lucky, what if Colin Kaepernick performs at the national anthem during the Super Bowl of this year? If hypothetically speaking.
Why would he perform during the national anthem? What kind of performance would he do?
The national anthem has different verses, right?
But what kind of performance would you expect him to do? He's a pro athlete.
Right.
He plays baseball and football.
I mean,
and both of them very well, by the way. So what kind of performance would he do during the national anthem?
I don't know. Maybe perform perform like the new verses of the Star Spangled Banner, not the not
the moment for a
verse.
political statement. He has an opportunity, I think.
You mean like reciting the third verse, the racist ass verse, something like
exactly.
that?
Yes.
Okay, because you was losing me.
I don't have real power. I can't do anything. But then it's an argument that falls apart when you're actually a famous multi-millionaire kind of figure. You have power, and then when you say my hands are tied, we don't really buy it.
Right.
Wait a minute. This man lost his entire career fighting for
his people.
Thank you. And then y'all don't come on here doing him dirty like that.
But that would be an example of what happens when you actually fight back. Like the rest of them aren't willing to take that price. It's more. I'm not necessarily trying to throw him under. I don't really know what I'm talking about, right? I don't know.
Right.
I only heard it when it happened. I didn't really follow what happened after the fact. So as far as
so everybody stop right now.
I'm assuming that he did his thing and that he was still able to stay in the NFL or whatever.
No, he was not.
He was
blacklisted from the NFL.
So
he was not.
He working
lost
at McDonald's
his
now.
career.
No, he's doing he's actually doing a non-profit work.
Don't do him like that, Michael.
That's what I'm saying. He's bourgeois.
I'm not
treating him like he's. This is where you he's not my class and he's not my ally. But it's a different. It's more complicated if he's more like with the racial politics added in. That complicates things. Yes. Stop. All right.
Yeah, we're sorry, Abby. Sorry we're making you too excited. We apologize.
I just want to make sure you have context of what you're saying. before you just shouting out the mouth about someone that y'all don't know about, because neither of y'all are into sports.
It's an interesting question as far as are these sports
I'm actually into sports.
figures, are they working class or are they bourgeois? Because they're paid to do labor by performing like a musician, right? Or they are working for a paycheck in a sense, but they also have a very different, unique position compared to the majority of working class, where they have also the ability to leverage their name, and they often have these deals with whatever, like they form small businesses off of their fame, so that it's not so simple as to treat them
but
like
he didn't. But he formed nonprofits. So
Nonprofits.
let me ask you this.
Leverage
Let
to
me
form
ask you this.
businesses. Nonprofits is not nonprofits. In this ecosystem of capitalism, they're for profit, but they get subsidized by the government whenever they make their profit in a different kind of way.
Let me ask you this. Aren't you a worker in the system that you don't want to be a part of?
Yes.
Okay. Do we purchase products that are necessary for us to have, and those products come from corporations that we don't necessarily believe in? So because we are in the system that we don't like and want to dismantle?
Where are you going with this? Because
I'm going with this is that you know where I'm going. Okay, you mad at him because he got a position in a sports industry, and he's making money that is comparable to what everybody else makes in the same industry. So that means his views should be discredited.
no, I'm not saying his views are to be discredited, especially with these things.
But y'all trying to discredit him.
I'm telling you, he has an opportunity to make political statements, like with this.
So you're not allowed to make a political statement?
No, I'm saying he is allowed to say. I'm saying I would rather they make more radical political statements than ones that end up being more status quo kind of arguments. I think that we treat people like heroes, and they end up being milquetoast heroes.
I never called him a hero.
Yeah.
Hold on, Michael.
The fans, the sports fans are one.
Nahilo, hold on, Nahilo. What did he say? What political statements did he say that you disagree with?
Are we talking about Colin Kaepernick still?
Yes.
It was about.
Isn't that what we were talking about?
Yeah, we are. Yeah, Colin Kaepernick. Right.
So I'm not saying I necessarily disagree. We're talking about the doing the knee thing, which was for the Black Lives Matter, right? Protesting police brutality. So I didn't necessarily disagree with that, but it's the same argument we make about the mainstream media masquerading as independent media. So he wants to pretend he's a leftist. Is that what he's doing?
Wait. Hold on.
No, he's not.
Hold on. How do you know he's pretending?
Because he's a millionaire. You know what I mean? There's a certain kind of compliance.
Because he's a millionaire, he's pretending?
When you're radical enough, you don't get allowed to advance in the system. So I'm already suspicious that he's complied already a lot to become bourgeoisified to the degree that he has. And then now there's the whole buying the stairway to heaven kind of thing.
Yeah, well, can I add something, Michael? Actually, Colin Kaepernick did not directly did not vote for either candidates, for Donald Trump nor Hillary Clinton. So we can't say that Colin Kaepernick is a.
So this is why you need the details, right, before you judge.
Right. So I'm reading the details. So really, Colin Kaepernick understands that because the NFL is dominated by white owners. 90% of the owners are Caucasian, or Becky's, Karens, and the rest of the football players are Black Americans.
And did you know he was adopted into a white family that?
Yes.
Well, I'm asking Michael. Nahilo, not you. Did you know he was adopted into a white family from the Midwest who was trying to forcibly make him assimilate into whiteness?
No, I
every
did not
step
know.
of the way.
No, that's important information.
It is important. Yeah, that's why I'm saying, like, that's why I was like, wait, hold on.
But
I'm
it
not. I'm
definitely
not jumping.
demonstrates
I'm not jumping on you,
it's the
Nahilo. Don't.
motivation for why he would be the different one. Like as far as if we would do a comparison, we could talk about like Shaquille O'Neal as the opposite, maybe, because I see him as more the
He's a capitalist through and through.
well, not just a capitalist, but like compromised and
Yeah,
like
he has. Yes, he's
like he's bent
compromised
over
for sure.
backwards, and he's just a clown now, right?
Yeah. Okay. Well, I
Right.
agree with that. So I wasn't trying to jump on you, Nahilo. I was just trying to be like,
No, but
wait a minute. Let's.
my ignorance showed through on this one because I don't know who so much
Actually-
about the particular person.
And I'm
know
not
what?
sitting up here trying to defend him like I know him. I don't fucking
Yeah.
know Colin Kaepernick.
Right, and Michael, and actually, Abby and Michael, actually, it's my fault. I didn't provide context. I take responsibility about the context. Talking about Colin Kaepernick, I apologize for that. I should have given more details early on, so I apologize.
No, it's all good. We're just kind of having whatever
Right.
conversation we're having.
Yeah, but I mean, yes, you're right, that Mike. That yes, Colin Kaepernick's teammates did not participate and kneel down the sidelines. They did it after.
That's not true. A few of them did.
Few, but I'm saying like later on. You know, I don't know, maybe like a couple years later, they realized
maybe more the exception to the rule, and that's the problem.
Right.
Where he was brave to have exposed. Everyone knows that there's all these problems with the NFL with the racism. It's been long standing, and
of course
they fought hard to even have as much black presence in the sport as they have. But
So
it goes on, right?
We can go back to like 4 hours ago when I showed. I don't think you were here, Michael, but Nahilo, you were here when
Yeah,
I
I came
showed
late.
Nixon and how he was talking about black people, like
Mhm.
how we were only good to be entertainers,
Yeah, I think I heard that.
actors, you know, like that's all we were good for. But then he had to acknowledge like some black people that were exceptional lawyers or whatever. And he's like, well, oh, that's an exception to the rule. Like,
Right.
what are you talking about? Like, we can't excel in every subject just like anybody else. Like, what?
Right, because because Nixon was pretty much painting, you know, black Americans with a broad brush. And also Nixon talked to Reagan about. I remember that conversation they had. It was very racist. I don't remember what Reagan said, but I know Reagan used the M word.
So did Nixon. I
Right.
mean,
Is it okay
Nothing
to say
wrong.
or it's not okay? I just want to ask you for permission, Abby.
no, hell no. You talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking the letter M. You know, like Michael.
What's
Oh, I thought you said the N word.
No, M. M. You know, M like Michael. It's okay.
What do you mean? I'm calling you Michael, and I'm calling.
No.
I'm
What I mean is
calling him Nahilo.
what Reagan told Nixon over the phone.
Oh, okay. I don't know what the M word is, so as long as it's not the N. Oh,
You say
monkey.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Okay.
Is it
Thank you.
okay?
I appreciate that.
Well, not okay.
Well, what
In the context.
to me it's fine because I find that hilarious because
Uh-huh.
when you look at how monkeys look,
Right.
they're very hairy. They're like thin lip. Like, why are y'all equating us to monkeys? It don't even make sense.
Right. Because you know, like right.
We're
I guess
all intended for monkeys anyway. I think it's ridiculous to say we got to call them the word monkey the M word now. It's like, so now we got to call the word car the C word. We got to call the word the word wallet,
What's the C word?
C word, Mike.
We got a car. We got to call the car we drive in the C word. We got to call the wallet that we have.
Wait,
in
who
our
said
pocket,
that?
W word.
Where'd that come from?
I'm saying when you the word monkey, when you divorce it from the racist aspect, it's talking about an animal,
Mhm.
and a lot of people use the word monkey in a completely non-racist context. So to try and introduce to the vocabulary, now the word monkey has to be called the M word. It's
No.
right?
Don't dilute it.
With
Don't
the N word,
dilute
there's
it.
a very valid reason to do that. But with
Don't
stuff like
dilute it, Nihilo, because when you know exactly what they're saying, who's saying it, and who they're talking about when they say that word.
you also
So
know why you were confused when he asked the M word. You're saying, what are you talking about? Because there's no such thing as a fear.
Yeah, because I didn't know like
right? For
Because
good
that's
reason,
not
because monkey is too generic of a word to be categorized in such a
okay.
controversial way.
Right, but
Well,
anyways,
I digress. Then I
sorry.
digress.
Yeah,
Like it. But don't say the N word.
I get what you're saying. I
I
understand where you're
understand.
coming from.
Yeah,
Right. You don't want to. There's no. We cannot be acceptable of people using the word monkey in a racist context. That's not
Right.
right.
right. I meant to say like what Reagan said to Nixon over the phone on monkeys, calling like or labeling Black Americans as monkey, as in other words, being entertained.
But so many people are acting like this.
Yeah.
I don't know if monkeys is even the best
Well, I just know.
analogy. Like people are acting like dogs.
I think
They're
in
at
general,
like magpies. They're distracted by shiny things. You know what I mean?
I think in general, Black people laugh at that.
Really?
Like monkey? Who?
Because we know, like, I understand that Reagan was trying to be like low key racist with Nixon over the phone, right? In terms of like drafting policies, to
It's giving every accusation is a confession.
right.
So we can talk about the R word too, because that's made a famous comeback. Should we be a lot more pushing back and saying?
So you're talking about differently able people,
retarded,
right?
It's a word that we should probably condemn, just like every other bigoted term. We did seem to have a successful, but this is about it's like anecdotal. When you say people seem to have been on board with not using the word retarded and talking, but then lots of people in different social circles, they never suspended the use of it. They always proudly carried on the tradition, kind of thing.
Volante still says it all the time. Are
Hey,
you
what does he mean? Like John Kemper said, just don't call me the LFD word.
Yeah. What do you mean?
I don't know what that is. Wait,
yeah.
What? I don't even know what that
Late
is.
for dinner, he said.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Oh, CP time.
Right. But anyways, but like I said, Richard Nixon was really like a low-key racist. Like I say, a low-key progressive racist.
You were low-key.
I like how you connect these dots with Trump and Reagan and Nixon, because Trump's doing the Nixon madman theory, and the Reaganomics is like the spin.
But why not also associate that with Biden? I don't get that.
Of course, Biden. Yes, Biden too. Sorry.
And why not associate with Clinton? I don't get that either.
The madman theory, I think, is more of a direct connection with Nixon than Trump with Nixon and Trump than with Biden, because Biden's foreign policy was not so much about like let's like flip the board before we lose the game kind of thing.
Yeah. But but I was saying that because it started with like I said, it started with like regardless of regardless of political parties the presidents were operating, but they definitely were on code. With racism. I'm just saying that Nixon, Nixon was Republican. Nixon was like a low-key progressive racist. I associate the low-key progressive racism with his Republican brand because it eventually ventured out to Democrats as well, like Bill Clinton, Joe Biden. Oh, hello.
Hey, hi.
Oh, sorry.
Actually, I
actually continue. Sorry,
Sean, I disagree, but we'll get back to that.
Son, got them too, son.
Sean said it's better to be stupid or retarded than ignorant. I disagree because ignorant is about specific subjects, correct?
Right.
I mean, y'all let me know but if you just goddamn stupid,
no, I think
you can't really fix stupid.
It's to correct it. I think it's better to be ignorant than to be stupid or retarded. Because
exactly.
Ignorant means that you have a chance of
correcting it.
Right, learning or relearning stuff. Right. It's like this. It's like someone being too comfortable with that status quo. Right. Eventually they're gonna become victims of it later on. So that shows that they were uninformed in the beginning, or they thought they knew everything. Right. But then when push comes to shove, they didn't realize they were going to experience themselves as they never thought that they were. Experience themselves to be victims of it when they got too comfortable in the beginning.
Okay, so
I think Sean's
I had to look it up Ignorant means lacking knowledge or awareness
does
in
not mean
general,
that
uneducated
it's
or
not an acronym.
unsophisticated.
Yeah.
Lacking knowledge, information, or awareness about a particular thing. So I think that's what we're going from, about like a particular thing. Like you could be ignorant about a specific thing, but that doesn't necessarily mean you are stupid.
Right.
But this is a thing where ignorant means that you don't know better, which is more what he should say. And then when you ignore something, that's when you purposely, you know better and you choose not to. So this is the thing with the English language, I guess, because the word has almost like a counterintuitive switch in meaning when you use it as a noun versus an adjective or whatever, right?
So
Probably said that wrong,
it's like regionally people use different words and they don't mean the same thing. It makes it really complicated to when you get offended or triggered by what someone's saying to you, and they may or may not be trying to offend you. But if you don't dig deeper, you won't know. But some people, I'm not even trying to dig deep. Just get away from me.
I like how he says that. It changed because of the N-word, as far as when someone says that, and it's like, you know better. It's like you say it anyway. It's like he's ignorant. That's how that's the response.
Right.
But no, he knows full well what he's saying.
Right.
I don't know. You can't we can't. I would not take the N-word and then try to explain that away with the word ignorant or anything like that, because I wouldn't take any racial slur and try to compare it to a word that we use in our regular lexicon, like ignorant. Like nobody's saying like the B word or the W word or the K word and trying to juxtapose that against the word ignorant. So if you're not doing that for any of those words, why would you do it for the N word? Like, nah, I'm rejecting that.
Because them's fighting words, and if you had to argue about it, then you have to fight the fight, right? And so in order to avoid the confrontation, you say, oh, they're ignorant. And so
let's just say what people are really mad about. Let's just put it on the table. People are mad that black people took the N-word, turned it around on his face,
right,
and used it as a term of endearment, and they mad because they can't say it.
It's not just a term of endearment, though. It's also it's used as a pejorative against each other, from what I've seen.
One time,
you can't. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you can't say that because you are not in the community.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I can't say it.
Yeah, Abby and Mike.
I mean, you'd have to understand it as a member of the community to really understand.
Right, but do you maybe
so
understand what I'm trying to say?
And
that I've seen it used in more than one, in a negative and a positive way. I've seen it used as "you my nigga," "you my brother," right? But I've also seen it like you.
Wait, hold on, Nahilo.
Sorry, I guess I can't say it right at all, right?
No,
I think Nahilo.
I've also seen them use it like you a bitch, right? You a piece of shit.
Hey, Nahila.
Okay, so that's people in the community having an argument amongst themselves. They ain't got nothing to do with you.
Right. Hey, Nahila. Hey, Michael. You probably should apologize to Abby for saying
no, I don't need an apology.
Okay.
He only because I know he didn't mean it. I corrected him. He understands, and we'll move on.
Understand. Anyways, I want to tell both of you guys. Actually, one time my Arabic classmate called me that word before. You'd be surprised. In high school.
Or like nobody uses the C word.
Like
you, Michael. Nobody says that.
No, what I mean is this guy, my classmate in high school. He and I were not close friends, but he did call me I think Abby, you know what I'm trying to say, right?
Does it start with a C and ends with an ing?
No, keep guessing. Keep guessing. Come on, you know it. You told me don't. You remember? You thought I conflated what I said earlier. Remember?
Shit.
It
Put it in the
comes after.
private.
Okay, it comes after M. I'll give you a hint.
Oh, I think I know. Put it in the private chat.
I don't want to. Come on. I don't want to get a. Because I know you got a little upset, so that's why I don't want to like.
I didn't get upset.
Okay, so I just typed the
I
letter.
I never got upset.
Can I just type?
Michael.
It's all good, Sean. These kinds of things are
Michael.
important. These things are simmering under the.
Wait, hold on, Abby.
surface
So can I just type the letter? That's it, and then you can figure it out.
You already okay.
Here, just the letter.
But just so you know,
he called me that.
I'm an Aries.
Anecdote to mention.
I'm a finder.
What does it mean?
Hold on, let Abby talk. Come on, I need to hear what she said. Sorry.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Abby.
Wait, he called you that?
Yeah, he did
So?
in high school.
So
yeah, and I said
cultural phenomenon.
How you got offended by that?
Yeah, because I said wink. Wink. I'm not. You know what I mean. Like I was being direct. You know what I mean. I was trying to get him to like, hey, you know what I'm trying to say, right? I said wink. You don't call me that. I'm not. I guess. How do I say this? I'm trying to be politically correct.
I know what you're saying when you say wink. That is an offensive term. And
No.
People don't use it.
No, like he called me the N-word in high school, right? And I said, wink. I'm not that. Like wink.
Someone of your own race
Arab.
called you that?
Yeah, Middle Eastern. He's Arabic American.
Oh, that's a no. No.
Yeah, he called me that in high school.
Why are you even saying that? It's not your word. Find your own goddamn words.
Right, exactly. Right. And I said, wink, I said, wink, we're not, right? And I was just giving him a hint, right? Because I'm like, wink, you don't call me that. He thought
Michael.
Uh-oh.
Barry White has entered the chat.
Uh-oh. But
go ahead.
I was pretty, you could say at that time in high school, I was kind of, I don't know, yes, I was surprised and a little pissed off, you know what I mean?
Because that's not his word to use.
Right, exactly.
I kind of agree with John Kemper. It's kind of like a nasty word we've all learned to use, but there's this, it's like a unpopular opinion, I guess, that maybe we should move on and try to retire it. Like we're talking about with the word retarded and stuff.
No, you can't tell us.
I'm not telling you what to do. I'm telling you my opinion would be if I were you, that might be what I would do.
Right. And,
okay, well, since you ain't me.
But my opinion doesn't matter in this context, of course, so I shouldn't even mention, obviously, right?
Yeah, but
and look, if just so y'all know on the panel and in the chat, I'm not offended. We having a conversation. Like, I'm an Aries. I'm a fire sign. If I'm mad, you will know it. This is not mad. This is just me being like a little bit passionate about the conversation because that's all it is. I have no problem with anybody
wading into some testy waters kind of thing. You might want to. This is where we got to be careful with what we're saying a bit as far as you're not mad, but if on this topic, if we say something particularly stupid, it's obvious why you would be, right?
Right. No,
But I would tell you that's not a problem. I would tell you it's not. So we're still having a combo. But let's welcome peace, fam. Rondo,
how you doing, Rondo? First time.
The panel. No, not first time. Rondo is day one.
Oh, day one. I'm saying first time.
And Rondo in the same place.
No, I'm just saying I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it on live stream before. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. He's only been on here maybe once before, and then when we heard his voice, I said, "Oh, you better get off this panel with that voice."
But he's joined. He doesn't seem to be quite ready.
Unless he's trying to get.
Well, when he's ready, he'll join. He'll say something.
But yeah, Abby. But I'm sorry, Abby. You understand where I was coming from? I was being very sensitive. You know what I mean? Because a lot of times, I could tell you, most Asian Americans I've noticed, right, when they interact with people outside their race, I noticed that most Asian Americans are not very wise with their words when they're trying to say what's up. You know what I mean? Or trying to show swag. And so that's why I'm very sensitive. You know what I mean? Because I know that American freedmen had their feelings hurt before. Whenever, like, non-black Americans, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So you can understand where I'm coming from.
Can I ask you
I
something?
agree with that, Sean. Yeah.
Yeah, ask me something.
Oh, well, what did Sean say? Sorry.
He's saying everyone has the right to say what they want, but they don't have the right to not get smacked for saying it.
Exactly.
Even though the law
You
might
can say it. That's
assault,
fine. But you might meet
ineffective
somebody that has time.
The
that
problem
day.
with the law of assault around assault and stuff is that people can now say what they want, and if you smack them, you're the problem, right?
Yeah. So Abby, what were you gonna ask me? Sorry.
Oh. Okay. I've been noticing. You know, have you seen like that hairstyle where Asian people go to the hairdresser and they'll get that it's like they
Cornrows?
put the not the cornrows, they'll put it in like they'll put the hair these small little spirals and to make their hair look like afros.
Yes.
You know what I'm talking about?
I think I know what you're talking about. Yes, I've seen people with that hairstyle before, and I was surprised, shocked. And not only that, but that person also had a different accent, and I was like confused. You know what I mean? At first.
I don't know if I'm not saying it's a specific person. It was just like it's just like a. I'm not even gonna call it phenomenon because that sounds crazy too, but it's just like a trend happening.
Yeah,
lately.
Yeah, it's a trend. I notice with my people. Yes, I'm seeing it nowadays, and yeah, to me, I'm really surprised, really, because I'm thinking to I think to myself, to the Asian Beckys, don't you think you should be more confident with your own hairstyle? Why do you want to go take a, I don't know, 365 degrees turn?
So there's two arguments to be made, right? One argument is imitation is the sincerest form of flattery.
Oh my
Right?
goodness, you just stole
And
my
this
you just stole my thunder. I was just literally about to say that.
Come on
I
now.
was literally about to say that. Sorry, go
Come
ahead.
on, Barry.
Continue.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. You got it.
No. You were going in. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Abby.
Well, that's like the first. I mean, like that. You could think of it that way, and then you could also think of it as appropriation because of the history of Asian Americans in the country and how our communities aren't connected in any way. So it's like, why are you doing this if you don't
Like
really
us.
even fuck with us like that?
Right.
So what's happening? So
Exactly.
there's two sides to the coin.
Mm-hmm.
But also in saying that, I think most of those people that are doing that don't live in America. They actually live in Asia.
Really, because I've seen.
So then I go back to the first one,
Mhm.
imitation.
And also,
Sincere form of flattery.
right, and also I want to add is cosplaying too. Sometimes Asian Americans who try to imitate other groups of people outside the race, for financial reasons, which I have an issue with, because it's not giving credit to American freedom. Because American freedom are the trend, or the original culture, right? Style, right, and flavor. And when I see Asian Americans do that, I really question their self-esteem.
It's funny that you say that because it's actually it reminds me of a quote that they say that John Lennon has said about rock and roll.
Mhm.
Whereas if you were to call rock and roll by any other name, you would call it Chuck Berry. Right?
Right.
So I actually have my own little quote that I kind of formulated off of that.
Yes.
If you were to call K-pop by any other name, you would call it Michael Jackson.
What? K-pop?
Well, no, I would call not Michael Jackson. You would call it like New Edition, or
No, Michael Jackson. You know why I say Michael Jackson?
Why Michael Jackson?
why?
Jackson 5.
Oh, okay. I got you now. Okay,
Right.
I'm with
Yeah.
you.
Mm-hmm.
So in that just goes back to what I was saying before, and to echo what Abby was saying, imitation is the highest form of flattery.
Right.
It's I was actually talking to my partner and everything because she's actually part Asian herself,
Mhm.
and
Shout out to
like,
the partner.
yeah, right. She's knocked out.
Oh, okay.
Uh, nah. I was actually talking to her about that movie K-pop Demon Hunters because I came to that realization about like
Mhm.
how K-pop and J-pop, you know, most forms of popular music on this planet are derivatives of black music.
Yep.
And so it's like, but and I don't mind K-pop Demon Hunters either, like the whole story or whatever, how it's like, girl power for like
Mhm.
little Asian girls and everything. But within that, there's aspects of the history to quote unquote K-pop that should be mentioned. The same way that like, how are they coming out with a movie about the Japanese samurai? I forget his name.
Oh, me, Michael.
Yeah, I'm not, I mean, I'm asking anybody.
I'm not sure. I remember Tom Cruise starring in the Last Samurai in
Yes,
2003.
there's a Last Samurai, but then now there's supposed to be a new movie talking about a black samurai.
Black Samurai.
Show enough. I'm just playing.
No, not show enough.
I'm
Look it
just
up. Look
playing.
it
I'm
up.
just
It's
playing.
about his name is like
Mhm.
Something like that.
Right.
So when we talk about imitation is a sincere form of flattery, my father was a black belt.
Yeah.
Right.
Now, is
But
that his culture?
no, but
No.
there's the interchange because there was a respect there.
Mhm.
Like
Mm-hmm.
uh
Mm-hmm. Oh, like Wu-Tang Clan?
yeah, exactly. Right there.
And mm-hmm.
It's
So
interesting though.
that's what I was talking to my partner. That's essentially what I was getting. I was like, I feel like it's good that K-pop Demon Hunters has come out and given little Asian girls like a point of pride and reference or whatever.
Mhm.
But to push the ball along in the relations of just humanity in general, I think that aspect of K-pop being derivative of black
Black
music should
culture.
be mentioned to little Asian people, to little Asian girls and little
Exactly.
Asian kids, so they know, and
Mm-hmm.
point of connection can be made, and
Mhm.
actual
Yes.
Exactly.
genuine connection can be made.
That's
Yeah.
that's that's the part that you're missing. Well, not you, but that's the part that is missed
Mhm.
in the connection between the admiration of different cultures. You
Yeah.
can't just see a culture and be like, oh, let me imitate that culture. No, if you want to imitate the culture, you got to go all in. You got
Mhm.
to learn about the culture
Exactly. The
because
history.
otherwise you just cosplaying.
Yep,
That's
cosplaying and to make money off of American freedmen's talents, origination, and not really giving full credit. And it's very similar to like how Asians, imitate. I mean, excuse me, imitate white Europeans to steal resources but not give credit, right? And I have an issue with that, with Asian Americans doing it. It's like what someone said. This Asian girl I remember I saw on YouTube. It was a competition to make who can make the best fried chicken, right? So she said that fried chicken originated from Korea, but the host said, man,
No. Hold on. Let me
I
stop
heard
you right there.
that Korean fried chicken was taught to
Let
Koreans
Here we
by
go.
by
black black.
by black people who were in the Korean War.
Yeah.
right. But I was about to say, yeah.
So we gotta stop right there now.
Wait,
They
wait, you're saying
they just
Korean
switched it up
fried rice
and
comes from black people, not Korean people?
Didn't say
no,
fried
we
rice,
said
said
fried
fried
chicken,
chicken.
Fried
fried
chicken
Fried
chicken,
started
chicken.
with
All
black
right,
fried
sorry, yeah.
Americans.
chicken, and
I never heard that before. So.
and then Koreans they took what they were taught about fried chicken and they went a step further because they do like a double batter,
Mm-hmm.
which is different from what they were taught by the vets that were in Korea.
Right.
So they like made it their own, but it originated from being taught by black veterans that were in Korea.
That's
Yes.
fascinating.
Yes. And so I saw that on the YouTube clip, right? And anyway, so the Asian girl got paranoid. She got pissed, and she was stunned when the host said, "Man, that's not your create. That's not your. You can't claim credit for it. It actually originated from Black Americans who created that recipe for fried chicken. The only difference is that the Koreans made it into their own. And when I saw that clip, right, I feel like that Asian girl was cosplaying. Didn't want to get full credit. Didn't want to acknowledge the history behind it, right? And so when I saw that, I told myself, only give credit where
Let them
credit's
cook.
given. Right. Give credit where credit's given. Because yeah, with me, I'm pretty humble. I don't like to give myself credit, to be honest, right? And I see with like other groups of people, with Hispanics, Asians, Indians, right, Arabs, cosplaying, Black American cultures, music, entertainment, literature, and pretty much the everything else, right?
Yeah, do y'all know that comedian? I think he's from Nigeria. I think his name is like Al Sadiq or something like that.
Right, and he said that at the Emmys, or was it? This was at the awards, right?
No, he was on a podcast, and he said all these those like music shows where they're doing all this competition. He was like, fuck all that. They cheating. Said all of them come on the show, and like over 70% of them that aren't black are playing black people songs. And he was like, nah, you cheating. You cheating. Nah,
Right.
sing that shit from where you come from, and then see how you
and
see how you squares away.
Right. And you make a great point, Abby, because I tell you, most Asians, if not all of them, most of them don't want to how do I say this? They don't want to like sing with their own voice, right? Because they lack confidence, right? When they see someone who's very powerful, confident, they want to imitate them, right? And steal credits, steal songs, rhythms, right? And yeah, and yeah, and so when I see Asian Americans singing like DMX, Analia, Destiny's Child, I get confused. I was like, wait a minute, am I listening to an Asian American song, or am I listening to a Black American R&B artist? You know what I mean? Like I couldn't.
And what's really interesting about that, like I remember on one of those shows, like this guy came out, and he had his instrument from the origin of his country. He sang a song from the origin of his country. I loved it. Everybody loved it. And
Really?
It's like sing on your own merit. Like sing your own shit. Don't come up here talking about and you gonna love me. Like nah. Sing your shit.
Let me guess. Was he trying to be like Jackie Chan in Rush Hour?
No. I'm saying this man.
I'm kind of joking. You know what I mean?
Oh,
remember Rush Hour, how Jackie Chan was trying to fit in at the black club, and by accident he said, you know what I mean? And
oh yeah. And yeah, that was funny.
Yeah,
Rush Hour was funny.
Right. Yeah, and yeah, you're right. Asian Americans need to sing with their own pits. Be confident. And I think I know why they don't like to sing in their own pits. It's because they feel like nobody's going to listen to them, or they feel like their album's not going to sell like fire compared to like Black American R&B artists, right? And same thing.
It's not, but still, the point is, you could still win off your own merit of your own culture, and then you are educating the masses about your culture. Like
exactly.
Do that.
Right, exactly. And great point. And also I always like tell this to like Asian American singers or so-called Asian Americans who want to be R&B singers in the future. I always say to them, take singing lessons. Really, if they want to have a high pitch, I think that's the only way they can be popular, effective, real. It's like what you said earlier too, Abby, like when you said that you saw too many Asians trying to try to sing like Black Americans, like so quickly, and you say, oh no, you got to learn the history, the culture first before imitating us, right? And also what I learned too is that what Philip Scott said, it's very important to gatekeep, because if you don't gatekeep, other groups, Asians, Hispanics, Arabs and white Americans are going to steal Black American songs and make money off of it.
Look, they come up here rapping about lynching people and shit. I'm like, wait a minute. First of all, how you gonna take somebody else's music, flip it around?
Right.
It's just crazy to me.
Right.
But, you know.
Right.
Oh,
And
it Post Malone,
there's
Miley Cyrus, Justin Timberlake.
There's the thing about
Pink.
Yeah.
They all just like jumped on, cosplaying Black culture, and then when they got big, then they dropped the shit. They just dropped Black culture like it was like, ew, get this off of me. Like,
right.
what?
It's same thing with Aaron Carter too. Aaron Carter, Backstreet Boys,
him too.
NSYNC, Britney Spears. Like when I used to be a big fan of those groups back in the day, and I thought they were legit. But then over time, I found out that was not their real voice. They were lip singing and cosplaying. I didn't find until in the last 5-10 years, right? I kept thinking at first as a kid, growing, okay, they're singing of high pitch. That's their real voice. They got singing lessons, and then I didn't realize they were
You
cosplaying.
know who else was cosplaying?
Who else?
J-Lo from the Bronx. She from Westchester. She
Yes.
went to private school her whole life. Girl, get out of here.
Right. And this is why when I have conversations, with Asian Americans, Hispanics, right, white European Americans, I always emphasize to them. I always talk to them about reparations first before they even go straight into talking about R&B music, because I think this is very important to understand the history behind it, context, and how.
Come on, the reparations wheel.
No, I mean,
know you got to leave the reparations alone now, Michael.
All right, I want to get on my communist wheel.
I mean, sorry. No, what I mean, okay, sorry to digress. The point I'm trying to make is I'm trying to teach them to like give credit where credit needs to be given. Don't steal people's like fame, talent, intellect, property, right, or creativity, and say this is yours. No, you learned it from others. Someone had to teach you, right, or train you. So give credit where credit needs to be given. Because
exactly, this is the problem a lot of people have, where you learn something and then we act like, oh, now that we know it, that we don't have so much to give credit to where we got it from. But then at the same time, like a university or something wants to go demanding you give us thousands and thousands of dollars so that you can give credit to where you got that information from, and then the fucking the degree is worth shit. So this is where I appreciate you, XD, coming in. One of the things, like we were saying, Golden Monarch versus Lucky, that'd be a great conversation. I want to see XD versus Michael Pan. That would be fun.
Yeah. And
come on up. Come on.
And
well, just in case people are looking and they're just listening, XD says all these immigrant groups come in here filtered through a very white European lens. Just
that's
in case
true.
y'all.
Yeah, that's very true.
Wondering.
Yes. And
well, Rondo, wait, hold on. We've been talking. Let's let Rondo say something.
He's on mute by accident.
I don't know if he's been busy. He comes up and then he's often.
Okay. We'll let him do his thing. He'll pop in and pop out when he wants to.
Yeah. But yeah, sorry, like Avi. Sorry, I'm not good with words. I'm trying my best to convey what I was trying to say. But you get. I'm sure you understand where I'm coming from.
We understand you.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. And so I basically I tell my friends, just be who you are, be confident, no need to imitate, no need to be like in the movie Down to Earth, where Chris Rock tries to be like what's his name, Chris Wellington.
I've never seen that movie.
Yeah, in other words, Chris Rock was not getting the laugh or the support he needed to be a popular comedian. So he thought that by going to somebody else's body, he could get the swag. But he's in a white man's body in that movie.
Oh, I never seen the movie. Anybody else on the panel seen the movie or in the chat?
What movie?
Never seen that movie.
Down to Earth. It came out in 2001.
I don't know by the name. You might, if you want to elaborate a bit
more.
I've
never heard of it.
So I'll give you. Yeah. Okay.
The name is familiar, but I can't remember the plot.
But
the plot that you just said sounded like Get Out. For real.
Right. So Chris Rock, and so anyways, the movie's about a comedian who's trying to get hits, right? Who's trying to be popular, trying to get on the Arsenio Hall, right, to be like top 1 comedian. And
You said it was Chris Rock.
yes, Chris Rock. Yes,
Tiger Woods, y'all. Tiger Woods,
exactly.
y'all. Was
Yes.
he was like trying to be like a rich man or something? He was like in a rich man's body.
Yep, in a rich man's body. Yep.
Yeah,
exactly.
I remember that movie. Yeah.
I've never
Right.
seen it. Wow.
Yeah.
Yes. And so he got booed in the beginning, but once he got into a rich white man's body, he didn't get booed at all. He was getting the likes, the laughs. And so he had to make.
I'm just gonna share it for y'all, just so you can see what they're talking about.
So
but
he
you
had
keep talking.
Yeah, so he has to make. So he's in a white man's body, right? But before he agreed to be a white man's body, he agreed to a deal like he wants a permanent body where he could be himself. And the white man in heaven said, "Well, Chris Rock, there's gonna be, Chris Rock, you're gonna have to, pay accept the terms of it, like take risk, in other words." And so Chris Rock said, "I don't care, do it. I don't want to be in this white man's body forever," right? So as soon as he was gaining the likes and he was being popular, he's like, "No, I don't want to change. Why do I want to get a new body? I like this. I like who I am. I like me." And the devil's trying to tell Chris Rock, "Your time is up." And Chris Rock didn't see it coming until towards the end of the movie. Because why? He was trying to impress the girl, Santi, Regina King. And he's thinking that if he enters somebody else's body, or somebody dies in a car accident, he's not going to be the same, or his girlfriend's not going to recognize him.
Chris Rock is the one who did the stand-up comedy that said there ain't a one-legged poor white man in this audience that would change places with me, and I'm rich. Remember that?
I remember that. Yes.
Oh shit!
Yes. And at the end of the movie, he was upset because he was upset at the end that the devil told him, Chris Rock, even if you're not you, you're still you. Nobody's gonna remember you. You're not gonna remember yourself. And Chris was like, "What are you talking about?"
Okay, well, I don't know if too many people know that movie for us to belabor the point.
Right. But I'm just saying, I saw that movie like so many times, you know what I mean?
I may or may not have seen this movie. I've seen a million movies, but I don't remember every movie.
Yeah, but I know in that movie, Down to Earth, I know he had a crush on a girl, Regina King, and he was trying to impress her by being somebody else.
Do y'all, I wanted to try to rewatch The Truman Show because I was looking at clips and I said, shit, that looked like Charlie and Erica Court. They even look alike.
Right.
What the fuck going on? I gotta watch this movie again. But it's still not free. Netflix, Prime, none of that. You still gotta pay for it.
How much?
And they probably made you pay for it after people started noticing the the similarities, and they were like, "Well, let's make some money off this shit again." I was like, "Not off me."
I would have never been able to seen a lot of the stuff I've seen if I hadn't done that pirate stuff.
Right.
Music too. Although I feel bad for the artists and not so much the movie stars, but there's a lot of low-paid actors and whatnot. But like, I feel bad that they don't get, like, the transaction's not fair, but the system's not fair, so it's not my fault.
Right. Michael, I know there's been a lot of movies filmed in Canada in the last 25, 30 years.
I think that we're going to see, this is where Kit Cabello from Heartlands Media has been covering that a bit, where I think we're going to see like Hollywood disintegrate. It seems like it's going to live forever, but everything has its day and its death, and there's going to be it would be good for the movie industry, especially in these times of crises, if we had a death of the old and a birth of the new.
Right.
But okay. Well, I'm going to be, I guess, devil's advocate for a second.
Especially with this Epstein stuff in Hollywood. Sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I'm going to be devil's advocate for a moment. It's the same thing like with the media and how, okay, Tucker Carlson, Joy Reid, Don Lemon, like now all of a sudden they're independent media. Get the fuck out of my face. You are not you have just, this is the illusion of that the that you're independent media, and you're the same people trying to corral us to the same parties. So can you please shut up with all of this?
Right, but like Canadian more movies being made in Canada is like corralling us back into the, like the death of Hollywood is probably a good way to kill the duopoly. Let the world speak.
Good luck.
Movie. I'm saying we don't let any of the other nations speak on screen. It's all America all the time.
Good luck.
Good luck, exactly.
Watch
Good luck
you.
if you're maintaining your
Who
dying
owns
empire.
Tubi?
Is what we have to say. The rest of us were not American. Sorry, but
Wait, say I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. Say it. Say it
good
again.
luck with maintaining your dying empire. Says the rest of us were not American. Okay.
Okay. Okay. That was
I
a
know
shot.
you're not-
Okay.
I'm not saying
Shots
you're not being-
fired. Shots fired.
American exceptionalism shows.
That's not what I meant. Like, or maybe I'm off, but like
Sometimes
the same way like Netflix got started, like
In
Tubi
America.
is a
Been going
new
a
one
long
now.
time, so we're getting a bit
Like-
tired, I think. So
No, we're fine. You're fine, Nahilo.
Yeah. So Mahilo, do you think more
Wait,
film?
do y'all
go ahead, Abby.
are y'all
Sorry.
acting like I'm being aggressive or something? Like,
no,
what
I'm
the fuck
saying
going
I don't know
on?
if you, but I'm only catching some of what people are saying sometimes. Or my attention span
Oh,
and my
okay.
drinking might be getting a little bit challenged. But that's all.
Oh, Nahilo about to crash out on your ass. You better
No,
watch out.
I'm gonna keep it. I'm just saying.
I'm just fucking
Yeah.
with you, Nahilo. I'm just fucking with you.
Yeah. Hey, Abby, I want to address a
Yes.
comment that Easy said. If you could pull that up.
Oh, XD?
XD, yeah.
Okay.
When he said, I don't object to Michael's takes, and I want to respond to that.
Here it goes. Okay, you want to read it or you want me to read it?
Oh, yeah, I'll read it. It says, I don't object to Michael's takes. I used to be very pro-Asian when COVID happened. It was a reaction to the anti-Asian racism, but now I am much more class conscious.
Class
Totally-
conscious.
Yes.
And then he says this after that.
COVID was when my mental decolonization journey began, and yeah,
Okay.
and I totally understand, where he's coming from. Wake up call from most Asian Americans who have exposed their anti-black racism, right? Because most Asians do a good job of covering it, but they also do a good job of showing and telling who they are. And I respect where he's coming from, and I totally get it, because there has not been a Asian and Black American solidarity, historically, right? I'm sure there's some individuals, but not collectives. So I totally respect where he's coming from on that, and I totally get it.
Well, historically, this kind of gets
Is that kill your egregores, Nahilo?
Well, where? No, XD. That's someone
Yeah.
else. No, that's
That's-
from the Canadian commie. He's a Canadian comrade.
Oh, okay. I
Chinese
just assumed, I made an
diaspora,
assumption.
from what I
My bad.
understand. So, this is why the reason why I was saying that it would be interesting to see you guys have a conversation was, from what I remember, way back in the day when we met you, Michael Pan, you are of like the Taiwanese diaspora. Am I correct?
Yeah, I'm mixed with Taiwanese, Japanese, Aborigine.
So that's why
When you say Aborigine, where?
Yeah, so Aborigine means like part Filipino.
Chinese communists. So that's where I think
Okay.
it would be very.
Wait,
they have a
hold on.
different take on.
Hold on, let Abby
Sorry.
speak, please.
Well,
Sorry.
no, I wanted to hear what he said about what does he mean by Aborigine.
Yeah, when I say Aborigine, so Aborigine is meaning that there are dark skinned Asians in Taiwan, because because a lot of Filipinos have settled in Taiwan, so it's a mix, or Oriental mutt.
Okay.
Right.
Nahilo, you want?
No, yeah, sorry to step on that. That was interesting. I'm just saying. What I also find interesting would be because the way I met XD was from the Canadian Commie YouTube channel. Go ahead, check it out if you're interested. So, from what I understand of XD, he is a Canadian communist who is of the Chinese diaspora. So, as far as your background with Taiwan, and China's stance as far as Taiwan belongs to China, I think that is an important conversation that's not really being had between, like, the American position is like we're trying to make Taiwan independent and everything, and so I don't think that conversation's really being had, especially with all this trade war stuff.
Right.
You're not hearing what the actual people that are concerned think about it, right?
True. I could tell you this. I could tell you from my parents' perspective. Yeah, Taiwan should be independent instead of being under China's rule, because Chinese have occupied Taiwan for so many years, and they're still occupying Taiwan to this day, because the Chinese are not that different from other Western countries when it comes to colonization, occupy, divide, and conquer. Everything has to do with everything has to do with resources. I'll tell you that. Because Taiwanese people have a Taiwan people in Taiwan speak different languages, right? And they don't share the same culture with Chinese. So Chinese Americans are more ambitious, right? Business oriented. Whereas Taiwanese people, they are more like, I want to say, more collective, right? More down to earth. It's about preserving the land. But whereas the Chinese, they want to get rich off of Taiwan's island, because they know Taiwan's islands is worth a lot of money.
So what do you have to say about the history of the Kuomintang, who like kind of fled to Taiwan in response to the communist
Yeah,
China?
I don't know. I don't know too much about that. I don't know too much about that
I think
information.
that's important, right? Sorry.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I don't know too much about that information. I would have to ask my parents about it, but I'll say this. I think it's very important that each country should be independent of each other, because when you have a country that is under one rule, under regime, it's going to create tensions, classes in culture, language.
Michael, one second, Michael.
Yeah.
Everybody say bye to Sean.
Bye, Sean.
He said he'll be back in a bit.
Okay.
Hi, Sean. Thanks.
I always want to make sure we
acknowledge the viewers, right?
Yes.
All right. Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I was saying that, yeah, you see, I always believe that each country should be independent of each other, because we don't share the same language, right? We don't speak the same language. We don't share the same culture. We don't share the same, geopolitical politics. So I think it's better to be independent, because when you have it under one regime, tensions are going to increase. People are going to fight. It's almost like in a relationship. If you don't get along with this person, you're not going to stay in a relationship. You're going to leave to find person who you're going to find a other person who might be more compatible.
I just think the independence movements around the world are complicated by this American interference. So
right, and I would say
for meddling. Right.
I would say America needs to stay out of people's foreign affairs, because
so
America.
Can we go back to what you? Let me let you finish your statement. I'm sorry.
Oh wait. Go ahead, Abby. Sorry, you said you wanted to.
John says, but Aborigine, and I wanted to show you this, and I wanted to get your take on it, Michael, real quick.
Sure.
I've shown this before, but let's see what you think about this.
Yeah, I can't see. It's not clear.
It's gonna come up.
Oh, come on. Okay.
Be patient.
That's a bad frame for a video.
However, there is something that could settle this debate of where the Chinese come from once and for all.
After that,
I'm meeting Professor Jin Li, one of China's leading geneticists. Recently, he led a project that set out to prove that the Chinese evolved independently from everyone else, from Homo erectus, here in China.
Before the project started, I was hoping that I could identify or could be able to find evidence that support independent origin of Chinese in China, because I'm a Chinese and came from China. And through the education process, I always believed that there's something special about Chinese.
He singled out a male genetic marker which only appeared about 80,000 years ago in Africa. So any man who carries that marker must have recent African ancestors and can't be descended from the more ancient Asian Homo erectus. Jin took DNA from over 160 ethnic groups around East Asia. Over 12,000 samples. And so, what did you find?
We did not see even one single individual that could be considered as the descendant of the Homo erectus in China. Rather, everybody was a descendant of our ancestors from Africa.
The result couldn't have been any clearer. How did that make you feel as a Chinese person?
After I saw the evidences that we generate in my laboratory, I think we should all be happy with that, because after all, modern humans from different part of the world are not so different from each other, and we are very close relatives.
It's great, thank you.
All right, that was it.
How does the genetic research collide with our racial expectations? This is,
there's another one I could show you where they the scientists, like, he came upon the discovery from zebrafish.
Mm-hmm.
Have y'all ever heard of that one?
Never heard of it before.
Okay, I could try to pull it up if you like, but y'all want to talk about that in the meantime?
Zebrafish?
No, what I just showed you, and I'll pull up the zebrafish one.
Yeah.
If you want to see that.
Yeah, no, that's it's I'm not sure as far as.
I really wanted to ask Michael, since he's of Asian descent.
Sir, ask me something, Abby.
Go ahead.
I just what'd you think about it? That's all.
Oh, okay. I thought about it. Very interesting. I was really surprised when he said that we're all African descent. I was like, "There's no way," at first. But again, I don't know too much information about it because I was born in the United States. But what I can say is that, sir, we may be human beings, but doesn't mean we share the same language, same culture.
Oh yeah, definitely, absolutely not.
Yeah, between like Chinese and Taiwanese, I could tell you that. From my experience and from my parents' experience, growing up.
So this is about the interesting thing as far as to tie it way back. If you've been, most people haven't necessarily been following since the very beginning, but I was talking about the subjective theory of value and stuff. So as far as what is the value of this research that proves that this that the genetics, they go back to Africa, and so there's a lot of range of interpretation of the subjective value of that, is what I'm saying. So a lot of people would say it means that we're all one, good, but then the counter argument is a little bit like, well, yes, that's important, but there's all this other nuance that's still important, right?
Oh yeah, that wasn't the purpose of the video, to not say that anything else wasn't important.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, do I sound defensive?
No, not at all, Abby.
Okay, I'm just checking in because we've been on here a long time.
Yeah, I have to ask, are you guys tired already? Let me know if you guys tired. We can definitely log off. Or if you guys are fine. I'm just curious.
I think we're fine for now. It's getting to be almost midnight for me. So I'll let you know when I'm ready to bow out, but you can carry on without me. That's fine. So
I'm looking for the one about the zebrafish, but it's like 11 minutes long. His name is Dr. Keith Chang from Penn State, and he came up with like a breakthrough because he was like researching zebrafish. It was really pretty. Oh, this one's shorter. Let me see. I hate to pull stuff up at the last minute because then I don't know what I'm pulling up until I actually pull it up. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I don't really like that, but just to get the one is like 4 minutes and the other one's like 2 minutes. I'm gonna play the 4-minute one because sometimes 1 minute ain't enough, you know. Rondo sitting in the cut. He in the cut.
Yeah, good to see you, Rondo. Thanks for joining us.
So let me get it put up because I really want to hear what you got to say about it, Michael. Not Nailo, Michael. I mean, both of you, but definitely Michael because you are Asian. So.
Well, we've been saying that we need to hear from Asian perspectives, not just Michael. We need more people.
Right.
Kind of break
Yeah.
that you end up in without the biggest
Okay.
diversity you can get.
So I'm gonna play this.
Human pigmentation is regulated by a large number of genes, and you can view each of them as a dimmer switch. You can turn each one up or down as you want, and we have different, each of us has different variants of each of those genes. And this gene is one of the big dimmer switches. And so in the zebrafish, it so happens that dimmer switch is turned all the way off, and in humans, it's turned largely off. So this was a very interesting experiment. We had found the great similarity in sequence between the human and the zebrafish gene. They're both about 500 amino acids, and they're identical in about 70% of their amino acids. So we asked whether the human gene could function in the zebrafish, and indeed it did. When you inject the mutant zebrafish with the human gene, some of the pigment cells that would have been lighter in color in the zebrafish normally became darker, which meant that the human gene could provide the function that the missing zebrafish gene could not. Believe it or not, the magic moment, the eureka moment came when I got back the electron micrographs, the high power microscopy of the zebrafish mutant and the normal fish, that I saw the difference in number, size, and density of the pigment packets. I had learned in school that the same change applied to humans of lighter versus darker skin. And that at that moment, I realized we had something in this mutant zebrafish that would someday relate to human beings. We all have this gene. Okay, this is not a situation where one group of people is missing the gene and another one has it. It has it. We all have the gene, and we just have different variations on it. And which variation of the gene determines on how strongly that gene acts. It's just changing one little part out of 500 some parts of this gene. What other people have shown for sure is that we need to get vitamin D, and that has to be generated by UV light from the sun. And so if you live near the equator and there's a lot of sun, if you have dark skin, you can still get enough vitamin D. But if you live up north and you're darker skin, you're not able to make enough vitamin D to prevent you from getting.
You also get it from food.
Getting rickets, which can be fatal. One
So
of
that's
the features of
partial
cancer
truth.
is that they are like the Borg. You attack them with something and they change on you. They adapt. So I was trying to understand how cancer cells adapt. So in order to do that, I needed some signal from the organism for how mutations occur. Since animals aren't built with light bulbs, we needed a genetic light bulb to tell us when mutation was occurring, and we used this gene actually in zebrafish as our genetic light bulb for our tests. So therefore, I needed to clone this gene. I needed to find what the gene was in order to understand my mutants that I had generated, which in fact are more susceptible to cancer. They change more, they're more like the Borg, and in fact, they get more cancer. So I needed to know what this target gene was so that I could study what the changes were that were happening in these Borg fish. So unexpectedly, the gene itself turned out to be interesting, and hence the story. The applications that this discovery might have in cancer research include, for example, adding another gene to the toolbox of people trying to develop immunotherapy, ways to make our immune system attack our cancer cells. And alternatively, we also might be able to use the knowledge of this gene and its mechanisms that we find someday to modify skin color in ways that are safer than we currently use. For example, people with light skin like to make their skin darker using tanning salons, and that UV light is actually a contributor to cancer. So it'd be much better if people had available to them some other means of darkening their skin than something
So
this,
also, wait, hold on.
that causes cancer.
It's almost over. Oh,
that's
that's it.
that speaks to what I was saying as far as the transhumanist goal to be able to go beyond just gender transitioning to skin color transitioning to animal human hybrids to human machine hybrids.
Well, we do know that sunscreen is a synthetic melanin. We do know that. We also know, like how you were saying, you could also get it from food. Okay. I'm in Louisiana. There's plants all over this place. And you are required to work at the plant to get physicals, and they check your vitamin D levels. And if your vitamin D level isn't what's up to their requirement,
right,
they force you to take vitamin D supplements, and you have to take them in order to be like to make sure you can continue on in your workplace, because vitamin D vitamin D in your body is very helpful in the plants, because it's all kind of chemicals, there's all kind of shit going on in the plant. I'm just saying. Anybody else want to speak on it? I'm gonna shut up for a second.
So, quick question, Abby. So, when you talk about that, the plants, like people who work for plants, they're required to take vitamin D. Is it because they're working in a very high UV radiation environment?
The environment has radiation. It has like chemicals. A lot of the plants are like gas plants, things like that.
Right. And so,
So in order for you to not go to work or whatever.
It's an allopathic medicine kind of response to the problem, though. As far as has anyone really asked the question of what happens when you take a lethal dose of vitamin D? So yes, you've got a radiation overdose, and so you need to compensate with some kind of reaction. But then end up the problem of dealing with the response. You have to respond to the overdose that you did to deal with the overdose that you got.
Hold on, Nahilo. Hold on. I think you're
This is the Western medicine problem.
I think you're taking that a little too far, because when you get your blood work done, there is a range of what's acceptable, what is high, and what is too low.
Those ranges are very much like people don't understand how arbitrary and in dispute that those are, and there's multiple.
So would you prefer not to have that at all?
Different countries have different ratios of what's acceptable, kind of thing, and those kinds of things too, right?
Different countries have different elements that are going on in their country too, right?
Is healthy for but who's right and who's wrong? You know what I mean? So we've got all these different standards, but how do we know which standard to follow?
So Nahilo, what would you prefer to do? Just be walking around nilly-willy and fuck science?
No,
it just go on your own.
I'm just confused trying to figure out who to trust. That's all I'm saying. You know?
Right. In terms of like trusting the researchers, right? In terms of utilizing vitamin D.
And there's all these language barriers that mean that even if there's better information out there, I can't access it. And it's not just a language barrier, there's this censorship. So Chinese researchers have better information than us, but are we allowed to have access to it? No, because they're evil people. We're not allowed to understand what they have understood.
Right.
You know, they're Chinese communists. It's like
right, because you're right, because of government censorship, that they're not allowed to disclose to like certain officials, I'll put it this way, or the public.
Yeah, it's bad for us, but we have to justify it somehow.
Right. And it's also like very similar in Japan. I'll tell you, for example, when I was in Japan in 2004 on a tour, one time my dad wanted to take a picture of this big screen TV. It was like maybe 15-inch wide, right? Because he looked so cool, innovative. And the lady approached my dad and said, "Sorry, sir, we don't allow tourists to take pictures." And my dad asked, "Why not?" "We're afraid of competition with America."
Yeah, this ever
John says,
need for the competition compromises the ability to do actual better things for humanity. Because
Right, and then
it's always
right.
important to address. If we ever stop addressing the competition, we'll fall behind, and that's too disastrous. So, yeah.
Right.
wait, are we getting off the sub? I thought we were talking. Okay.
I don't
Yeah.
know, whatever.
Right. So then
Gonna
the
use
U.S.
that, I'll be back.
So then the U.S. would benefit from other countries' research and development.
Oh, I think I've been in the Hilo.
Nahilo.
Nahilo, come back. Come back.
Nahilo, I hope we didn't lose
All right,
him.
no, fine. I'm back. I gotta use the bathroom shortly. So.
You didn't say that. I thought we made you mad, and you were like,
No.
"Fuck all this," and I'm out.
No. I'm saying I just gotta pee, and then I'll be back in 5 seconds.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, we thought we lost. We thought that you had.
Go do your thing. Go do your
I wasn't
thing.
loud enough, I guess. My bad. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, it happens on YouTube sometimes. Like with the live stream connections. Happened to me before.
And there's a lag too sometimes. So John says supplements are just a business, which I find kind of interesting because John, do you get blood work done? Like, do you trust the blood work where they show you like the levels of different things like potassium, vitamin D, this, that, and the other? Do you trust that? Or are you just going to rip that to shreds, throw it in and say, I got this myself?
All right. How about
You know
you,
what I'm
Abby?
saying?
Yeah, how about you, Abby? Do you trust the blood work results or you're skeptical from time to time?
I'm not skeptical.
Mm-hmm.
I pay attention, but you also have to pay attention to your body too to see
Right.
if everything feels okay, yada yada. But I'm not gonna be like they're saying you running low on.
Mm-hmm.
Like for example, my mom has high blood pressure. Okay.
Right.
All right. So I started supplementing salt with potassium.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I was looking at potassium and all the things that, like it could mess up your liver, this and that. And I'm like, oh, well, I need to check on the liver. So I tell her doctor, and they do blood work.
Mm-hmm.
And the doctor's like, well, her high blood pressure is under control.
Right.
Her potassium count isn't high. So whatever you're doing, just keep doing that.
Right.
Now, am I supposed to not listen? Am I supposed to throw it out the window and just throw salt and all that shit? Like, what am I supposed? What am I to do?
Right. What are you supposed to do? Like, you're trying to balance it out. Like, that it's like having too much is not good for your mom, but sometimes your mom wants more of it than what is being what's being prescribed or recommended.
I don't. Be more specific, John. He said, I don't use it. You don't use what? You don't use charts or you don't use supplements. Like, be a little more specific for me. I find this interesting. And Rondo, I do have what you had queued up. I don't know what it is. Whew.
Well, let's play it and see what's up.
Oh, wait, hold on. I've been vitamin D deficient since 15.
Wow, I didn't take.
He's 65
years old.
65. Okay.
Yeah.
It's the whole science is.
I've been anemic.
I've
been anemic for a long time.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I do take iron pills from time to time.
Mm-hmm.
Because the body adapts, right? That's the thing about deficiencies and stuff. So there's all this stuff is built on theories that we haven't exactly even listened to, and as the public sort of just listens to it, the information mainstream media puts out there, and a lot of it is just assumed to be uncontested science. It's not quite the case. I'm not getting big
you
on
don't have,
vitamin
and
D or whatever.
sometimes you don't even have to
Not
take
like I disagree
supplements.
with that, but yeah, just sorry.
You're fine. We it was a lag, and we just started talking over each other. It wasn't intentional. Finish your statement, and I'll come in.
All I was saying is, I'm not trying to be too critical of vitamin D. I was more late, and I was finished what I was saying, and then something occurred to me. I wanted to add to it, and it was too late. So I was just, I think that a lot of the research on vitamin D is valid and important, but just like everything, like vitamin D was kind of controversial with all the COVID research and stuff. So a lot of people are saying, if you just need more vitamin D. You don't take any of the drugs and stuff, you'll be fine. Whatever. So we need to be a little skeptical of stuff we think might be simple science we all understand.
Right. Because the body's different for everybody, and not
For
everybody's
everybody.
yeah, not everybody's gonna have the same metabolism or the same immune system to combat changes in vitamin D or whatever conditions people have.
Exactly.
Which is why I hate that goddamn hierarchy of what you're supposed to be eating and stuff. And I'm like I remember this black doctor was like at Congress saying that you are this hierarchy is very biased because you're not taking into consideration different
Like
races of
culture,
peoples
races.
and cultures. Like this, like you telling people to drink all this goddamn milk. Black people can't drink
Most
milk like
black
this.
people are lactose intolerant.
Exactly.
Exactly, yeah. And it's very like that because that food pyramid is very like European Anglo-Saxon oriented.
Right. They want you to eat all this goddamn bread. Wait a minute. Bread
Right.
made from home or bread you buy, processed bread you buy in the grocery store? You need to be specific.
Mm-hmm. And interesting. It's so interesting you bring this up because I noticed that 9 or 10 times. I'm not a severe doctor, but I noticed that most doctors, when they tell patients eat healthy, stay healthy, eat whole wheat, right? But have you noticed most doctors they're not experts on nutrition?
They don't know what the hell that
Yeah, they're
actually.
not nutritionists.
Right. So I'm thinking like,
They
why
only took like
don't
one semester of nutrition in undergrad.
right? And so it's like, why don't
Wait, hold
doctors?
on. Let Rondo.
Go ahead, Rock. Sorry.
No. I was just adding on. I was just saying, like, from my knowledge, most pre-med programs they only have like one semester of nutrition. Like, and that's where a lot of the issues come from. Like nutrition, like our bodies need these nutrients and hormones to like regulate processes for us to stay healthy and shit. Like that's the thing with vitamin D. It's not just it's supposed to like regulate like
Right.
hormonal processes in your immune system. It's like a super vitamin in that regard. And like many of our issues in the modern society is because of how our modern society is. We're inside under artificial light. We are sedentary. We're not really moving. Like before, when people were out working in the fields, that's how people would stay healthy and shit because their body would be producing vitamin D. 15 minutes of like whole body like exposure to the sun, I've heard that your body creates about 15,000 international units of vitamin D. And at that level is like the healthy amount. And many of those multivitamins
I'm so glad you just said that, Rondo. I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Well,
But it's
first I
important.
want to say hi to Dark Mate is in the house.
Hi, Dark Mate.
But that 15,000 is like IU. Okay. So my mom has to take 10,000 because her body was only producing 5, and she had to supplement the rest.
So this is like weekly. She has to take it, or like every other day.
Every day.
Wow.
She takes it every
There might
day.
be a risk
But
of
my
talking-
mom is 75. Okay, she don't go outside like that. She don't.
But-
She ain't outside walking and working and in the sun. She in the house.
Right. A vitamin D through a pill is not really the way that we're meant to acquire it. And so this is where I was objecting a little bit when the guy was in the video was talking about vitamin D is acquired just through the sun. It is also acquired through food sources. I don't know if this is controversial science for people, where if there's one thing for people in the north, we understand we cannot get it through the sun because of the angle that the sun hits the earth in our latitude. So we can be outside all we want. It's not going to solve the problem. We need to actually.
And that's why y'all gotta drink milk, because I still put roasters. You know, it depends on where you are. And
The natives up in Canada, the Inuit or whatever they're called, out in like Western Canada, they eat a lot of fish, and that's where they get their vitamin D from.
Yeah, and that's the important thing that people need to understand. Like, there's more than one way to skin a cat, right?
Right. But and also I was going to add to like where I think where nutritionists come in, and I notice that most doctors don't refer their patients to nutritionists or don't consult with nutritionists, given the fact that most doctors don't want their their intelligence and credibility to be questioned by nutritionists and patients. And also doctors are trained to be like, we know all, don't question it. You know what I mean? I'm just saying from my observation, when doctors interact with patients, right? Because when patients ask doctors what nutrition supplements they should take or specific food, and sometimes doctors get very frustrated. They're like they're like to their patients, why are you questioning my medical knowledge? And this is where I think I think where a conflict of misunderstanding between healthcare providers and patients come in. And this is where I think social workers and nutritionists have a role. Because the reason I say social workers, because social workers understand the environmental context, why certain populations don't have access to vitamin D, or why some are not able to afford it. Because most doctors are looking from the medical disability model, can sometimes fracture how patients supposed to live healthily, and eat healthily as well.
Yeah, I mean the whole ancient whatever proverb, food is medicine kind of thing. There's a lot of truth to it, but to be fair to the medical doctors, obviously, if you're trying to cure a kind of like if you're trying to cure the flu by eating food, a lot of people would say that's a good example that that's not necessarily going to cure it, and a lot of people would argue yes it will, right? But so that's
We also have to remember. We also have to remember that our the basis of knowledge and where we're operating from with quote unquote medical science is only 300 years old.
Right.
So there's that too.
True.
Well, there's thousands of years of medical knowledge, but
there's
the
thousands of years of
empirical,
medical knowledge,
like
but I'm
the
saying-
evidence-based practice, that's really important to sifting the bullshit from the real. That's really, like you're saying, only like 300 years old kind of thing.
Yeah, but that's only
Doshi
300 years
here.
old.
Hey,
But that's
Doshi.
also complicated by the Eurocentrism about the evidence-based practices apparently only comes from Europe. That seems ridiculous to me.
Who said that?
I'm just saying, like the way that history is taught. That the fucking
no, that's what I'm saying. Like when we're looking at it, we have to recognize that that's the frame. That's
from
the
the
frame
European
that
perspective.
the whole thing is operating from. So we got to come from a different perspective. That's essentially what I'm pointing at.
Yeah.
And
Can
also
I jump in for a second?
Go ahead.
Doshi, Lawyer was here. He was here ready to troll you. He had a whole thumbnail up and everything. He was ready for the smoke. I said, "Why are you coming over here?"
A lot of us are wondering what the hell all this is about. We're just
who's Dulcie? I've never seen her before.
No worries. Abby, you want to fill him in a bit?
She might jump in.
Or
maybe she won't. It's her prerogative. Whatever she
So
want to do.
we have it's not really even an affiliate sister brother channel, whatever. It's just another channel on YouTube that we've come across that there's a community that we've got a little bit of cross pollination going on here, you might say. So
yeah.
Dulcie's got her
You
own
got me
channel.
over here muted singing
Not
my
just True
prerogative.
Zone. We're talking about the True Zone channel. We met a whole bunch of people that are seems to be opening us up to a bunch of other channels like Dulcie's channel. There's a lot of people who interact with True Zone have their own channels, and we have hit kind of a node where we're meeting a bunch of people, so it's a good thing.
Yeah. And I was going to add to
I'm gonna put Dulcie's channel in the chat. I mean, I'm gonna put it up because
yeah. Also, I was going to add too. About speaking of, as a matter of fact, speaking about evidence-based practice, right, Michael, and several people, and also the doctor, and also the way how doctors take care of themselves, right? And when I noticed something, when most doctors don't have time to cook at home, or recommend, or even recommend their patients eat healthy, I know you'd be surprised. Most doctors were not trained at an early age how to be self-sufficient when it comes to cooking healthy foods, right? So by learning how to cook, it reinforces doctors to understand their patients' holistic approach to eating healthy or finding supplements, and that's what I found out. And we're seeing like we're seeing like a new generation. We're seeing new generations of doctors taking home economics or
Cooking
cooking.
and bake.
It's
and
funny.
Cooking and baking is chemistry.
Chemistry.
I can't believe it
Exactly.
took this long. But this is the time that like we feel like we're in the 21st century, but finally the doctors and the cooks are actually having conversations.
Right. And so that way it gives doctors knowledge, understanding how this is how, patients operate in an environment, how they cook, right? And so by doctors learn how to cook, doctors really understand like, okay, now so why patients have different different cultures of eating healthy or being healthy, and also looking at the environment, the socioeconomic environment that their patients operate in, because most doctors most of them, not all of them, don't have a knowledge of their patient's socioeconomic status. Why sometimes it's very difficult to access, you know, vitamin healthy foods, or given the fact that some patients live in food deserts, or there might not be enough grocery stores to go to because the patients live 50 to 100 miles away, or they don't have accessible transportation to get there. So in other words, it is the social. I'm trying to remember the term I learned. It's called the social health educational context. Oh, so, I'm sorry, social determinants of health. There we go.
Social
Sorry,
determinants of health, in an educational context or something. Yeah, social determinants of health is a very important thing to. If you never heard about that, check that out.
Yep.
A good revolutionary insight for health. So,
right.
It's interesting about with the like the cooking and the medical benefits and stuff. I just wanted to kind of put in a dig about any True Zone watchers who might be watching. There was a history about me being criticized for being a low skill restaurant worker. I'd like to remind people that
you mad about that?
I'm gonna hold a fucking grudge about that shit. Food chemistry is science, and if you want like healthy outcomes for everyone, you need to treat food workers like they're way more important than we've ever done, because that is a seriously underappreciated industry as far as health and the backbone of society kind of stuff. But yeah.
Right. Yes, I agree with you, Mike, 100%. Yeah, because we're seeing, like I said earlier, we're seeing second generation of young doctors, taking cooking classes, shadowing chefs, right? Because in the past, most people who were in medicine for 40 plus 50 years, they never had that kind of interaction. So I think this is good and positive, and is moving in the right direction. Would we like to see like move quickly? Of course, because I think the key is learning as people grow, right? And I know sometimes most doctors, when they counsel their patients on healthy eating, they tend to come from, like you said, evidence-based practice, and they're not taking the holistic and social determinations of health into consideration.
Exactly. A lot of people consider like the restaurant worker, like they don't consider their mental health at all, or their physical health, when they think we should keep these people low paid and underappreciated. And what is that actually? That ends up a net effect. It makes your own health bad, your physical and mental health negative, because you think they don't require reciprocating appreciation. You know?
Right.
And respect. Rondo is on the panel, but he chatting. He said you should always respect people who handle your food, because they might spit in your shit. Like, what are you doing?
Apparently, that's not enough of a disincentive at all, because people don't care if there's cockroaches and rats and shit and whatnot at all.
Right. And you definitely, and yes, Rolando was definitely right, 100% correct. Because when customers give restaurant chefs a hard time with waiters, yes, those people can spit in the customer's food anytime, right? And especially when most restaurant workers get paid tips, and they definitely need to get paid living wage over tips. And so, interesting, right? Because in Europe, most restaurant workers in Europe get paid by wages, right? Regardless how many customers they serve on any given day.
The tip system's a bit different between North America and Europe, yeah, due to its origins.
I just want to. Rondo said, "I've known many restaurant workers. What I will say is, most people are. This is why most people are trifling. That's what he said.
Restaurant workers.
This is why I cook my food at home.
Right? They're happy to accept their fucking fate, which makes me very furious with them.
Right.
That's what happens when they've been treated like irrelevant. They internalize it and they agree.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I cook my food at home because usually when
It's
I
a
go
vicious
out, I'm
cycle.
not satisfied. Go ahead, Rondo.
Go ahead, Rondo.
No, I was just saying it's a vicious cycle, and I can see how it could like really affect a person's mental health, as it were.
Right.
You know, that constant disrespect and whatnot, and you're the one that's actually like, you know, that's the thing that gets me like these elites or whatever, like going to like a banquet or something, and like, you know, the people that come out, it's like, you know, the top off a cup of water or give, like, you know, a plate or whatever, and like these people that are sitting down at the banquet, they're paying these people no mind and whatnot, but these are people, you know.
Right. Exactly.
And like, you know, you might meet that one person on the right person on the wrong day. And they might actually take offense. And so it's like, you know, you should never disrespect people who have the potential to handle your food.
Exactly.
Rondo, I was always taught it don't even matter if they're. It doesn't matter if they handle your food. Anybody that's like in a service, in service of you, like you should show them respect, no matter their age. They could be younger than you, whatever. Just to let them know that just because you're in service to me doesn't mean that I feel like I'm better than you.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right, but this is our socialist bias in a way where if you try and have a cold political, like psychopathic Machiavellian perspective to try and understand our enemy, it's actually important to disrespect the food workers, because there's this thing called physiocrats, where the power comes from like controlling the food supply in a way. That's a bit of a bastardization of the idea. Look up physiocracy if you want to understand it. But so
can you spell that?
I'm gonna Google it right now. We're gonna look it up.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so it's a thing about economics that's maybe under discussed in a way. So in order to if you actually respect the food workers and the food producers, you have the problem of giving them the power they deserve, just like the proletariat. There's the whole thing about unite the peasants with the proletariat because they're unstoppable, right? So in order to prevent that, the ruling class finds it important to never let the food producers and food service workers ever attain the respect they deserve.
So it's like a particular prong of the divide and conquer stratagem.
Right, but it's under discussed, right?
So I'm sharing it right now. but people like some of us are more.
Agriculture is the source of.
I don't know if physiocracy is
So
more of a term, but physiocrat definitely. Yeah.
Definitely.
Physiocrat is a noun, a member of an 18th century group of French economists who believed that agriculture was the source of all wealth and that agricultural products should be highly priced. Is that what you meant?
Well, that's the 18th century ideas that it should be highly priced, but as we see, it's actually agricultural products have always historically been forced. The prices have basically been suppressed, I think.
Let me see if I can find something like
up to date.
Physiocrat. Any school of economics.
Yo, it's on that
Still saying
founded.
the same thing.
Yeah.
So that's the origin story.
Yeah. By the way, I
Land is
found.
the source of all wealth. It's not necessarily just
But
food, right? So you want to. This is what I think people forget about the Marxist thing about the proletariat being all effective is that the factory worker is the all powerful kind of thing. But what I feel is neglected there is that the factory worker does not eat. It does not have any power whatsoever. All people are ultimately bound to the necessity to eat, which makes the people who produce the food the most powerful, no matter what we say. Oil is the most powerful, gold, money, no. Food, the people who control the food and the water are the most important people. That's what
By the
this
way,
is rooted in.
yeah, and by the way, and so explain what you said, Michael. So under physiocrats, is there anti-mercantilism. So it says the physiocrats were the beginning of the anti-mercantilist movement. Quesnay's argument against industry and international trade as alternatives to his doctrine was twofold. First, industry produces no gain in wealth, therefore redirecting labor from agriculture to industry will in effect decrease the nation's overall wealth. Additionally, population expands to fill available land and food supply. Therefore, population must go down if the use of land does not produce food.
Right.
So that's the more modern. Okay, and then it says the example of physiocracy. The physiocrats believe that the landowner received in the form of rent. So only the landowner should be taxed. All taxes imposed on others will be passed on to the landowner anyway. We have to dive deeper into this. But before we do, I just want to say Jacqueline is back.
She's back. What?
Jacqueline's in the house.
Jacqueline might have some.
And then I don't know what it is, but welcome.
Or maybe it's already morning over
Yeah,
there.
what time? Yeah, what time is it now in England?
It's got to be almost 6 in the morning, 5:30.
Oh, 6 in the morning. Okay, okay. Wow.
Okay, so I'm gonna read this
I
because
just want to say before, as a critical addition, Marx was critical of the physiocrats. His economics are kind of a response to this kind of stuff because it's 18th century philosophy, right? Just to keep in mind. Yeah.
I want to read this from the chat because this is someone new to the chat, so we want to welcome them properly. Okay.
No, that's me in the chat.
Oh, right.
That's you.
I see.
Yeah.
Because we got the at.
Get him out of here.
Yeah, Michael Pan would come up before YouTube had this thing where we only saw at people.
Yeah, I put that in the chat.
Okay.
That's the beginning of the anti-Marxist movement. Yeah.
Oh, wait, hold on. I'm sorry. You were reading that.
Quesnay's argument against industry and international trade as alternatives to his doctrine was twofold. First, industry produces no gain in wealth. Therefore, redirecting labor from agriculture to industry will in effect decrease the nation's overall wealth. Additionally, population expands to fill available land and food supplies. So this is where I feel, therefore, population must go down if the use of land does not produce food. There may be some truths and falsehoods about this kind of stuff. I think Marx's economics kind of address how it's not just about agriculture. It's a huge part, but the whole thing like guns versus butter argument might be a good way to understand this, as far as you can have all the food, but if somebody else invades you and takes over your food, it's not about who is the best producer of food will produce the most wealth. It's too simplistic. but it's a good insight, right?
Well, what were you gonna say, Abby? Sorry.
And what's up, Marlo? Good to see you.
Hi, Marlo.
Oh wow, Marlo's.
This is a good time to say like, share, subscribe, and if you guys have something to say, jump on. This is the day to do it.
Yeah. By the way, Abby, I posted a link.
Wednesday now for me.
Oh, Abby.
I know. Rondo sent me one before you.
Oh, he did. Okay.
So
Sir, no problem.
we got him in the queue.
Yeah.
I have no idea what y'all about to say. So, oh Lord, help us.
Okay. Yeah. So I was reading about so my understanding of physiocracy, it sounds kind of like more like capitalist. Would you agree? The thinking back then.
It sounds like if you don't work, you don't eat.
It's
Right. If you
rooted
don't
in the
work, you don't
capitalist
eat.
economics,
Right.
right?
Right.
It's
If the company
specifically
doesn't.
more concentrated about food and agriculture, and a lot of economics are not so like when it makes a claim about the source of all wealth is agriculture and that kind of thing. That's a ideological kind of claim, right?
Right, and it's because when I read it, it sounded to me like if the workers don't produce food, that means we can't generate wealth for the capital owner.
And I think there's some truth to that, but I think Marx's argument is a little bit more nuanced and correct, and it kind of incorporates that. You know?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, because speaking.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. Rondo said play Michael's link. Mine was a song.
Oh, okay.
You don't mind a song, but okay. I mean, no problem with playing a song. You
But
might
this
have to
is also as far as if you don't
have to
even
run it.
it's
Run it up
ironic
a
you
little
mentioned it.
bit.
I don't know if you guys know that's a Lenin quote, right? That's one of the things that's worth critiquing about the Soviet Union. Lenin is famous for saying, "If you don't work, you don't eat," and that to me seems like a contradiction in Marxist philosophy. But what he's trying to do is, excuse me, he's trying to address the real world problem of how do you make the economy successful if you don't like under like wartime conditions sort of stuff, if you don't have these kinds of hardline policies and stuff. And to me it's a little bit, a lot of people will defend it as necessary. I think it's an example of sort of concession to the more capitalist economics in order to make the socialist economics work. But I think that's one of the mistakes of Lenin that people defend they shouldn't, right?
Right.
I want to know, Rondo, are you cross streaming? That's kind of cool.
Yeah, teach us how to do that.
I don't know if you said
that
did you set it up so he can cross stream?
No, is that just happening? Because the fucking tech does stuff now all on
No,
its own.
you have to set it up, Mike. You set up the stream, so.
Okay, I don't know about cross streaming right now. Who's doing that?
Oh, okay. We could totally cross stream.
I set up the stream. I know. I just set it up because
it asked you when you set it up, would you allow other people to stream to stream to their channel?
Yeah, so I gotta click
yes
that
or no.
But yeah, I haven't so far. We haven't been doing that yet, so I haven't really been messing with that. But
okay,
it was just trying to set the stream up before we went live today, and it wasn't happening, so I had to do it. So
interesting. Okay, because he said don't get a strike on my account. Oh, he means on my account. Okay.
On his YouTube, right?
You know when you do a different fluctuation in the way you say something, like don't get a stream on my account. I mean, don't get a strike on my account is different from don't get a strike on my account. The inflection of that's the problem with like reading things that people say. It depends on how you read it, how you interpret it. You know what I mean?
Right. I know what you mean. Yes.
so much confusion.
It happens a lot.
Yeah, for sure.
That was funny. Okay, so let me see what I had up here to play.
Yeah, thanks
I could
everyone.
also play the song. I could like change the speed. I don't know. I don't know if that's gonna work. But before I even move forward to your thing, Michael,
Yep.
would this be oh, I'm sorry, Nahilo.
Oh,
Would this
Nahilo, sorry.
be yeah. No, that was not your fault, that was mine. Would this be a good time to say that my nephew's making a song
Oh
for
yeah,
us?
we got a little stuff in the works. We've been promising to try and do a little bit better, you guys. And
You heard some of it last night. You
yeah,
said you liked it.
It sounds good. I'm looking forward to finished product, I guess. But we've been having this
He said he was
stream.
gonna rap to it too.
We had the StreamYard lyric crap that we've been playing for. I mean, it serves a purpose, I guess, but it'd be nice to have something more unique and signature for our brand, I guess you could say. So
Right.
appreciate your nephew. Thank you very much.
He's really good at what he does. So this is a plug for my nephew. If anybody needs beats made for them or jingles or whatever, he's really good at what he does. He's a dude to talk to. Let me see.
Well, your nephew sounds very handy, Abby.
Well, in the music industry, right? It's like we gotta have appreciation for our musicians, you know.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't see anything from you, Mike Nahilo. I do see something from Michael, and it is this. You got me pulling up Philip Scott. My boy love him some Philip Scott. I ain't gonna lie.
Right. I'm just saying, like you remember we talked, like we discussed before, how like these days with the ICE raids, a lot of people are pretending to be, you know what I mean, to avoid the mass deportations, avoiding getting kidnapped from ICE. In other words, avoiding the raids. I'll put it this way.
It's like almost
I mean,
like
there's also been
in
there's also been
1942 and Frank, you know.
There's been people cosplaying as ICE agents and harassing people, racial profiling them, and they aren't ICE agents. You can go on Amazon right now and buy all that shit that they got all over their body.
Yeah.
How do you know who? They don't have to identify themselves.
They don't.
Like, wait a minute. Wait.
Yeah.
So I'm just supposed to go with you? I don't know you.
Right. And this is where I think the Democrats said in Congress, we need to reform ICE. In other words, we need to hold them accountable, reform the way how they
need to apologize.
Right, apologize first, yes, but also how they.
No, I didn't say apologize first. I said abolish ICE.
Oh, abolish. Okay, I didn't hear. Sorry, my fault. Abolish. Right. But what I'm saying, the Democrats in Congress said we need to reform ICE. If we go too far policy, we're going to lose constituent support going into like 2026 and 2028. So I know they're trying to be very cautious about gradually reducing ISIS power.
Right, but now I feel we come full circle as far as defund the police and abolish ICE. Now we're into the slogans again because I feel with our
we need to.
We definitely need to abolish ICE, but as far as the slogan, I feel the right will say hell no.
Right.
Okay. So there's no regulation. Like what do you? Why would we not abolish something? You could just show up with a mask on, cosplaying as a federal agent, and there have been a few who have cosplayed as a federal agent, raped women, kidnapped people.
Yep.
Just out there, just playing G.I. Joe in this bitch. So yeah, if you can wear a mask, you don't have to identify yourself, and you could just snatch me up. Nah, I'm not. I ain't going for
police
that.
only need how many days of training?
47 days of
Not
training,
many,
basically like almost like 2 months or less.
And the crazy part is the 47 days. It's all theater. It's because
Yeah.
he's the 47th president.
Mm-hmm. And also that, yeah, and also that training is very physical. It's not about how to de-escalate the situation, understanding the civilians' basic civil rights.
It was like, can you do 15 push-ups? Like it was bullshit.
Yeah, I was
They
there.
don't know
You
the
know,
law. They don't.
right. They're not educated on on the law, the U.S. Constitution. Because Abby, actually, I was there at the job fair last year, for what's it, the Homeland Security hiring law enforcement, right? I was trying to interview for like personnel security specialists, and unfortunately, they didn't have those vacancies. It was very driven, very heavily focused on ICE, law enforcement, security, right? And I met this recruiter, very buffy. He's very buffy, hostile, and arrogant. He said to me, "Why don't you want to join ICE or do law enforcement?" I said, "Sir, I have to be what, 30, um, 37 years old, right?" And I said, "Oh, I'm way above 37 years old. No way to be physically in shape, right?" Because I saw a lot of people at the job fair wanted to be ICE officers, wanted to be um, ICE agents, literally, right? And someone told me that, yeah, you'll be required to pretty much you pretty much have to be required to practice your Second Amendment rights when you do raids. And because I asked about how about injuries to the agents, he told me no, you don't have to worry about injuries that much. I was like, I'm not too sure about it. I mean, look at what we saw on TV. The ICE agents, my gosh, they barely survived after what Renee Good did, right? It's like, nah, I'm good. No, thank you. And plus, working ICE agents probably have to work irregular hours. ICE agents are more likely to work irregular hours on any given day. So it's like, nah,
I mean, join the workforce.
right. I mean, the pay is
That's
good.
not
You give it a
uncommon.
bonus, right? But working that kind of environment and then dealing with hostile, citizens, right? Um, and also like the training, yeah, nah, it's not worth it. No, thank you. Yeah. But
I'm
it was
just
a
gonna
lot.
let y'all know I'm getting tired.
Yeah, I'm getting pretty tired too. I know we've been spending like what? Wow, more than 8 hours already.
It's almost 10.
Yeah, almost. Yeah,
It's
almost.
probably about time to wrap up then. Yeah. It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning for me, so I'm
Oh wait.
ready when you guys are.
Okay, yeah, it's almost 1 o'clock for me too. In
But see,
Virginia.
here's the thing, Michael. We had talked about like taking shifts, but
Uh-huh.
we just jump on. Oh, I'm sorry, Nahilo. But we jump on together the whole time. So,
Right.
Well, I feel like
I
I've been
think
taking more
that's until we
shifts.
can get more people that like jump in and we can give them the reins as co-hosts or
Right,
whatever.
right.
I feel like I've been taking more breaks than you. I don't know, but I always that's just the way I gotta take the
Yeah.
dog for a walk. I gotta
Yeah, for
No,
me.
I don't think so.
Yeah, for me, I just
I
ate
think it's
like
been even, Steve.
it's just the way I feel. So I guess sounds good.
Oh, okay.
right. They says they have to do what, 5 years to get their $50,000 bonus.
Yeah, like they don't even know that. Like, bro, you and over time that they they gonna spread that over 5 years, so maybe you get 10K extra.
Yeah.
So you still ain't doing shit. You
Right.
still broke just like the rest of us.
Mm-hmm. Right. Like working class. That's pretty much like working class salary, really. Equivalent to what working class people make a year.
Yeah, you just barely being middle class, just like anybody else up in here.
That's
Right.
the economic crises we're really going through are more of the crises of the middle class because all the lower classes are like, what the fuck you talking about? This has been the permanent problem we've all been faced with.
Right. And also like ICE, and also too ICE agents, when they cover their face, they don't have to reveal their identity, they don't have to reveal their badge number. So yeah, it's very hard for civilians to sue ICE. Unlike whereas law enforcement, it's much easier
So let
to.
me ask you, Michael, you just gonna let somebody snatch you up? They didn't identify themselves. They got on a mask. You don't even
Mhm.
know if they real or not. And I'm just supposed to go with you. I don't
No
fucking know
way.
you.
No way. If I don't, right, if I don't know them and they're not presenting legit identification, heck no, I'm not gonna trust that unless they reveal their identity. No way. I don't trust that. And like I said, when Democrats said they want to reform ICE, they're not really. They want to go back to an era when ICE was created in 2003, right? More subtle, but ICE is still going to do its job. So, yeah, and also the ICE, yeah, and you'd be surprised at what someone said. Most ICE agents don't even understand the U.S. Constitution, how like the U.S. Constitution is supposed to protect people's basic rights when being pulled over or conducting illegal raids without a warrant. Um, and even people who are joining ICE have a law enforcement background, which is even like interesting. But sometimes it could be scary because most people working in law enforcement know the training, they know the routine, right? And
then they're trying to like bamboozle people. I got a warrant. Okay.
right,
It's an administrative warrant. That don't mean shit. Unless you have a judicial warrant, you can't come. You better get the fuck on.
exactly. And even the Supreme Court not too long ago gave a green light to ICE agents that they can go into people's homes, snatch them without a search warrant or, like you said, judicial warrant.
So this is where I think it's important for people to maybe understand what this thing called legal positivism is, where when they're talking about legal precedents and stuff that have been already established and trying to establish a new legal precedent, they trying to say the law is what the law is, and you have to obey it, whether it's morally right or wrong. That's the whole thing that's happening here, whether you think it's important or not. That it is important. So, when they try and act like they have the right to go around doing all this illegal shit, it's illegal because there's already a legal precedent that says you're not allowed to do that. But typically, the law has this tradition where new laws can have precedent over older ones,
Right.
because they're meant to update and improve the law. But this is a bastardization, a mutilation of that premise, right?
Right, right. True. And even like when the ICE agents verify citizens, right? They're only verifying paperwork. They're not verifying, okay, this civilian is a legal resident. Okay, he's good to go. They're not doing that, or they're not even checking on a database. They just go by appearance or what's appeared to be on the paperwork, but without even like actually vetting the paperwork very closely, because whenever law enforcement, whenever police pull people over, police have to always verify people's driver's license, right, insurance on a database. But most ICE agents, they don't do that, which I find very interesting. And yeah, and so I think that's what Donald.
So,
Go ahead, Abby.
well, I was just gonna read this. You could finish your thought. I thought you were done. I apologize.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a legal precedent
Okay,
that
so
any law enforcement has to provide proof that they're all that, and that's very important. There's
Mhm.
very important reasons why we established all those laws, and Trump's just trying to say we're going to
right.
throw all that shit in the garbage
Right.
because my precedent.
Jacqueline says whatever organization has a uniform should provide the uniform. No one should be able to buy a uniform
From
from the
store.
stores or from online retail outlets. But ICE should be abolished anyway. They are thugs. Like you can't go on Amazon and buy a goddamn vest and a fucking thing that your mama could sew on your damn vest, and,
Right.
and you sit up here cosplaying. How do I know who you are?
Mm-hmm.
ICE should be
Nah.
abolished for the same reason the SS should have been abolished. That's not hyperbole. I know people would like to claim that.
Right. Right.
Yeah, like I ain't tripping. You tripping.
Mm-hmm. Right. And you're right, Savvy, that most ICE agents, they have nothing to do except to snatch people, raid people's places, especially on jobs, right? And what sucked was beginning of last year, 2025, how ICE agents moving so fast. Did not need a search warrant. And even like the I'll say allegedly legal citizens, right, working in restaurants were surprised. I was like, wow, we never expected like ICE agents moving in or cornering us in establishments, right? And I noticed that most ICE agents, when they verify paperwork, I notice they tend to use e-verify, and sometimes e-verify can be very biased doesn't provide like the full details or give like accurate information, right? Because sometimes E-Verify doesn't update the resident's status, and most ICE agents go by what's being recorded on E-Verify, and sometimes ICE agents don't ask critical questions, right, or think outside the box. And they assume that everybody's illegal, so we got to pretty much snatch them and deport them back.
John says my local army surplus has all of that shit for sale. like I can go and I know what he's talking about because we have like a store, like a police supply store. I can go in there right now and get a vest. I can get all that shit.
Right.
Because all they care about is money.
Mm-hmm. But how about but my question is, how about the artillery, like the batons, pepper spray? That does include that, right, at the store?
At the police store?
Yeah.
They have tear gas. You can get tear gas. You
What
can
I
get
mean is
bear spray.
like a Glock 47.
You can get that at the gun store.
Okay, I'm saying like at the police store. I understand like gun store,
At the
yes.
police store is like all the other stuff. You know, like the helmets and like all the stuff you add to it. But then there are separate gun stores and you can get any kind of gun you want. I mean, well, this is the South, so I don't know what y'all doing out there. But in the South, they have gun shows like once a month. And you just go out there and get a gun. Let me tell you this, Michael. Sure. I went to a gun shop and I was like, hey, I got these 2 guns that my mother purchased. Like at this point in time, she isn't really capable of like maintaining them like that. I need to re-register them in my name. And he said, that's a common misnomer. Once you buy a gun, it don't ever have to be re-registered.
Really?
The only thing that happens is if that gun is used in a crime and they trace it back to you, then you, as the person who purchased the gun, has to disclose to them who you gave it to. I said, that's it?
That's it? Simple, that fast, but don't you always
God damn. Like I have to do more with a car.
Well, aren't you like mandated to get insurance for?
No.
Oh my God, that's crazy. Because my colleague I used to work with in Europe.
What you talking about?
Because I have a colleague I used to work with, right? He lives in Maryland, right? He told me that he was advised by his attorney to make sure that he gets his Second Amendment registered and also get insurance on it and license.
And where is this? What country?
Maryland. He lives in Maryland.
Maryland? In the state of Maryland?
Yep,
state
of Maryland.
In the South, we ain't doing none of that.
Oh man, I'm not sure. Like
hell
I know,
no.
yeah, I know Virginia is pretty conservative on it. I'm not sure how conservative it is compared to Louisiana when it comes to like,
No, we got gun shows advertised on like John said, on billboards.
Wow.
We got a gun show, and you go in there, it's like guns everywhere.
Everywhere.
And you just buy them and walk the fuck out. That's it.
Right.
So that's why when we talk about
Canadians don't
like
want to come get shot down there.
But that's why when we talk about state rights, as opposed to like, I mean, if we are the United States, why are there still state rights? Because the whole reason for state rights is to allow racism to run rampant in the South.
Right.
That's like the whole point of it. So
true.
we still talking about this shit.
Right.
We still talking about state rights.
Yeah, because they don't want the federal to supersede our state, especially like they don't want the federal government. They don't want the federal government controlling states, how states enforce their rights to citizens. In other words, laissez-faire.
Laissez-faire.
Right.
That's a Louisiana talk.
No, it's
Yes.
a laissez-faire capitalism. That's critique.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's another reason why we don't have, like I said, Abby, we don't have universal health care because the states don't want to be mandated to provide universal health care public services to their residents, because they feel like, as a state, we shouldn't be forced to raise taxes to cover someone's health care. We shouldn't force citizens to buy. I'm sorry, we shouldn't force citizens to get free health care. If they want to pay out of pocket or go into debt, that's on their own terms. In other words, states' rights.
I mean, but you can nationalize a public health care system, and if you want something extra, go fucking get it. Like what they got to do with us?
Right. I think because the states, when they found out that the Medicaid with a federal state partnership, in other words, intrusion of the federal government getting into Medicaid, and the states, most states, if not all of them, don't want to pay for Medicaid, or they don't want to, increase taxes to maintain Medicaid's funding. And they just want to be left to their own device.
This is one of the eternal things about the U.S., though, the
Mhm.
tension between the states and the federal government, and states' rights and the federal rights. And what makes America America is states' rights. No, what makes America America is a federal government. I don't even fucking know. I'm not American. But
Right.
What makes America America is exploitation.
Right.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. It's got nothing to do with the states' rights, actually, at the end of the day, I think. The conclusion.
I mean, the states'
that.
rights to exploit your ass. That's what it is.
The states' rights, it's like a hierarchy of exploitation. So if the states want the rights to exploit the people within their state, as far as the way it works in Canada anyway, like with provinces, they need the federal government to give them the opportunity, like the authority to exploit the province.
Right.
So we
province
have a
municipal, the authority to exploit the municipal, right?
we have a question in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
He said,
That's what we do on
do you
Tuesday.
we do it on Tuesday. He said
Now
it's pretty long. Can you keep up? We've been doing it. This is our 4th week now.
Yeah.
I think this is our 4th week doing it. So we're gonna keep it up as long as if this is what the people want, we'll keep it up. But we're not sure yet. We're just like
we're both employed at the moment. So as far as we have the opportunity to do this, and as far as if you want us to keep this doing, we might need to incorporate some kind of monetary incentive type stuff, whether we want to do that too much or not.
Right.
We all need food to eat to survive.
Right. And we need to ask people who would be willing to come in and be a host, so we can go take a nap or something.
As far as if you don't want to give donations to keep us doing it, 2 of us, the more people get involved, the less we need monetary incentives. As far as being proactive with the socialist counter economic stuff, maybe that's the way to go.
Yeah.
Right.
But eggs on Thursday, on Thursday, we stick to the script. We have something we want to talk about, and we go in depth into that thing. But on Tuesdays, this is our day to just we just
say what's on our mind. Right.
And anybody can come up and talk.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, Michael, this might surprise you about Obamacare, and it might you might find it a little funny, but it's a little sad. And Abby's pretty familiar. So in 2012, the Supreme Court heard anti-Obamacare cases from several states, attorney generals, right?
I don't know about Obamacare. We're about to wrap up.
I know he just jumped in. Wait a minute.
Is it gonna be quick? Just making sure.
I'll make it quick as much as possible, right?
Go ahead,
So
sorry.
some states disagreed with Obamacare's provision of mandating states to penalize residents if they don't have health insurance according to their income, right? Some states took issue of Medicaid expansion, like forcing states to expand Medicaid to cover more people who don't have kids or people who are low income. And the state attorney general said it violates the interstate commerce provision in the state constitution. And it was very rigorous, crazy. It was like, I think, like 4 months for the court hearing. And a lot of people were going nuts at that time in 2012. And by the way, it was Obama's re-election in 2012.
Mm.
And so, unfortunately, the Supreme Court heard both cases and came to a conclusion. And pretty much, you can say they agreed and dissented on some areas. They agreed that yes, Obamacare is the land of the land. We're going to uphold the law. However, states have the rights to either expand Medicaid or keep the existing Medicaid without expanding without covering more people. So yeah.
So as far as like the legal positivist stuff that I was kind of mentioning, right? So they're just like they decide that they have the right to expand this, kind of whether the people agree with it or not, sort of thing.
Basically.
Yeah, I don't really appreciate that kind of ruling. I think that the legal positivist theory of law has been in crisis for a while, and it's sort of been proven to be inadequate, and that's we're in like a legal crisis. Like there's a traditional argument. I may not understand this very well because I'm just some kind of random fucking amateur dude learning stuff on the internet, but from what I understand, there's this like a basic like legal positivist on the one side and a natural theory of law on the other side, where like morality is what forms the basis of law, as far as like what we interpret to be the absolute moral laws of the universe, kind of thing. Maybe that's a stretch. At least the absolute moral laws of nature, kind of thing. So it's
exactly
like, and so let me extend that to human nature to create law.
Y'all getting on it?
And legal positivism is like, forget that moral nature shit. What we're just gonna say, we're gonna make the law what we think is necessary, and morality can go fuck itself. So I think that side of law can go fuck itself. Right. Go ahead, Abby.
No, I'm just saying we're 10 hours in.
Oh, I thought you wanted to say something.
Michael said
he
was gonna be quick.
You got me, Michael.
I got you. Sorry, my fault.
He was trying to bait your ass.
Yeah.
In it.
Yeah, but the Supreme Court said I should not be forced to eat carrots under belt. Sorry, I should not be forced to eat vegetables under Obamacare.
No, another day. We'll pick up next Tuesday. Come on back.
Yeah.
Again.
So can we just I'm just gonna show again.
Yeah.
Like support our boy Golden Monarch and his Substack, please and thank you. Support Lucky and his channel, please and thank you. Support Dolce in our channel, please and thank you. Support Natalia.
Natalia,
thank you.
Natalia.
And her legal fund for Cowboy Kitty, please and thank you.
With ice. Okay.
And yeah, and anything else before we wait? Oh, I gotta cancel these banners. There we go. All right, those are the ones I have so far. If anybody else has anything, then come up next Tuesday. So Thursday we're gonna be talking about Vietnam, correct?
Yeah. Been looking into some stuff. Found some noteworthy things worth talking about. So
yeah. And what else? Look forward to hearing our very own song for the show. It's in the works. That's exciting.
Yeah.
Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share if you haven't already. Anything else that we gotta say? I do have something we can leave out on, which is I mean, it's kind of controversial, so
sure.
And it's 30 minutes long, so.
No, I don't think I have any announcements or anything. So no, since
can I show them? Can I show them what happens when I say, "Hey, Bella"?
Bella.
Look, she heard my. Hey, Bella.
Hey, Bella. That's
Now, I look, Mike. Nahilo, you didn't have to say Bella and Snap, because you made it seem like you was calling her.
No, but I
No,
know, but
my baby know my
she
name.
reacted,
She know
but
my
it
voice.
was not on screen, so I had to snap to make her come on screen. So that's the
Oh
only reason.
yeah. Oh okay.
oh cool, Bella. How many years?
My baby knows my voice.
She's 2 years old.
2 years old.
Yeah.
Oh
Hey,
cool.
Bella.
I'm sure a lot of you have been seeing her playing around in the background. I got home from the walk and she was not content to settle down. She wanted me to play with her.
Right.
Wow.
Every Thursday when we end the stream, before we leave, I say, "Hey, Bella," and then she comes running.
You just saw her ears perk right there.
Right.
Oh, my little beautiful baby. All right, so we can just end. I don't have to play the video. We can play it another time.
Yeah, another time.
It is 30 minutes long. So let's just
Yeah.
go ahead and
we're
do
getting.
the damn thing and say, hey, y'all, we'll be here Thursday at 5 p.m. Central
Yeah.
on our normal Thursdays that we do. Tuesday, we'll be back for the open discussion. We really enjoy it. I mean, I enjoy it. I hope
Me
you do
too.
too.
I'm sure all of us
And
enjoyed this very open conversation.
we're going to go as long as
You
y'all
know,
want us to
as
go
long as
until
you
we
did
get
with us.
tired.
Yeah.
You did hours with us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
You're welcome. Thank you, Abby.
Thank you, Old
Michael,
Man
as well.
Barker. Thank you, Lucky. Thank you, Rondo, for showing up. We appreciate you. And those from last week, Doshi and True Zone and all of those people. We appreciate you. And in the meantime, in between time, y'all don't let them take your joy, your happiness.
Mm-hmm.
Just make sure that you laugh so you don't have to cry.
Right.
I mean, if you need to cry, cry. But make
Mhm.
sure you laugh afterwards. All right. Goodbye,
All right.
everybody.
Good night.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Peace.
Peace too.
Have a good night.
Good night.